Star Wars, The Han Solo Trilogy, Book 3, Rebel Dawn, by A.C. Crispin. Read for you by The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. This book is dedicated to the memory of Brian Daly. Acknowledgements. Just about 2 years ago now, Bantam asked me to write the story of Han Solo's life in the 10 years before Star Wars A New Hope. I felt so honored and a bit intimidated by the scope of the task that lay before me. And now, it's behind me. I can hardly believe it. For 2 years, I've lived in the Star Wars universe, watching the films over and over, reading the reference books, the other novels, and talking to Star Wars fans at conventions, in online chat rooms, and at book signings. Star Wars has, quite literally, been my life. It feels funny to say goodbye to all of that, at least for the immediate future. I'm looking forward to getting back to my big fantasy trilogy for Avon, a project I interrupted. Thank you, John and both Jennifers, to do these Han Solo novels. There's sadness, too, in leaving behind this universe that I've enjoyed so much. But I've made so many new friends that I'm sure they'll keep me up on Mr. Lucas's universe. The list of people who helped me with these books continues to grow. Rebel Dawn was a tough book to write. I felt as though I had a responsibility to set the stage for Han's role in the Star Wars films, and that's a tall order. I couldn't have produced this novel without the help of many people. I tried hard to avoid any mistakes in Star Wars continuity, but if they exist, they're my own. Many grateful thanks to the following folks. First and foremost, my dear friend and crackerjack military expert, Steve Osmansky. Steve and his wife Mary have been my staunchest supporters, and I could not have done it without you both. Michael Capobianco, sweetheart, friend, partner. As always, Michael kept me on track and spotted about a zillion plot holes before they became problems. I suspect at this point we've become two of the world's foremost authorities on Hutts. A distinction to be proud of, truly. Rich Hanley, Craig Robert Carey, godfather of Wookiees, Mike Beadler, and Pablo Hidalgo for vital information regarding the Star Wars universe. Thanks, guys. Peter, Paul, Eric, and Tim of West End Games. Rob Brown and Curtis Saxton for information regarding the Millennium Falcon, the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. Arlie Brown of Echo Station and Pete Janes of Dark Horse Comics. My editor, Pat Labruto, who is 1 in a million, and to whom I owe a homemade lasagna dinner with all the trimmings. Also Tom Dupree for choosing me to work on the project in the first place, and Evelyn Cainto, who keeps the Star Wars editorial department running, and who is always a sympathetic ear. Sue Rostoni of the Lucasfilm licensing department, who helped immeasurably, keeping me consistent with the rest of the Star Wars universe. My fellow Star Wars novelists, who created material I borrowed for Rebel Dawn. L. Neil Smith, Brian Daly, Kevin J. Anderson, Christine Catherine Roosh, Steve Perry, Mike Stackpole, Timothy Zahn, Rebecca Moesta, and Michael P. Koob McDowell. The Star Ladies and all my online friends who made suggestions and took such a keen interest in Han Solo's further adventures. You all know who you are. Kathy Cathers, Chris Pachisa, Roseanne Caputo, Glenn Tibbeth, Linda Jean Weldon, Tim and Aaron, Drew Struzan, who designed and painted the great book covers. I loved every one. And of course, George Lucas, who started it all. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. It has truly been an honor. May the Force be with you all. Chapter 1. Winners and Losers. Han Solo leaned forward in the pilot's seat of the Wayward Girl. "Entering atmosphere, Captain," he said. He watched the system's big, pale sun slip into the great curve of ruddy light at the world's edge and disappear behind the planet's limb. Bespin's huge, dark night side loomed up to blot out the stars. Han checked his sensors. They say Bespin's got some big flying, or should I say floating, creatures in its atmosphere, so keep those forward shields at maximum strength. One-handed, his co-pilot made an adjustment. "What's our ETA to Cloud City, Han?" she asked, a hint of strain in her voice. "Not long now," Han replied reassuringly, as the girl sliced into the upper atmosphere, swooping over the planet's dark pole. Lightning far below made a flickering fog of dim light. ETA 26 minutes. We ought to be in Cloud City in time to catch a late dinner. The sooner the better, she commented, grimacing as she flexed her right arm in its pressure sling. This thing itches like a fury. Just hang on, Jadana, Han said. We'll get you straight to the med facility. She nodded. Hey, Han, no complaints from me. You've done great. I'll just be glad to get this arm into Bacta. Han shook his head. Ripped cartilage and ligaments? That's gotta hurt, he said. But Cloud City's sure to have adequate meds. She nodded. Oh, they do. It's quite a place, Han. You'll see. Jadana Velaz was a short, stocky, dark-skinned woman with long, straight black hair. Han had met her 2 days ago after she'd advertised from Alderaan on the spacer nets for a pilot to fly her ship to Bespin. Velaz's arm had been injured when it was struck by a malfunctioning anti-grav loader, but, determined to meet her tight shipping deadline, she'd postponed real treatment until she delivered her cargo. After paying Han's passage from Corellia on a fast shuttle to Alderaan, he'd taken over as pilot and brought them to Bespin right on schedule. The wayward girl was through a wispy exosphere now and plunging deeper, moving toward the evening twilight, blue sky building above them. Han altered course, heading southwest, toward where the setting sun must be. As they streaked along, the tops of the piled, puffy masses of clouds far below began taking on colors, deep crimson and coral, then yellow-orange. Han Solo had his own reasons for needing to ride to Bespin. If it hadn't been for Jadana's ad on the nets, he'd have had to dip into his rapidly dwindling stash of credits to buy passage for himself on a commercial vessel. Velaz's accident couldn't have come at a better time, far as Han was concerned. With the credits she'd promised him, he'd be able to afford a cheap room and a few meals during the big Sabacc tournament. The buy-in alone was a staggering 10,000 credits. Han had barely managed to scrape those credits together by fencing the small golden Pallador figurine he'd stolen from the Yelesian High Priest Terenza, plus the dragon pearl he'd discovered in Admiral Greelanx's office. The Corellian wished for a moment that Chewie was here with him, but he'd had to leave the Wookiee behind in their little flat on Nar Shaddaa because he couldn't afford to buy his passage. They were deep into the atmosphere now, and Han could actually see Bespin's sun, a squashed-looking orange ball just clearing a massive bank of clouds. The girl was surrounded by a golden glory of heaped clouds, as golden as Han Solo's dreams of wealth. Han was staking everything on this big gamble, and he'd always been lucky at Sabacc, but would luck be enough to let him win? He'd be playing against professional gamblers like Lando. The Corellian swallowed, then resolutely concentrated on his piloting. This was no time to get an attack of nerves. Han made another adjustment to the girl's approach vector, thinking that he ought to be within range of Cloud City traffic control any time now. As if in answer to his thoughts, a voice spoke up from his comm. Incoming vessel, please identify yourself. Jadana Velaz reached left-handed to activate their comm. Cloud City traffic control, this is a wayward girl out of Alderaan. Our approach vector is... She glanced at Han's instruments and reeled off a string of numbers. Wayward girl, we confirm your vector. Cloud City is your destination? That's an affirmative, traffic control, Jadana said. Han grinned. From what he'd heard, Cloud City was about all there was to Bespin. There were the mining facilities, of course, and gas refining, storage, and shipping facilities, but more than half of all incoming traffic was probably bound for the luxurious resort hotels. In the past few years, bored tourists had made the city and the clouds one of their favorite vacation playgrounds. Traffic control, Jadana continued. We have a priority shipment for the Yareth Bespin kitchens. Nerf tenderloins in stasis. Request a landing vector. Permission granted, wayward girl, came the voice of the traffic controller. The controller's voice took on a more informal note. Nerf steaks, eh? I'll have to take my wife out this week. She's been wanting something fancy, and that's a treat we don't get too often. These are prime cuts, traffic control, Velaz said. Hope the chef at the Yareth Bespin appreciates them. Oh, he's good, the voice said. Then the controller reverted to his official tones. Wayward girl, I have you slotted in at level 65, docking bay 7A. Repeat, level 65, 7A. Do you copy? We copy, Cloud City controller. And your assigned landing vector is... The voice hesitated, then gave them more coordinates. Han punched them into the nav computer, then they settled back to enjoy the ride. He found himself looking forward to seeing the fabled Cloud City. Bespin itself had already been famous, even before the resort was built. They mined Tabana gas here, which was used in starship engines and in powering blasters. Han wasn't sure how they actually mined the gas, but he knew that Tabana gas was very valuable, so the miners must be doing well. Before it was discovered in Bespin's atmosphere, tabanic gas had usually been found in stellar chromospheres and nebular clusters, which made harvesting it hazardous, to say the least. Then, somebody had stumbled across the fact that Bespin's atmosphere was loaded with it. Picking up a sudden burst of electrical activity in his sensors, Han hastily changed course. Hey, what's that? He pointed at the view screen. To their right, now, was a monstrous, half-seen shape drifting amid those incredible, ardent clouds. The thing was so large it would have dwarfed many small Corellian cities. Jadana leaned forward. "That's a Beldon," she exclaimed. "They're really rare. In all the years I've been flying through these clouds, I've never seen one." Hans squinted at the mammoth creature as the girls streaked by it. The Beldon resembled some of the gelatinous ocean creatures he'd seen on some worlds, with a huge, dome-like top and many small feeding tentacles hanging down beneath it. Han checked his landing vector. "Right on the credits, Captain," he said. Behind them, the Leviathan faded into the distance. Han saw another, smaller shape ahead of them that almost resembled an upside-down Beldon, and realized it was Cloud City. It hung in the clouds like some kind of exotic wine glass, topped with jeweled crown of rounded towers, domed buildings, communication spires, and refinery stacks. In the last wash of sunset, it glowed like a Corsica gem. Staying on their approach vector, Han sent them skimming over the domed buildings of the cityscape in the clouds. Moments later, he brought the girl down in a perfect landing on their assigned spot. After receiving his pay and saying farewell to Captain Velaz, Han went looking for a robo-hack to take him to the posh Yareth Bespin Hotel where the sabacc tournament was being held. Moments later, he was punching in his destination on a keypad, sending the little robo-hack zipping through the city streets, up and down levels, traveling at a pace that would have made most humans dizzy, especially when the little vehicle hopped low-lying buildings, giving Han a glimpse of the clouds surrounding them and the yawning depths below them. It was almost full night now, and the city sparkled like a lady's open jewel box. Minutes later, the robo-hack pulled up before the Yareth Bespin. Han waved the luggage droid aside and walked through the massive entrance. He'd been in posh hotels before, while touring with his magician friend Zaviri, so the opulent interior with its spidery, crisscrossing glide walks that spanned the story's high atrium didn't faze him. He saw a sign reading "Tournament Registration" in at least 20 languages, and followed the arrow up the glide lift to the mezzanine. When he stepped off the floating walkway, he headed purposely toward the large tables. The place was thronged with gamblers of all species, sizes, and descriptions. Han registered, checked his blaster, all weapons had to be checked, received an ID badge and a voucher that he'd cash in as he needed betting chips. The first game would start tomorrow at midday. Just as he turned away from the registration area, chip voucher tucked securely into a pocket inside his shirt, next to his skin, Han heard a familiar voice. "Han! Hey, Han! Over here!" He turned and saw Lando Calrissian waving to him from across the mezzanine. Waving to show he'd heard, Han jogged over to the glidewalk and hopped aboard, even as Lando leaped aboard the one coming toward Han's side of the enormous room. When he'd last seen Lando, the gambler was heading off for action in the Osean system, but he'd been talking about this tournament for months, so Han had been expecting to run into him here. "Hey, Han!" Lando's dark features broke into a wide grin as their respective glidewalks brought them face to face. "Long time no see, you old rascal!" Han leaped nimbly across open air from his glidewalk to the one Lando was standing on. He'd barely landed before Calrissian grabbed him in a hug that would have done Chewbacca credit. "Good to see you, Lando," he gasped as Calrissian thumped him on the back one final time. The friends stepped off the glidewalk back at the registration area and stood there a moment, eyeing each other. Han studied his friend, realizing that Lando looked very prosperous. The gambling tables out in Osean must have been loaded with easy marks. The gambler was wearing an expensive outfit made from Escasian fabric, the best in the galaxy. A new black and silver cape swung behind him, draped in the latest fashion. Han smiled. The last time he'd seen Lando, the gambler had barely begun growing a mustache. Now his facial adornment was mature, though trimmed. It lent his features a rather piratical air. Han pointed at it. "I see you decided to keep the lip fur." Lando stroked the mustache proudly. "Every woman I've met has been most complimentary," he said. "I should have done it long ago." "Some people need all the help they can get," Han teased. "It's a shame you don't have my way with the ladies, old pal." Lando snorted derisively. Han looked around. "So, Where's your little red-eyed droid buddy? Don't tell me you went and lost Voofy Ra in a sabacc game. Lando shook his head. Han, it's a long story. To tell it properly, I need a tall glass of something refreshing in front of me. Well, what's the short version then? Han asked. Don't tell me the little guy got tired of calling you master and decided he could do better selling his Class 2 abilities somewhere else? Lando shook his head, his expression suddenly serious. Han, you're not going to believe this, but Voofy Ra decided to go back to his people and grow up, fulfill his destiny. Han grimaced. Huh? He's a droid. What do you mean, destiny? Voofy Ra was a baby starship. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. He comes from a unique species. Gigantic droid ships that roam the stars. Sentient, but not biological, life forms. Han stared at his friend. Lando, you been sniffing Ryle? You sound like you spent the whole day in the bar. Lando held up a hand. It's the truth, Han. You see, there was this evil sorcerer named Rokar Gepta, who turned out to be a croaky, and these vacuum breathers, and the big fight in this huge star cave, and... Cheater! A deep, raspy voice shouted, startling the friends. Get him! Don't let him play! That's Han Solo, and he cheats at sabacc! Han wheeled around to find an enraged Barabel female bearing down on him. The alien limped slightly from a stiff knee, but she was closing at a respectable clip. Massive teeth bared. Barabels were huge, black reptilioids, and Han had only met a few of them in his travels, and only one female. This female, as a matter of fact. Han gulped, and his hand went down to his blaster, only to slap impotently against his thigh. Damnation! He began backing up, holding up his hands placatingly. Now, Shalimar, he began. Lando, always quick on the uptake, made sure he was nowhere near the Barabel's approach vector. Security! He shouted. We need security here! Somebody call security! The Barabel sputtered and hissed with rage. He uses skifters! Cheats! Arrest him! Han backed up until he bumped into one of the registration tables. Then, one-handed, he vaulted it. The Barabel's teeth flashed. Coward! Come out from behind there! Arrest him! Now, Shalimar, Han said, I beat you fair and square that time. Holding grudges isn't very sportsmanlike. With a bellow, she rushed him, only to stop and fall heavily to the floor as a tangle field encased her feet. Shalimar thrashed, slapping the carpet with her tail, cursing and bellowing. Han looked over at the hotel security forces and drew a long breath of relief. 10 minutes later, with the Barabel still under restraints, Han, Lando, and the Shalimar were in the security offices, facing the security chief. Shalimar was sulking because the chief had sensor-scanned Han from the tips of his toes to the top of his head, and the Corellian had proved to be absolutely free of any cheating devices. Now the Barabel hunkered uncomfortably, her feet still restrained in the tangle field, as the security chief warned her that any further displays would get her ejected from the competition. And I think you owe Solo here an apology, the chief concluded. Shalimar snarled, but softly. I will not molest him further. You have my honor word. But, the security chief started. Han waved a hand at him. Let's not push it, sir. If Shalimar leaves me alone, that's fine with me. I'm just glad to prove I'm an honest player. The chief shrugged. Whatever you say, Solo. Okay, you two are free to go. He glanced at Han and Lando. I'll release the tangle field and turn it loose in a couple of minutes. He turned back to the Barabel. And you, my lady, will be under surveillance. Please keep that in mind. We're running a tournament here, not a free-for-all. Is that clear? Clear, she rasped. Han and Lando left the office. Han didn't say anything, but he knew Lando too well to think his friend would let this pass. Sure enough, when they stepped onto the glide walk leading to the cafe, Lando grinned broadly. Han, yet another old flame, eh? You're so right. You certainly have a way with the ladies, you old rogue. Han bared his teeth in a snarl nearly as fearsome as Shalimar's. Shut up, Lando. Just shut up. By then, Lando was laughing too hard to speak anyway. It took the two friends several hours to catch up on events. Han heard the whole story of Lando's adventures in the Osean system. He discovered that since he'd last seen his friend, Lando had won and lost several fortunes. Most recently a cargo of gemstones. You should have seen them, Han, Lando said mournfully. They were gorgeous, filled half the Falcon's cargo bay. If only I'd hung on to them instead of using most of them to buy half of that dratted Barubian mine. Han looked at his friend with mingled sympathy and exasperation. Salted, right? Proved to be worthless. You got it. How'd you know? I knew somebody once who ran that scam. Only it was a duralloy asteroid. Han neglected to mention that he'd once lost out on a 500,000 credit uranium mine that he'd won in a sabacc game. The mine had been genuine, but the books had been so cooked that he'd been lucky to escape prosecution when the stockholders began their investigation. But all that was in the past, and Han Solo made it a policy never to indulge in regrets over failed ventures. Speaking of the Falcon, he said, where have you got her docked? Oh, she's not here, Lando said. I left her back at the lot on Nar Shaddaa. Half the trick to winning big at the tables is being able to psych your opponents out, presenting yourself as someone who could afford to play big, win big, and lose big. Makes bluffing much more effective. I'll remember that, Han said, filing away the advice. So, how'd you get here? I came in on one of those big luxury liners, the Queen of Empire, Lando said. Arrived in style. Not to mention that the ship's casino is one of the finest I've encountered. The Queen and I go way back. Han smiled slyly. I ran into Blue a few weeks ago, and she told me you were traveling in style aboard that new ship of Drea Renthal's. Renthal's Vigilance. That Carrot-class picket ship she salvaged after the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. Lando cleared his throat. Drea's a great lady, he said. For a pirate, she's surprisingly refined. Hans snickered. Whoa, Lando, isn't she a little old for you? She's got to be at least 40. How'd you like being a pirate queen's favorite plaything? Lando bristled. I wasn't. She's not. Han laughed. Almost old enough to be your mother, huh? Lando's teeth flashed beneath his mustache. Hardly. And Han, my mother was nothing like Drea. Trust me. So why'd you break up? Han wanted to know. Life aboard a pirate vessel is interesting, Lando said, but a little too coarse for my taste. Han, eyeing his friend's dandified clothes, nodded. I'll bet. Lando sobered. Hey, Drea and I parted friends, he added. These last few months He shrugged, obviously uncomfortable. Well, Drea came along at a good time. It was nice having the company. Han eyed his friend. You mean you missed Voofy Ra? Well, how can you miss a droid? But, Han, he was really a companion. There were times I didn't even think of him as mechanical. I'd gotten used to having the little guy around, So when the little vacuum cleaner went off with his kinsfolk, I did find myself actually missing him. Han thought about what it would be like to lose Chewie and could only nod in silent agreement. The two sat quietly for a moment, sipping their drinks, enjoying the companionship. Finally, Han fought back a yawn and stood up. Gotta get some sleep, he said. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. See you at the tables, Lando said, and they parted. Sabacc is an ancient game, dating back to the early days of the Old Republic. Of all the games of chance, Sabacc is the most complex, the most unpredictable, the most thrilling, and the most heartbreaking. The game is played with a deck of 76 card chips. The value of any card chip can alter through the game at random intervals, via electronic impulses transmitted by the randomizer. In less than a second, a winning hand can change to a bomb out. There are 4 suits in the deck: sabers, staves, flasks, and coins. Numbered cards range from +1 to +11, and there are 4 cards of rank: the commander, the mistress, the master, and the ace, with numerical values of +12 to 15. 16 face cards complete the deck, 2 of each type, with assorted 0 or negative values: the idiot, the queen of air and darkness, endurance, balance, demise, moderation, the evil one, and the star. There are 2 different pots. The first, the hand pot, is awarded to the winner of each hand. In order to win the hand pot, a player must have the highest card total that is less than or equal to 23, either positive or negative. In case of a tie, positive card value beat negative card value. The other pot, the sabacc pot, is the game pot, and can only be won in 2 ways: with a pure sabacc, that is, card chips totaling exactly 23, or an idiot's array, consisting of one of the idiot face cards, plus a 2, and a 3, literally 23, of any suit. In the center of the table is an interference field. As the rounds of bluffing and betting proceed, sabacc players can freeze the value of a card by placing it into the interference field. The Cloud City Sabacc tournament had attracted over 100 high rollers from worlds all over the galaxy. Rhodians, Twi'leks, Sullustans, Bothans, Deveronians, humans. All these and more were represented at the gaming tables. The tournament would last for 4 intensive days of play. Each day, roughly half the players would be eliminated. The number of tables would dwindle until only one table remained, where the best of the best would compete during that last hand. Stakes were high. Winners stood a good chance of walking away with 2 or 3 times the 10,000 credit buy-in, or even more. Sabacc was not traditionally a spectator sport the way Magball or Nulgi Polo was, but since only players were allowed in the tournament hall, the hotel had arranged a huge holo-projection lounge for those who wished to watch the tournament. Companions of players, hangers-ons, eliminated players, and other interested sentients wandered in and out of the lounge, keeping an eye on the tournament, silently rooting for his, her, or its favorite to win. There was a ranking list displayed beside the holo, IDing the players, and showing the progress of the play. On this, the second day of the tournament, about 50 players clustered around 10 tables. The ranking beside their names showed that Han Solo had made it through the first day of play on luck and by the skin of his teeth. He'd lost the sabacc pot, but had won enough hand pots so he was still a contender. One of the onlookers in the lounge was rooting for Han to win, though the Corellian had no idea she was anywhere within parsecs of Bespin, and if Bria Theron had anything to say about it, he wouldn't find out. In her years of working with the Corellian resistance, Bria had become an expert at disguise. Now her long, red-gold hair was hidden beneath a short black wig, her blue-green eyes covered by biolenses that turned them as dark as her hair. Carefully inserted padding in her elegant business outfit made her look voluptuous and muscled instead of slender and wiry. The only thing she couldn't disguise was her height, and there were many tall human women. She stood at the back of the lounge, watching the holo intently, hoping for another close-up of Han. Silently, she rejoiced he'd made it this far. If only he'd win, she thought. Han deserves a big break. If he had a lot of credits, he wouldn't have to risk his life as a smuggler. For a moment, the holo showed a close-up of Han's table. Bria saw his opponents today were a Sullustan, a Twi'lek, a Bothan, and 2 humans, 1 male and 1 female. The woman was evidently from a heavy G planet, judging from the thick corded muscles in her neck, and her short, stocky build. Bria knew little about sabacc, but she knew Han Solo. Even after being separated from him for 7 years now, she knew him. She knew every line of his face, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled, or narrowed when he was angry suspicious. The shaggy tufts of his hair, perennially overdue for a haircut. She could still recall the shape of his hands, the fine hairs on the backs of them. Bria knew Han Solo so well that she realized she could still tell when he was bluffing, as he was at the moment. Smiling confidently, Han leaned across the table to push another heap of chips into the center. Seeing the size of his bet, the Sullustan hesitated, then threw in her hand. The 2 humans also folded, but the Bothan was made of sterner stuff. He met Han's bet, and then, ostentatiously, raised it by a goodly amount. Bria's expression didn't change, but her hands curled into fists at her side. Will he fold, or play the hand through and hope his bluff will work? The Twi'lek pushed another card chip into the interference field and matched the bet. All eyes turned to Han. The Corellian grinned as though he hadn't a care in the world. Bria could see his lips move as he issued some verbal challenge or wisecrack. Then he pushed forward another stack of credit chips. Such a huge bet that Bria bit her lip. If he lost his hand, he'd bomb out. There was no way he could cover it. The Bothan glanced from side to side for the first time, seeming uncertain. Finally, he tossed in his hand. The Twi'lek's head tails twitched with frustration and nerves. Finally, slowly, the Twi'lek laid his hand down. Han's grin broadened, and he reached forward to scoop up yet another hand pot. Did he genuinely have a winning hand, Bria wondered, or was I right? Was it all bluff? The Sullustan, her droopy jowls working, made a sudden grab for Han's card chips, but the dealer spoke up, clearly warning her against such an action. By now, the dealer would have signaled for a change in the card chip values anyway. Bria nodded emphatically at the holo. Great, keep it up, Han. Beat them. Win. Beside her, someone snarled and spoke in raspy, hissing tones. May all the blights of Barabel curse that villain Solo. He wins again. He must be cheating. Bria glanced over at the corner of her eye and saw a huge Barabel female, obviously a very irritated Barabel. The corners of her mouth twitched. Han is such a way with people. What do you suppose he did to make her so mad? Something rustled on Bria's other side, and she turned to find her aide, a Corellian named Jace Pole, beside her. The man lowered his voice until even Bria could barely hear him, though his mouth was barely a handspan from her ear. Commander, the representatives from Alderaan have arrived. They're on their way to the meeting site. Bria nodded. I'll be right up, Jace. As her aide left the lounge, Bria checked her expensive data pad. A dummy. She committed as little as possible of her real business in a readable form, smiled vaguely at the Barabel, and left the lounge. Time to get on with her mission here in Cloud City. When she discovered that Cloud City would be hosting the big Sabacc tournament, Bria had realized that this was the ideal location for a top-secret meeting between representatives of several of the rebellions. Resistant groups were growing by leaps and bounds on many Imperial worlds, and it was essential to establish links between them, but such meetings had to be kept clandestine. The imps had spies everywhere. Any intelligence operative knew that the easiest place to hide was in a crowd, and Cloud City was pretty far from the Imperial core, so the imps didn't pay it much attention. A big tournament provided perfect cover. With so many ships coming and going, both alien and human, a few humans, a Sullustan, and Duros meeting in a hotel conference room on Cloud City would arouse little interest from anyone. Bria wouldn't admit even to herself that part of her reason for selecting Cloud City during the tournament was that she'd hoped to catch a glimpse of Han Solo. She couldn't be sure he'd attend, of course, but knowing Han, when there was a chance of winning big, he was there, ready and eager. As she rode the glide walk to the nearest turbo lift, Bria imagined removing her disguise, then going to Han's room late that night. He would still have vivid memories of the last time he'd seen her, when she'd been posing as Moff Sarnshild's mistress, but surely he'd believe her when she explained that she'd been spying for the Corellian resistance, and that there had been nothing between her and Shield. So after she'd told him the truth about their last encounter, they would talk. Perhaps they'd sip some wine, after a while they'd hold hands, and then... The rebel operative closed her eyes as the turbolift swept her upward amid the crystalline and pastel splendor of the Yareth Beston's 50-story atrium. Perhaps, when she'd explained everything, Han would want to join the resistance, help his fellow Corellians as they plotted to free their planet from that tyrant emperor who held so many worlds in a death grip. Perhaps... Bria envisioned the two of them doing battle shoulder to shoulder on land or in space, fighting bravely, covering each other's backs during the battles, winning victories over the Imperial forces, then holding each other close when the day's fighting was over. Bria couldn't imagine anything better than that. Feeling the turbolift decelerate, she sighed and opened her eyes. Fantasies were all very well. Sometimes they were all that kept her going, but she couldn't allow them to interfere with her mission. As the turbolift doors slid open, she was ready. Moving with confident strides, she exited the lift and headed down the carpeted corridor. When she reached the meeting room, she tapped out her coded signal and was admitted. She glanced at Jace, and his nod confirmed that he checked the room for surveillance devices and found it safe. Only then did Bria turn to greet the other members of the conference. The first representative to step forward was a typically mournful-faced, blue-skinned Duros, Jensar Solbiles. He had come alone, as had Sian Tev from Sullust. Bria greeted the two aliens warmly, thanking them and their respective groups for allowing them to make the dangerous journey. And it was dangerous. Just last month, one of the high-ranking rebel leaders from Tibrin had been captured while on his way to such a conference. The Ishi Tib was forced to suicide in order to avoid the imp mine probes. Alderaan had sent 3 representatives, 2 human and 1 Kamasi. The senior member of the delegation was a middle-aged man with grizzled hair and beard, one Hurik Dahani, Deputy Minister of Security and a trusted member of Viceroy Bail Organa's cabinet. Accompanying him was a young girl, not even out of her teens, with long, crystal-white hair. Dahani introduced her as Winter, commenting that they were posing as father and daughter as their cover during this trip. The non-human member of the delegation was a Kamasi. Bria was intrigued by him, never having met one before. Their species was now somewhat rare in the galaxy. Kamas had been essentially destroyed after the Clone Wars, thanks to the efforts of the Emperor's minion, Darth Vader, but it was a little-known fact that many of its people had managed to flee to Alderaan and live there, mostly in seclusion. The Kamasi's name was Yelnik Itzkla, and he introduced himself as an advisor to the Viceroy of Alderaan. Tall, even taller than Bria, the Kamasi wore a single kilt-like garment and jewelry. Generally humanoid in appearance, Yelnik was covered in golden down, with purple stripes marking his face. His eyes were large, dark, and held a faint air of calm sadness that touched Bria, knowing what sufferings this being must have witnessed. Yelnik said little as the delegates exchanged greetings, but something about him impressed Bria. She resolved to seek out his opinions if he did not offer them. The Kamasi had an air of quiet power, of confidence, that told the rebel commander that this was a being to be reckoned with. After a few minutes of chit-chat, Bria seated herself at the long table, and formally brought the meeting to order. "Fellow rebels," she said, speaking with the quiet authority of someone who had done this many times before, "I thank you for risking your lives in our cause. We of the Corellian rebel movement are contacting other underground groups like our own, urging all the various rebel groups to unite. Only as a strong, cohesive group can we have any hope of confronting the empire that is strangling our worlds and killing the spirit of our peoples." Bria took a deep breath. "I know what a daunting and dangerous proposal this is, believe me, but only if we can unite, form an alliance, can the rebel groups have any hope of eventual victory. As long as we remain fragmented, planet-bound groups, we are doomed to failure." She paused. The Corellian movement has long considered this proposal. We are fully aware what a radical change this would entail, and how difficult such an alliance would be. As long as we are individual groups, the Empire cannot wipe us all out in one blow. If we were to unite, they might conceivably be able to destroy all of us in one battle. We also know how taxing it can be for different species to work together. Disparate ethical and moral systems, ideologies, religions, not to mention equipment and weapon design differences. All of these things can present problems. Bria faced her onlooker steadily. "But, my friends, unite we must. Somehow we must find ways to work around our differences. Surely we can do that, and that's the subject of this conference." The Dural's representative tapped his fingers on the table. "Your words are stirring, Commander. In spirit, I agree with them. But let us face facts here. In asking the non-human worlds to ally with you, you are asking us to put ourselves at far greater risk. Everyone knows the Emperor's disdain for non-humans. If an alliance challenged Palpatine's forces and lost, the Emperor's wrath would be mostly directed at the non-human worlds. He might well destroy us as a lesson to the human rebels." Bria nodded. "Your point is well taken, Jensar." She glanced around the table. "Minister Dalny, what are your thoughts?" "We of Alderaan have supported the rebel movement from the beginning," the man said. "We have provided intelligence, funding, and technical expertise. But this talk of battles is anathema to us. Alderaanian culture is built on the absence of weapons and violence. We are a peaceful world, and the way of the warrior is abhorrent to us. Count on us to support your efforts, but I cannot imagine we would ever be able to join you as combatants." Bria gazed at Dalny somberly. "It is possible, Minister," she said, "that Alderaan may not have the option to refrain from violence." She turned to little Soliston. "Sientev, what are your initial thoughts?" "Commander, my people are so crushed beneath the heel of the Empire that few of them have the wherewithal to plot any kind of rebellion." The little alien's jowls quivered, and his dark, liquid eyes were sorrowful. "Though many complain about the Imperial troops under their breaths, only a handful of my people have ever dared to openly resist. Our caves are places of fear. The Sorosub Corporation essentially controls my world, and their biggest client is the Empire. If we were to join a rebel alliance, it would cause civil war." Bria sighed. "It's going to be a long conference," she thought bleakly. "I recognize that all of you have valid concerns," she said, keeping her voice level and neutral. "But it won't hurt anything, or commit you to anything, simply to discuss these issues, right?" After a moment, the delegates from the three worlds agreed to talk. Taking a deep breath, Bria started in. "I can't believe I've made it this far," Han thought wearily, as he eased himself into the seat at the one remaining sabacc table. It was night on the fourth day of the tournament, and only the finalists were left. If only my luck holds out a little longer. Slowly, he stretched the kinks out of his back, wishing he could sleep for about 20 hours. The past few days have been grueling, hours of unending play, with only a few breaks for meals or sleep. The other finalists had also taken their places around the table. A diminutive Shadrafan, a Bothan male, and a Rhodian female. Han wasn't sure whether the Shadrafan was a male or a female. Both sexes wore the same long robes. As Han glanced around at his fellow players, the last player, another human, sat down opposite Han in the last empty chair. Han groaned inwardly. Somehow I knew this would happen. What chance can I have against a professional like Lando? Han was very conscious of the fact that he was probably the only amateur player at the table. It was a fair bet that the others, like Lando, made their primary living by winning at sabacc. For a moment, he was tempted to just call it quits, walk away. To lose now, after all these days of play? Lando nodded tightly to his friend. Han nodded back. The dealer approached. In most games of sabacc, the dealer actually played for credits. But in tournament games, the dealer only dealt the card chips and monitored the game. He or she was prohibited from playing. The dealer was a Bith. The alien's large, five-fingered hands featured both an opposable thumb and little finger, giving the dealer considerable dexterity as he dealt. The lights of the monstrous chandelier in the ballroom gleamed on the alien's large, bare cranium. The dealer ostentatiously opened a fresh pack of card chips and rifled them, then triggered the randomizer several times, thus demonstrating that nobody could predict the order the card chips would be dealt. After this initial demonstration, the randomizer itself altered the values of the card chips at random intervals. Han looked over at Lando and was cheered to note that his friend was showing signs of strain. Lando's natty outfit was creased, and there were dark circles beneath his eyes. His hair looked as though it had been combed all day. Han knew he was no prize himself. He rubbed his hand blearily across his face, and only then realized he'd forgotten to shave. Stubble rasped his fingernails. Forcing himself to sit up straight, Han picked up his first hand of card chips. 3.5 hours later, the Bothan and Rhodian had been eliminated. They had left without a backwards glance. The Bothan male had bombed out, bet his entire trove of credit chips on the game. When Lando took that hand, the alien stalked away without a farewell. The Rhodian female had folded, but she hadn't bombed. Han figured she'd decided to cut her losses and get out while she still had a profit. The stakes were getting very high. The sabacc pot alone contained nearly 20,000 credits. Han's luck had held. He had enough credit chips to cover any of the bets he'd seen tonight. Mentally, he added them up. If he folded now, he'd leave Bespin with 20,000 credits, give or take a couple hundred. His eyesight was getting blurry, and the card chips were hard to count when they were in stacks. The Corellian considered. 20,000 was a lot of money. Almost enough to buy a ship of his own. Should he fold, or should he stay in? The Shadrafan raised the bet another 5,000. Han covered it. So did Lando, but it took nearly all his credit chips. Han assessed his hand. He had the card chip for endurance, which had the value of -8. Appropriate, Han thought. This battle is becoming one of endurance. He also had the ace of staves, the value of +15, and the 6 of flasks. Value, +6. 13. He needed to take another card and hope he didn't get a ranked card, which would put him out of the game. I'll take a card, Han said. The dealer tossed one down on the table. Han picked it up, saw with a sinking feeling it was demise, which was -13. Great, I'm farther away than ever. And then the cards rippled and changed before his eyes. Han now had the Queen of Air and Darkness with a value of -2, plus the 5 of coins, the 6 of staves, and the Master of Coins with a value of 14. Total value, 23. His heart leaped. Pure sabacc! With this hand, he could take both the hand pot and the sabacc pot to win the tournament. There was only one hand that could beat him, and that was an idiot's array. Han took a deep breath and pushed forward all but one of his stacks of credit chips. For a moment, he considered tossing all his cards into the interference field, but then his opponents would know for sure he wasn't bluffing. He needed them to cover his bet if he was going to clean up. Hold steady, he thought to his card chips, willing the randomizer not to change the patterns. Honest randomizers truly were random. Sometimes they changed card chip patterns multiple times per game. Other times they only did so once or twice. Han figured the odds for his card chips changing within the next 3 minutes, the average time for a round of betting with this many players, were about 50-50. Han kept his features composed, his body relaxed, with an effort of will that was nearly painful. He had to make them think he might be bluffing. On Han's right, the little Shadra fawn's huge ears flickered rapidly back and forth. Then Han had learned he was male during the hours of play, uttered the faintest of squeaks. Deliberately, precisely, the alien folded his card chips and placed them on the table, then got up and walked away. Han stared at his card chips. Hold, hold. His pulse was hammering, and he hoped Lando couldn't see it. The professional gambler hesitated for a long second, then requested a card. Han's blood rushed in his ears as slowly and deliberately Calrissian extended a hand and placed a card chip face down into the interference field. Han stiffened. He caught just a glimpse of the primary color of the card chip reflected against the faint ionization of the field. Violet. If Han's bleary eyes weren't playing tricks on him, that meant the card chip was the idiot, the most vital card in the idiot's array. Han tried to swallow, but his mouth was too dry. Lando's an expert at this, he thought. He could have put that card down in just that manner, knowing I'd see its telltale color, and guessed that he's holding the idiot. But why? To bluff me? Scare me into folding? Or am I imagining things? Han looked back up at his opponent. Lando was holding 2 cards in his hand now. The professional gambler smiled at his friend, then, quickly punching a notation onto a data card, he pushed it and his few remaining credit chips toward Han. My marker, he said, in his smoothest, most mellow tones. Good for any ship on my lot. Your choice in my stock. The Bith turned to Han. Is that acceptable to you, Solo? Han's mouth was so dry he didn't dare speak, but he nodded. The Bith turned back to Lando. Your marker is good. Lando was holding 2 cards plus the idiot, which was safely in the interference field. Han fought the impulse to wipe his hand across his eyes. Could Lando see him sweating? Have to stay calm. Think, Han ordered himself. Does he have the idiot's array, or is he bluffing? There was only one way to find out. Hold, hold. He ordered his hand, and slowly, deliberately, he pushed forward his last stack of chips. I call, he said. His voice emerged as a strained croak. Lando stared at him across the table for an endless second. Then the gambler smiled slightly. Very well. Slowly he reached over and turned up the card in the interference field. The idiot stared up at Han. Moving deliberately, Lando took his next card chip and laid it down beside the idiot, face up. The 2 of staves. Han couldn't breathe. I'm dead. I've lost everything. Lando turned over the last of his cards. The 7 of flasks. Han stared unbelievingly at the losing hand, then slowly, he raised his eyes to regard his friend. Lando smiled wryly and shrugged. Gotta hand it to you, buddy, the gambler said. I thought I could bluff you. Lando was bluffing. The Corellians had whirled as it sank in. I won. I can't believe it, but I won. Slowly, deliberately, he laid down his card chips. Pure sabacc, he said. The sabacc pot is mine, too. The Bith nodded. Captain Solo is our tournament winner, gentle beings, he said, speaking into the tiny amplifier attached to his collar. Congratulations, Captain Solo. Dizzily, Han nodded at the Bith. Then he noticed that Lando was leaning across the table, his hand out. Excitedly, Han reached over and wrung his friend's hand. I can't believe it, he said. What a game. You're a better player than I ever gave you credit for, old man, Lando said genially. Han wondered how Lando could be so composed when he just lost so much. Then he reflected that the gambler had probably won and lost fortunes before. Han picked up the data card that was Lando's marker and studied it. So what ship are you going to claim? Lando asked. I've got an almost new YT-2400 Corelli Systems light stock freighter. That would be your best bet. Wait till you... I'm taking the Falcon, Han said in a rush. Lando's eyebrows went up. The Millennium Falcon? He said, obviously dismayed. Oh no, Han, that's my own personal vessel. That was never part of the deal. You said any ship on your lot, Han reminded him levelly. Their eyes locked. You said any of your stock. The Falcon's sitting on your lot. I claim her. But Lando's mouth tightened and his eyes flashed. Yeah, buddy, Han said, letting an edge creep into his voice. You gonna honor this marker or what? Slowly, deliberately, Lando nodded. Nobody can say I don't honor my markers. He drew a long breath, then let it out in an angry hiss. All right, then. The falcon's yours. Han grinned, then threw both arms up into the air and whirled around in an impromptu dance, giddy with joy. Wait till I tell Chewie, the Millennium Falcon's mine. At last, a ship of our own. Chapter 2. Promises to Keep. Bria Theron stood alone in the deserted Hollow Lounge, watching Han Solo as he rejoiced in his victory, wishing she could be there to hug him, kiss him, celebrate with him. This is wonderful, she thought exultantly. Oh, Han, you deserved to win. You played like a champion. She wondered what the dark-skinned gambler had given the Corellian as a marker. Something valuable, obviously. Han was clutching the data card as though it were the key to the most wonderful treasure in the universe. It was late on the night of the fourth day, and the Corellian commander's meetings with the Duros, the Sullustan, and the Alderaanians would be concluded tomorrow morning. They'd made progress in reaching some agreements, and all of them had learned a great deal about each other's culture, but nothing major had been decided. None of the other three rebel groups had been willing to commit to Corellia's proposed rebel alliance. Bria sighed. She'd done her best, but it was obvious there was still a long way to go. She supposed she couldn't blame the other groups for their caution, but she couldn't help it. The situation with the Empire was only going to get worse, and the others were blind if they couldn't see that for themselves. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Bria turned, to find the Alderaanian girl, Winter, coming toward her. She was a lovely young woman with her crystal-colored hair and pale green eyes. Her simple, modestly cut green dress revealed a slender, regal figure. She was tall, though not as tall as Bria. The Corellian commander nodded, and the two of them watched the action from the tournament ballroom for a few minutes. Han was in the midst of other players now, mingling, being congratulated. Food and drink were circulating, and tournament officials, dealers, and hotel staff were now part of the crowd. A party atmosphere reigned. It looks like they're having more fun than we are in our meetings, Bria said dryly. I envy them. Not a care in the world. Oh, I'm sure they have cares, Winter said, but at the moment they've thrown them aside so they can exist only in the present. Bria nodded. Quite the philosopher, aren't you? The girl laughed a little, a musical, pleasant laugh. Oh, we Alderaanians have a long tradition of debating philosophy, ethics, and morality. There are cafes in Aldera where citizens sit and argue philosophy all day long. It's a planetary tradition. Bria chuckled a little. Corellians have more of a reputation for being hot-headed doers, who get things accomplished but love taking risks. Perhaps our two worlds need each other as a balance, Winter observed. Bria gave her a thoughtful glance. Winter, would you like to go over to the bar and get a cup of vine coffee? I'd like that, the girl said, nodding. Her crystalline hair rippled over her shoulders with each movement. Bria had heard that adult Alderaanians didn't cut their hair. Winters cascaded down her back like a glacier. When they were comfortably seated, with cups of the steaming, fragrant brew before them, Bria discreetly pressed a button on her golden bracelet and aimed the Corsica jewels that studded it outward into the room. Then she turned her wrist upward, all the while studying the jewels. When no light flashed amidst them, she relaxed. No spy devices. Not that I expected any, but better to be safe than sorry. So, Winter, tell me about yourself, Bria said. How'd you happen to come upon this mission? The Viceroy's been like a father to me, the girl said quietly. He raised me with his own daughter, Leia. I've been the princess's companion ever since we were little children. She smiled faintly, and Bria was struck once again by how poised, how mature she was for her age. There have been times when I've actually been mistaken for the princess, but I'm glad I'm not royal. It's hard being in the public eye all the time, the way the Viceroy and Leia are. Constant pressures, being hounded by the press. Your life isn't your own. Bria nodded. I suspect it's worse than being a vid star, being royalty. She took a sip of her vine coffee. So, Bail Organa raised you, and yet he allowed you to come on this mission, knowing there could be danger if we were discovered? Bria raised her eyebrows. I'm surprised. You seem a little young to have to endure such risks. Winter smiled. I'm a year and a few months older than the princess. I just turned 17. That's the age of responsibility on Alderaan. Same as Corellia, Bria said. Too young. When I was 17, I didn't have a bit of sense. She grinned ruefully. It's so long ago. It seems like a million years instead of 9. You seem older than that, Winter observed, even if you don't look it. 26 and a commander? You must have started young. She stirred Trollodon milk into her vine caffeine. I did, Bria agreed lightly. And if I seem older than my age, well, a year as a slave on Ulesia will do that to a girl. Those spice factories take a lot out of you. You were a slave? Winter seemed surprised. Yes, I was rescued from Ulesia by a friend. But physically getting off the planet was the easy part, Bria admitted. Long after my body was free, my mind and spirit was still enslaved. I had to learn to free myself, and it was the hardest thing I've ever done. Winter nodded, her gaze sympathetic. Bria was a bit surprised at herself for opening up to the girl this way, but the Alderaanian teenager was amazingly easy to talk to. It was obvious she wasn't just making conversation. She really cared about what Bria was saying. The commander shrugged slightly. It cost me everything that was important to me, basically. Love, family, security, but it was worth it to be myself. And it brought me a new purpose in life. Fighting the Empire? The older woman nodded. Fighting the empire that condones and encourages slavery, the filthiest, most degrading practice ever developed by supposedly civilized sentients. I've heard about Ulesia, Winter said. The Viceroy ordered an investigation of that place a few years ago, when a few unpleasant rumors surfaced. Since that time, he's kept up a public information campaign to let Alderaanians know the truth about the place, about the spice factories, the forced labor. That's the worst thing about it, Bria said bitterly. They don't force you. People work themselves to death there, and they do it willingly. It's horrible. If only I had the soldiers and weapons, I'd head for Ulesia tomorrow with a couple of squadrons. We'd shut that stinking mudhole down for good. It would take a lot of troops. Yes, it would. They have 8 or 9 colonies there now. Thousands of slaves. Bria cautiously sipped the hot beverage. So, are you looking forward to tomorrow's session? Winter sighed. Not really. I don't blame you, Bria said. It must be pretty boring, hearing us wrangle all day over whether or not a rebel alliance is the right course of action. You'll have to skip tomorrow's session and go have some fun. Cloud City has tours to go watch the Beldon herds, and there are aerial rodeos where Thrantar riders do stunts. I've heard it's an amazing thing to watch. I have to be at the conference tomorrow, Winter said. Minister Dalney needs me. Why? Bria asked, puzzled. For moral support? The girl smiled faintly. No, I am his recorder. He needs me to help him prepare his report for the Viceroy. Recorder? Yes. Everything I see, or experience, or hear, I remember, Winter said. I cannot forget, though sometimes I wish I could. Her lovely features grew sad, as though she was recalling some unpleasant scene from the past. Really? Bria was thinking how handy that would be, to have someone like that on staff. She herself had taken lessons in hypno-conditioning to improve her own recall, because so little of what she did could be entrusted to data files or flimsies. You're right, that would make you invaluable. The reason that I said I wasn't looking forward to tomorrow's session, Winter said, leaning forward across the table, wasn't that I was bored, Commander. What I meant was that it's hard for me to listen to Hirik Dalney stubbornly insist that Alderaanian ethics are more important than defeating the Empire. Bria cocked her head. Oh, now that's interesting. What makes you say that? Twice, when I accompanied Leia and the Viceroy to diplomatic functions on Coruscant, she stopped herself, then smiled ruefully. I mean, to Imperial Center. I saw the Emperor. One of those times, Emperor Palpatine stopped and spoke to me. Just a perfunctory greeting, but... She hesitated, biting her lip, and for the first time Bria saw her maturity slip and a frightened child in those youthful features. Bria, I looked into his eyes. I cannot forget them, no matter how I try. Emperor Palpatine is evil, unnatural in some strange way. The girl shuddered, despite the cozy warmth of the bar. He frightened me. He was malevolent. That's the only word that fits. I've heard stories, Bria said, though I've never met him. I've seen him from a distance, but that's all. You don't want to meet him, Winter said. Those eyes of his, they fasten on you, and you feel as though they will drink up your spirit, all that makes you what you are. Bria sighed. That's why we must resist him, she said. That's what he wants, to engulf us all, planets, sentience, everything. Palpatine is determined to become the most absolute despot in history. We have to fight him, or we'll all be ground to dust. I agree, Winter said, and that's why I'm going to go back to Alderaan and tell the Viceroy that we of Alderaan must arm ourselves and learn to fight. Bria blinked, startled. Really? But that's not the way Minister Dalney thinks. I know, the girl said, and I know that the Viceroy is opposed to taking up arms. But your words over the past few days have convinced me that if Alderaan doesn't fight, we'll be destroyed. We'll know no true peace as long as the Emperor rules. Do you think Bail Organa will listen to you? Bria said, feeling a spark of hope. At least I reached one person these past few days. It wasn't a complete waste. I don't know, Winter replied. Perhaps. He is a good man, and respects those who can make their points well, even if they are young. He does believe in resisting the Empire. He's already arranged for me and his daughter to be given special training in intelligence-gathering techniques. He's aware that two young, innocent-seeming girls may be able to go places and do things where seasoned diplomats would fail. Bria nodded. I found that out myself, she said. It's a sad but unfortunate fact that a pretty face and a sweet smile can provide a passport to places inside the imperial bureaucracy and the high command, where other efforts would be doomed to fail. The attractive commander smiled wryly as she poured another cup of vine caffeine. As you've no doubt noticed, the Empire is a male-dominated, human-dominated organization, and human males can be manipulated by women, sometimes all too easily. I don't like it, and it doesn't make it right, but it's the results that count. I've learned that over the years. Even if Viceroy Organa won't listen to me, Winter said, I'm sure Leia will. She insisted that our intelligence training include lessons in how to use weapons effectively. Both of us have learned to shoot and to hit what we aim at. The Viceroy didn't like the idea at first, but when he thought it over, he agreed, and even chose a weapons master for Leia. He's an intelligent man, and he could see there might be situations where we'd need to know how to defend ourselves. What good will convincing the princess do? Bria asked. I know she's supposed to be well loved, but she's still just a young girl. The Viceroy is considering appointing her Alderaan's representative to the Imperial Senate next year, Winter said. Don't underestimate Leia's strength of purpose or influence. I won't, Bria said. She smiled at Winter. I'm so glad we had this talk. I was feeling so discouraged, and you've lifted my spirits. I'm very grateful. I'm grateful to you, Commander, Winter said, for speaking the truth in my hearing. The Corellian resistance is right. Our best hope is a rebel alliance. I only hope it can happen one day. As the post-tournament party began to wind down, Han found himself beside Lando. He gestured at the door. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. Lando smiled wryly. You'd better be buying, old buddy. You got all my credits. Han grinned. I'm buying. Hey, Lando, need a loan? And do you want to book passage back to Nar Shaddaa on that liner that's leaving tomorrow? Lando hesitated. Yes and no. I'd like to borrow 1,000, and I'm good for it. But I've decided to stay here at Bespin for a while. Some of the sentients who didn't make it to the finals of the tournament are bound to be hitting the casinos here in Cloud City, trying to recoup some of what they lost. I should do all right. Han nodded and counted out credit vouchers equaling 1,500 credits, then handed them to Lando. Take your time, buddy. No hurry. Lando gave his friend a grin as they approached the bar. Thanks, Han. Hey, that's the bak pot added to my other winnings. Well, I can afford it. The Corellian felt physically tired, but so exhilarated he knew he couldn't sleep. Not yet. He had to savor his victory, his ownership of the Falcon, just a little bit longer. Well, I'm heading back tomorrow. No reason to stick around, and Chewie'll be wondering how I am. Lando glanced across the bar and raised an eyebrow. Oh, I see at least 2 reasons to stick around. Han followed his friend's glance, saw the 2 women who were leaving the bar through the lobby exit. One was tall and full-bodied, with short black hair. The other was little more than a girl, slender, with long white hair. He shook his head. Lando, you never quit. That tall one could put you on your rear. She's built like a Null-G wrestler. And the other is an invitation to a nice jail cell for corrupting a minor. Lando shrugged. Well, if not those two, then there are plenty of other lovely ladies here in Cloud City, and I want to check out the business opportunities here. I kind of like the place. Han grinned smugly at his friend. Suit yourself. Myself, I can't wait to get home and take my ship out for a spin. He signaled the robo-bartender. What's your pleasure, my friend? Lando rolled his eyes. Plan is red for me, and a nice shot of poison for you. Han laughed. So, where are you going first in your new ship? Lando asked. I'm going to keep a promise I made to Chewie almost 3 years ago and take him to see his family on Kashyyyk, Han said. With the Falcon, I ought to be able to slip past those imp patrols no sweat. How long has it been since he was on Kashyyyk? Almost 53 years, Han said. A lot could have happened in that time. He left a father, some cousins, and a lovely young Wookiee female behind. About time he went home and checked up on 'em. 50 years? Lando shook his head. I can't think of any human woman that would wait 50 years for me. I know, Han said, and apparently Chewie never did have an understanding with Malatobok. I warned him he'd better expect to find her married and a grandmother. Lando nodded, and when the drinks arrived, raised his in a toast. Han lifted his glass of Alderaanian ale. To the Millennium Falcon, Lando said, the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. You take care of her now. To the Falcon, Han echoed, my ship. May she fly fast and free and outrun every imp vessel in existence. Solemnly, they clinked their glasses, then together they drank. It was a sultry day on Nalhutta, but then, almost every day was sultry there. Sultry, rainy, damp, and polluted. That was Nalhutta. But the Hutts liked it that way. They loved their adopted home world. Nalhutta meant glorious jewel in Huttese. But one Hutt was too intent on his holocast unit to even notice the weather. Durga, the new leader of the Basadi clan since his parent Uruk's untimely death 6 months ago, had eyes and attention only for the full-sized holo image projected into his office. 2 months after Uruk's death, Durga had hired a team of the best forensic examiners in the Empire to journey to Nalhutta and conduct a rigorous autopsy on his parents' bloated corpse. He'd had Uruk frozen, then placed in a stasis field, because Durga was convinced that his parent had not died from natural causes. When the examiners had arrived, they'd spent several weeks taking samples of every kind of tissue to be found in the Hutt leader's massive corpse, and running tests on them. Their early results had turned up nothing, but Durga insisted they keep on looking, and he was the one paying, so the forensic specialists did as he ordered. Now Durga stared at the coalescing hollow image of the leader of the team of forensic specialists, Mick Bidlor. He was human, a light-skinned, slightly built male with pale hair. He wore a lab coat over his rumpled clothing. As Bidlor saw Durga's image forming before him, he bowed slightly to the Hutt Lord. Your Excellency, we have received the results from the latest round of tests on the tissue samples we brought back to Coruscant. To Imperial Center. Durga waved a small, impatient hand at Bidlor and addressed the man in Basic. You are late. I was expecting your report 2 days ago. What have you learned? I regret, Your Excellency, that the test results were somewhat delayed, Bidlor apologized. However, this time, unlike our other round of tests, we have discovered something I believe you will find very interesting, unexpected, and unprecedented. We had to contact specialists on Wyverall, and they are currently checking to see if they can discover where it was manufactured. Their morbidity factor has been difficult to test, since we have no pure quantities, but we are persisting, and when we tested the PSA count of the specimens, Durga slammed his small hand down on a nearby table, sending it crashing over. Get to the point, Bidlor. Was my parent murdered? The scientist drew a deep breath. I cannot say for certain, Your Excellency. What I can tell you is that we have discovered a very rare substance concentrated in the tissues of Lord Uruk's brain. The substance is not natural. None of my teams ever encountered it before. We are running tests, even now, to discover its properties. Durga's birthmarked face grew even uglier as the scowl deepened. I knew it, he said. Mick Bidlor raised a cautioning hand. Lord Durga, please, allow us to finish our tests. We will continue our work, and we will report back as soon as we have something definitive to report. Durga waved a dismissive hand at the forensics expert. Very well. See that you report to me instantly when you discover what we are dealing with here. The man bowed. You have my assurance, Lord Durga. With a muttered curse, the hut lord broke the connection. Durga was not the only unhappy hut on Nelhutta. Jabba, Dashillik, Tur, second in command of the powerful Dashillik clan, was both depressed and displeased. Jabba had spent the entire morning with his aunt Jiliak, the leader of Dashillik, trying to finish the final report on the losses to Dashillik that had resulted from the Imperial attempt to raise Nar Shaddaa and subjugate Nelhutta. The Empire's attack had failed, mostly due to Jabba and Jiliak's successful bribe of the Imperial Admiral, but it would be a long time before business on Nar Shaddaa was back to normal. Nar Shaddaa was a large moon that orbited Nelhutta. The other name for Nar Shaddaa was the Smuggler's Moon, and it was apt, for most of its denizens lived there because they were connected with the illegal trade that moved through Nar Shaddaa every day. Running spice, running guns, fencing stolen treasures and antiquities. Nar Shaddaa saw all of that and more. Shipping is down 44%, Aunt, Jabba said, his comparatively small, delicate fingers touching the datapad expertly. We lost so many ships, so many captains and crews when that thrice-cursed Sarn Shield mounted that attack. Our spice customers have been complaining that we can't move our product the way we used to. Even Han Solo lost his ship, and he's our best pilot. Jiliak glanced at her nephew. He's been flying our ships ever since the attack, nephew. I know, but most of our ships are older models, Aunt, slower, and in our business, time equals credits. Jabba did another calculation, then made an exasperated sound. Aunt, our profits this year would be the lowest we've experienced in 10 years. Jiliak replied with a mighty belch. Jabba looked up and saw she was eating again, some high sustenance goop she smeared on the backs of her swamp wigglers, before stuffing them into her enormous mouth. Ever since becoming pregnant last year, Jiliak had been undergoing one of the typical hut growth spurts most adult huts experience several times in their adult lives. In the space of a year, Jiliak was nearly a third again the size she had been before her pregnancy. You'd better be careful, Jabba warned. Those wrigglers gave you terrible indigestion the other day. Remember? Jiliak belched again. You're right. I should cut back. But the baby needs the nourishment. Jabba sighed. Jiliak's infant was still spending much of its time inside its mother's pouch. Baby huts depended upon their mothers for all their nourishment for the first year of their lives. Here's a message from Afant Mon, Jabba said, seeing that his message indicator was blinking on his comlink. Quickly, the hut lord scanned the communique. He says I should return to Tatooine. He's running my business interests as ably as he can, I am sure, but the Lady Valerian is taking full advantage of my prolonged absence to try and move in on my territory. Jiliak turned her bulbous eyes on her nephew. If you must go, nephew, go, but see that it is a quick trip. I will need you to handle the conference with the Dashillik representatives from the core worlds in 10 days. But, Aunt, it would do you good to handle it yourself. You've gotten rather out of touch with those reps, Jabba pointed out. Jiliak burped delicately, then yawned. Oh, I shall plan to attend, nephew, but the baby is so demanding. I will need you to be there and handle things when I must rest. Jabba started to protest, then forced back the words. What good would it do? Jiliak simply wasn't interested in the affairs of Dashillik the way she had been before motherhood. It was probably hormonal. For months now, Jabba had been working to recoup the losses the Dashillik Khajiit suffered in the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. He was getting tired of shouldering, speaking figuratively, of course, for huts did not really have shoulders, the burden of running Dashillik. Here is a note that should interest you, Aunt, Jabba said, examining another message. Repairs to your yacht have been completed. The Dragon Pearl is fully operational again. In the old days, Jiliak's first question would have been, how much? But she did not ask it. The bottom line was no longer her primary interest in life. Jiliak's yacht had been hijacked by some of the defenders of Nar Shaddaa and had suffered considerable damage in the battle. For a long time, Jabba and his aunt had thought the ship lost altogether. Then a hut smuggler had spotted the vessel drifting among the abandoned hulks that were scattered in orbit surrounding the smuggler's moon. Jabba had ordered the Pearl towed into space dock, and had spent a goodly sum in bribes, but he'd never been able to discover which of the smugglers had hijacked the vessel and used it in the battle. In the old days, Jabba reflected sadly, news of her precious ship would have been a major concern to his aunt. But the dragon pearl had been damaged because Gilead had forgotten to have the ship brought safely to Nal Hutta before the battle. The stress of motherhood, as she'd put it. Well, the stress of motherhood had cost Gilead well over 50,000 credits in repairs, just because Gilead had been careless. Jabba sighed and absently reached for a wriggler from his aunt's snackwarium. He heard a snort, then a buzzing nasal rumble, and turned to see that Gilead's massive eyes were closed and her mouth was half open as she snored. Jabba sighed again and went back to work. That same night, Durga the Hutt was eating his evening repast with his cousin Zir. Durga did not like Zir, and he knew that the other Hutt Lord was his chief rival for the leadership of Basadi. But he tolerated him because Zir knew better than to oppose Durga in any overt fashion. Remembering Uruk's advice to keep your friends close and your enemies even closer, Durga had informally made Zir his lieutenant, entrusting him with matters pertaining to the administration of Basadi clan's vast Nal Hutta enterprises. Durga kept Zir on a very short leash, however, and trusted him not at all. The two Hutt lords fenced back and forth verbally as they ate, each watching the other as a predator regards prey. Just as Durga was lifting a particularly succulent morsel to his mouth, his major domo, a servile, pale-shaven humanoid, appeared. "Master, there has been a message sent. You are to expect an important holo transmission from Coruscant within a few minutes. Do you wish to take it here?" Durga gave Zir a quick glance. "No, I'll take it in my office." He undulated after the Shevin, Osman, until he reached his office. The connection light was just beginning to flash. "Is it Mick Bidlor with news about the substance found in my parents' brain tissues?" the Hutt wondered. He had clearly gained the impression from the human that it would be some time, perhaps months, before they would complete their investigation. Waving the bowing Shevin humanoid out of the room, Durga activated the security locks, keyed on the shielded frequency field, and then accepted the communication. A blonde human female suddenly stood before him, nearly life-size. Durga wasn't very familiar with human standards of attractiveness, but he recognized that she appeared fit and limber. "Lord Durga," she said, "I am Giri, aide to Prince Zizor. The prince would like to speak with you personally." Oh no! If Durga had been human, he would have broken out in a sweat. But Hutts did not sweat, though their pores did secrete an oily substance that kept their skin comfortably moist and slick. Uruk the Hutt had not raised a fool, however, so none of Durga's unease showed. Instead, he inclined his head, the closest a Hutt could come to a humanoid bow. "The prince honors me." Before Durga's eyes, the figure of Giri stepped to one side of the transmission field, and was almost instantly replaced by the tall, imposing form of the Faline Prince Zizor, the leader of the huge criminal empire known as Black Sun. Zizor's people, the Faline, had evolved from a reptilian species, though the prince was very humanoid in appearance. His skin had a definitive greenish cast, and his eyes were flat and expressionless. His body was muscled and lithe, and might have been in his mid-30s, though Durga knew his age was closer to 100. Zizor's skull was bare, save for a topknot of long black hair that fell to his shoulders. He wore an expensive surcoat over a one-piece garment that resembled a pilot's jumpsuit. As Durga gazed at Zizor, the leader of Black Sun inclined his head in a faint nod. "Greetings, Lord Durga. It has been several months since I have heard from you, so I thought it best to see for myself that you are well. How is Basadi doing in the wake of your esteemed parents' untimely death?" "Basadi's doing well, your highness," Durga said. "Your help was most appreciated, I assure you." When Durga had first succeeded to the leadership of Basadi, he'd faced so much opposition from other leaders in the clan, mostly due to the young Hutt's unfortunate facial birthmark, which Hutt lore held to be an extremely bad omen, that he'd had to ask Prince Zizor for help. Within a week after his request, Durga's three main opponents and detractors had died in unrelated accidents. Opposition had grown far quieter after that. Durga had paid Zizor for his help, but the prince's fee had been so modest, so much less than the young Hutt lord was expecting, that Uruk's heir knew he hadn't seen the last of Black Sun. "I was only too glad to provide whatever assistance you needed, Lord Durga," Zizor said, spreading his hands apart in a gesture that conveyed sincerity. Durga didn't have any trouble believing the fallen prince was sincere. The Basadi lord had known for a long time that Black Sun would be only too happy to gain a foothold in hut space. And I must say it is my most humble wish that we will have cause to work together again. Perhaps we will, your highness, Durga said. At the moment, all my time is taken up with running the affairs of my clan, and I have little time for anything outside Nalhutta. Ah, but surely you have time for Basadi's Yalessian interests, Zizor said, as if doing nothing more than musing aloud. Such an impressive operation, such efficiency, all of it achieved in such a comparatively short span of time. Most impressive. Durga felt his stomach contract around his supper. So that is what Zizor wants, he thought. Yalessia. He wants a share of the Yalessian profits. Of course, your highness, Durga said. Yalessia is essential to Basadi's business interests. I take my duties toward our Yalessian enterprise most seriously. That does not surprise me at all, Lord Durga, the fallen prince said. I would have expected no less. Your people are akin to mine in their efficiency in running their business affairs. So much better than many of the other species that pride themselves on their business acumen, frankly. Like the humans, for instance. All their dealings colored by emotion, rather than remaining rational and analytical. Indeed, your highness, you are entirely correct, Durga said. However, both our peoples have regard for family ties, Zizor said after a moment's pause. What in the name of all the denizens of space is he getting at? Durga wondered. The hut lord was completely in the dark, and that irritated him greatly. Yes, that is also true, your highness, Durga agreed after a moment, keeping his voice neutral. My sources reveal that you may need some assistance in discovering the truth behind your parents' death, Lord Durga, Zizor said. Apparently some irregularities have surfaced. How did he learn about the forensic report so quickly? Durga wondered. Then he mentally shook himself. This was Black Sun he was talking to, the greatest criminal organization in the entire galaxy. It was possible that not even the Emperor himself had better spy networks. My people are conducting investigations, Durga said neutrally. I will let you know if I require assistance, your highness, but I am gratified by your wish to help me in my bereavement. Zizor inclined his head respectfully. Family must be honored, debts must be paid, and when necessary, vengeance must be swift, Lord Durga. I am sure my sources could be of considerable assistance to you. He looked Durga square in the eye. Lord Durga, let me be frank. Black Sun's interests in the Outer Rim are not being served as capably as they could be. It seems to me we would do well to ally ourselves with the natural masters of that region of space, the Huts. And it is very evident to me that you, Lord Durga, are Nalhutta's rising star. Durga was not flattered by Zizor's words, nor reassured. Instead, he flashed back to a conversation with his parent. Prince Zizor had contacted Aruk several times in the past 2 decades, and had made the Basadi lord several similar offers. Aruk had always refused as gracefully as possible. The Basadi lord knew better than to anger Zizor, but he did not want to become one of the fallen prince's lieutenants, or, as Zizor termed them, Vigos. The power of Black Sun is seductive, my child, Aruk had said, but beware it, for there is no turning back as long as Prince Zizor is alive. Easier in some way to say no to the Emperor himself. Give Black Sun a kilometer, and they will take a parsec. Remember this, Durga. I remember, Durga thought, and faced the hollow image squarely. I will think upon your words, Prince Zizor, Durga said, but at the moment, hot custom demands that I pursue my investigations and possible vengeance as a sacred, and solo, trust. Zizor inclined his head again. I quite understand, Lord Durga. I shall look forward to hearing from you when you have had time to ponder my proposal. Thank you, your highness, Durga said. Your concern honors me, and your friendship pleases me. For the first time, Zizor smiled faintly, then he reached out and broke the connection. The moment the prince's hollow image vanished, Durga let himself slump. He felt exhausted after fencing with the fallen prince, but congratulated himself that he'd held up rather well. Yalessia. He wants a share in Yalessia, he thought. Well, Zizor could want all he pleased, but wanting wasn't the same thing as getting, as every sentient child soon discovers. If Zizor knew that I had authorized another colony on Ulesia and sent survey teams to Nevrona to begin choosing the best spot for a new pilgrim planet, he'd be twice as eager, he thought. Good thing he'd been very close-mouthed about his ambitions for the new Basadi expansion. Durga had a sudden, vivid vision of a whole handful of Ulesias, worlds where raw spice was turned into pure profit by contented, happy pilgrims. Perhaps I could even expand into the core worlds, he thought. Palpatine would not stop me. He values the slaves I sell his minions. The Hut Lord smiled and went gliding back to his interrupted dinner, appetite fully restored. Far away on Imperial Center, Prince Zizor turned away from his comm unit. Not just a crafty hut, but an eloquent one, it seems, he commented to his human replica assassin droid Guri. Durga's proving more of a challenge than I expected. The HRD, who bore the seeming of a surpassingly beautiful human woman, made a very subtle movement of one hand. Yet the meaning, and menace, in her gesture were unmistakable. Why not eliminate him, then, my prince? Easy enough to do. Zizor nodded. For you, Guri, not even a hut's thick skin would prove a challenge, I know, he said. But killing a potential opponent is not nearly so efficient and effective as making him a dedicated subordinate. The young Basadi lord's control of his clan and his Khajiitic is still tenuous, by all report, my prince, Guri said. It is possible that Jabba the Hutt might prove a better candidate. Zizor shook his head. Jabba's been of use to me in the past, he said. We've traded information, almost all of which I already knew, and I have done him some favors. I would rather have him beholden to me, so that when I choose to have him return these favors, he will do so with enthusiasm. Jabba respects Black Sun, fears it too, though he would never admit it. Guri nodded. Most beings in the galaxy who had any sense, and any knowledge of Black Sun, which the vast majority of sentients did not, were afraid of Black Sun. Also, Jabba's too independent, too used to having his own way, Zizor continued thoughtfully. On the other hand, Durga is equally intelligent, and unlike Jabba, he is still young enough to be effectively molded into what I wish him to be. He would make a valuable addition to Black Sun. Hutts are ruthless and venal. In short, ideal. Understood, my prince, she replied composedly. Guri was always composed. She was, after all, an artificial creation, though she was as far above most of the clanking, clumsy droids most people thought of when they thought of droids, as Prince Zizor was above one of the slithering creatures that were his distant evolutionary cousins. Zizor walked over to his form chair and dropped into it, stretching almost lazily while the chair hastily conformed to his every move. Thoughtfully, he stroked one sharp-nailed finger down his cheek, the talon barely grazing his greenish skin. Black Sun needs a foothold in Hutt space, and Durga's my best chance of gaining it. Also, Basadi controls Ulesia, and that operation, though small in scale compared to most of Black Sun's enterprises, impresses me. Lord Aruk was a most cunning old Hutt. He would never work for me. But his son may be a different matter. What is your plan, my prince? Guri asked. I should give Durga time to realize just how much he needs Black Sun, Zizor replied. Guri, have Durga's investigations into Aruk's death closely monitored. I want our operatives to stay ahead of Durga's own knowledge of the forensics team's findings. I wish to know how Aruk died before the Basadi Lord does. She nodded. As you wish, my prince. And if the discoveries of Durga's forensics teams provide links back to Aruk's murderer, most likely Jiliak or Jabba, then I want that link eliminated in the most subtle way. I do not want Durga to realize that he is being deliberately thwarted in his search for his father's killer. Is that clear? It is, my prince. It shall be as you wish. Good. Zizor looked pleased. Let Durga play detective if he wishes for a few months, even a year. Let him chase his own slimy tail. The frustration will build until he was only too happy to throw in his lot, and a goodly percentage of Ulesia, with Black Sun. Han Solo arrived back at his shabby flat on Nar Shaddaa in the early hours of the morning to find the assorted denizens of his motley household still fast asleep. That didn't last long, though. "Hey, everyone!" the Corellian bellowed. "Chewie, Jarek, wake up! I won! Look at this!" He ran through the apartment, yelling and waving a stack of credit vouchers thick enough to choke a bantha. Han and Chewie shared the dilapidated flat with his young friend Jarek and an ancient droid named ZZ. Han had won off Mako Spince in a recent friendly game of sabacc. After spending a month or two in ZZ's company, however, Han was pretty sure that Mako, an experienced card sharp, had cooked that deck to make sure he lost. As a house droid, ZZ had proved a twittery, stammery nuisance rather than a help. Han had gotten so annoyed with the droid's efforts to clean up the place that several times he'd considered junking the blasted antique, but somehow he'd never gotten around to it. Finally, in disgust, Han had ordered ZZ to leave everything the way it is. Jarek Solo was a street kid from the depths of Nar Shaddaa. About a year ago, he'd introduced himself to Han as a distant relative. He'd obviously been in awe of Han, who was known far and wide as one of the hottest pilots around. Jarek was a brash, good-looking kid, and he reminded Han a little of himself when he'd been in his late teens. The Corellian had had Jarek's claim investigated and turned up the truth. Jarek had no more right to the name Solo than Chewie did, but by the time Han knew for sure they weren't related, that Jarek was lying, he'd gotten kind of attached to the boy, so he'd let him hang around, even fly with them, and Jarek had turned into a pretty fair gunner. Despite the youth's fears, he'd proven himself at the Battle of Nar Shaddaa, shooting down several TIE fighters and helping Han, Lando, and Sala Zen turn the tide of the engagement. So Han had never told the youth that he knew the truth. It was important for Jarek to have a sense of identity, even if it was a false one, and Han was willing to let the kid borrow his last name. Now, as he raced around his apartment, Han was bouncing off the walls with excitement as his groggy friends gathered around. "Come on, wake up!" Han shouted. "I won, guys! And I won the Falcon from Lando!" Hearing the exciting news, Chewbacca roared, Jarek cheered, and poor ZZ was so confused by the excitement that the elderly droid short-circuited and had to be reset. After a round of backslapping and congratulations, Han, Chewie, and Jarek headed immediately for Lando's used spaceship lot, with Lando's marker in hand. After the formalities of owner exchange had been processed, Han stood back, just looking at the Millennium Falcon. "Mine," he said, and grinned until his face hurt. The Corellian's mind filled with plans for fixing up the Falcon. There were so many things he wanted to do, to modify her into being the ship of his dreams. And, thanks to the sabacc tournament, he had the credits to do them. For one thing, he intended to get Shug and Sala to help him salvage the military armor plating off the Imperial derelict Liquidator, a bulk cruiser that had become a casualty of the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. The airless hulk was still drifting amidst the space junk orbiting the smuggler's moon. Better armor plating would be a priority. Han didn't want what had happened to the Bria happening to the Falcon. Another thing, he wanted a getaway blaster he could lower from the ship's belly. Smuggling could get risky, sometimes, and a quick exit was required. A quick exit with cover fire was even better. Yes, and he was going to overhaul the Falcon's hyperdrive and install a light blaster cannon under the nose. Concussion missile launchers, definitely. And maybe he'd move the quad laser turrets so there'd be one on top of the other, instead of on top and on the ship's right side. Perhaps stronger shielding, too? Han stood there with his friends, contemplating his ship, dreaming of what he could do to her and with her, modifying the YT-1300 into the perfect ship. His ultimate smuggling ship. "Fake compartments," he muttered. "What?" Jarek turned to him. "What did you say, Han?" "I said I'm going to build some fake compartments under the decking, kid," Han said, throwing an arm around the youth's shoulders. He grinned up at Chewbacca. "And guess who gets to help me?" Jarek grinned back at him. "Great! What's your first cargo going to be?" Han thought for a moment. "Our first port of call is going to be Kashyyyk. I'd say a nice load of bowcaster explosive corals would probably do well there. What do you think, Chewie?" Chewbacca voiced his agreement, long and loud. Now that the Wookiee knew he'd be going home, he was more excited at the prospect than Han had ever seen him before. 2 days later, with the Falcon's new below-decks compartments crammed with contraband, Han Solo flew his ship out of Shug Nix's space barn and headed straight up, exulting in the Millennium Falcon's quick acceleration. Chewie was in the co-pilot's seat, and Jarek was riding along as gunner. Han hoped to avoid Imperial patrols, but he intended to be prepared for a fight if one erupted. Kashyyyk was an Imperial protectorate. Translation: slave, world. The Imperials had managed to pacify the inhabitants, though they kept their forays into Wookiee cities and homes to a minimum, and they always went heavily armed and in numbers. Wookiees were known to have quick tempers and to act impulsively. Han managed to dodge the Imp patrols and to stay out of range of any sensor satellites as he approached the verdant sphere that was Kashyyyk. The Wookiee homeworld was mostly forest, covered with monstrous washire trees, with 4 continents divided by bands of ocean. Archipelagos of islands dotted the gleaming coastal seas like emeralds scattered across blue satin. There were only a few desert regions, mostly on the range shadow side of the equatorial mountain ranges. When they were within communication range, Chewbacca took over the comm station, setting a coded frequency, then speaking into the comm in a series of grunts, growls, hoofs, barks, and roars that, to the untrained human ear, sounded exactly like his usual speech. But wasn't. Han frowned, realizing that, although many of the words sounded familiar, he basically hadn't understood a word his friend had just said. When Chewie stopped speaking into the comm, a voice came back, giving a series of what were obviously directives. Han, who had been watching the sensors sharply, made a quick course correction. There was an Imperial ship taking off, just past the limb of the planet. "Jarek, look sharp, kid," he said, keying the ship's intercom. "I don't think we've been spotted, but let's be ready." Several 10 seconds later, Han heaved a sigh of relief as the instruments indicated the Imp vessel was proceeding serenely on its way, unaware of them. When Han turned back to Chewie, the Wookiee launched into a series of directives and coordinates that his contact had given him. Han was to fly low, actually within the boundaries of the tallest Warshire treetops, and to be prepared to make precise course changes the instant Chewbacca told him to. "Okay, pal," the Krellian said. "It's your world, and you're the boss, but what was that lingo you were talking? Some kind of Wook code?" Chewbacca chuckled, then explained to his human friend that the Imperials were so stupid that most of them didn't even realize that all Wookiees were not the same. There were several related, but somewhat different, Wookiee subspecies. Han already knew that Chewbacca was a Rook, and bore the typical brown, red, and chestnut hair of that people. He also knew the language that he learned to understand, but not speak, was called Sheriwook, which loosely translated meant tongue of the tree people. Chewie went on to explain that the language Han had just heard him speak, Axic, was a traditional tribal language spoken by the Wookiees indigenous to the Wartaki Island and several outlying coastal regions. It was seldom heard, since Sheriwook was a common language of trade and travel, so when the Imperials had taken over Kashyyyk, the Wookiee underground had adopted Axic as their code language. They used it whenever they had to give directions or pass along information they didn't want the Imperials finding out about. Han nodded. "Okay, pal, you just tell me how to fly and where, and I'll take us to where your buddies in the underground tell me." Flying low, skimming barely above, and at times between, the tip-top branches of the Washire trees, Han sent the Falcon blasting along in the precise course and speed Chewie specified. Every minute or so, the Wookiee conferred with his underground contacts. Finally, as they neared Chewie's hometown, Rurukroro, a kilometer-wide city set on platforms made by crisscrossing branches of the Warshires, Han's co-pilot made him sheer off in a dangerous swoop and take them straight down between the branches for a 30-second plunge. Han's heart was in his mouth as the Falcon dived like its namesake into the green forest, but Chewie's coordinates were right on the credits. Even though it looked through the viewport as though they were going to be engulfed and smashed to flinders, nothing touched the ship. Chewie barked an order, and Han shouted, "Hard to port! Now!" He sent the Falcon into a screaming left turn, then before him, saw something that the Corellian at first took to be a huge cave, a vast black hole waiting to swallow them up. But as he neared it, Han realized that what it was, in actuality, was a massive Washire branch, balanced across other equally huge branches. Either by accident or design, the branch had split off from the main tree and been hollowed out to form a cave, the size of a small Imperial docking bay. "You want me to land in there?" Han hollered at the Wookiee. "What if we don't fit?" Chewie snarled calm and assured Han that of course they would fit. Han fired his braking thrusters hard as he neared the cave opening. They passed through it, and suddenly the muted sunlight was gone, and the space before them was revealed only by the Falcon's infrared sensors and the beams of the landing lights. Han killed the last of their forward motion, then lowered them onto their landing struts using his repulsors. Moments after they touched down, Jarek appeared in the doorway of the cockpit. The youth's hair was practically standing on end. "Han, you're crazier than I thought. That landing—" "Shut up, kid," Han snapped. Chewie was howling at him insistently, demanding that Han immediately turn off all power in the Falcon except for the batteries to power the airlocks, and to do it now. "Okay, okay," Han muttered, doing as he was told. "Keep your fur on." Quickly he killed all the power, save for the batteries. The interior of the ship was now lit only by the weak, red-tinted emergency lights. "So, want to tell me what just was going on?" the Corellian grumbled. "Fly here, turn there, land here, turn off the power. Good thing I'm a sweet-natured guy who learned to take orders while I was in the Navy. So what gives?" Chewbacca urgently beckoned the humans to follow him. The Wookiee seemed nearly beside himself with excitement. He roared his pleasure and his eagerness to breathe the air of his homeworld. Outside, something clanged against the Falcon's new armor plating. "Hey!" Han yelled, jumping up and elbowing his hairy friend out of the way. "Watch it! That's my hull!" Hitting the open ramp release, Han raced down the ramp, then stopped in wonder. When he'd first flown into the cave, it had seemed a tight fit, but now he realized the place was so big it had echoes. Back at the entrance, an hydraulic lift whined as it raised a huge curtain of some kind of camouflage net over the entrance. Teams of Wookiees were busily draping the Falcon in more netting. Chewie came up behind him and growled a soft apology for not warning his friend better about what was going to happen. "Let me guess," Han said, surveying the nets. "Those things contain either jamming nodes or they send out some kind of camouflage frequency so the imps can't trace us here." Chewbacca confirmed Han's guess. Local Wookiees used this landing site to receive smuggled goods, and they knew the drill. "Wow," Jarek muttered. The young man was staring around the cave in open-mouthed wonder as the lights came up. The inside of the cave was a well-stocked, completely functional docking site and repair facility. "Wow, this is something." Han still couldn't believe they were standing inside a tree. No, not a tree, but a tree branch. If one branch of a washire was this big, the idea of the whole tree was mind-boggling. He shook his head. "I gotta admit, Chewie, your people have got a slick operation here." After carefully locking the Falcon, Han and Jarek followed Chewie out toward the front of the cave. There they were introduced to a crowd of Wookiees. Han had some trouble following the conversation, because he wasn't used to hearing 7 Wookiees talking rapidly all at the same time. Chewbacca was howled at, hugged, thumped, shaken, thumped some more, and generally exclaimed over with great joy. When Chewie introduced Han as his honor brother, to whom he owed a life debt for freeing him from slavery, Han in turn was in grave danger of being similarly thumped, shaken, etc., but thankfully, Chewbacca intervened and provided more conventional introductions. Not all the Wookiees understood Basic, so a lot of translating was necessary. 3 of the Wookiees Han met were relatives of Chewie's. The Wookiees with the whorls of auburn hair turned out to be his sister, Calibo, Jaldril, a smaller, chestnut-colored female. Han was surprised to note he could actually see a family resemblance. It was a cousin, and Dryanta, a darker brown male, was another cousin. The other 4 were members of the Wookiee underground resistance movement, who had come in especially to meet Han and negotiate for his cargo. Motamba was an older Wookiee, a munitions expert whose blue eyes lit up when Han revealed how many boxes of explosive quarrels he had to sell. Katara was a young Wookiee, younger than Chewbacca, and she was the underground resistance leader. As near as Han could tell, the Wookiees listened to her with a great deal of respect. She consulted regularly with her father, Tarkaza, a burly male who was the first Wookiee with black fur Han had ever seen. He had a stripe of silver-colored fur running down his back, which is evidently a family trait, for Katara had one too, though her fur was brown and tan. After several minutes of confusion, Chewbacca roared an order to his friends. Han caught most of it, something about "fetch the Kulars." What are Kulars? Han wondered. He soon found out. Two long, bag-like pieces of woven fabric, or was it woven hair, were produced. Chewbacca turned to Han and pointed from the Corellian to the Kular. Han stared at his friend, incredulous, and shook his head. Get inside? You want me and Jarek to crawl into those things so you can carry us up the trees? No way, pal. I can climb just as good as you can. Chewbacca looked at his friend and shook his head. Then he grabbed Han's arm and hustled the Corellian over to the entrance to the cave, and, lifting the camouflage hanging, gestured Han to step outside, onto the lip of the cave. Jarek had followed them outside, as had the other Wookiees. The youth was confused, having understood almost nothing of what had been said. Han, what do they want? They want us to crawl into these sacks, kids, so they can haul us up the tree trunks until we can catch the lift for Rookrororo. I just told Chewie no way, that I can climb just as good as he can. Jarek walked over the lip and cautiously leaned over to look down. Then he walked back to Han, gave him a long, silent look. Without speaking, he began climbing into his Kular. Out of curiosity, Han walked over to look down too. He'd known it intellectually, of course, but it was one thing to know it with his brain, another to know it in his gut. He was kilometers high in the air. Below him, the forest went on and on and on. The tree trunks stretched down, past the point where Han's excellent eyesight could distinguish them from each other. Despite all his piloting experience and his outstanding sense of balance, the sight made Han's head swim for a moment. He walked back to Chewbacca, who was helpfully holding out the Kular. When Han hesitated, the Wookiee flexed his powerful hands and made his claws pop out. They were very sharp, and coupled with Chewie's great strength, would enable him to dig deep into a tree trunk when climbing. I'm gonna regret this, Han muttered, and climbed into the sack. Chewbacca wanted to carry Han, but his relatives convinced him that, since it had been a long time since he'd done any forest traversing, it would be better if he had only himself to worry about. So Motamba carried Jarek, and Tarkaza carried Han, both humans stuffed inside their respective Koilars. Han wanted to look out, but Tarkaza was firm, pushing the human's head down into the sack, warning him to keep his arms inside too, and to stay still so he wouldn't disturb his carrier's balance. Inside the Kular, Han felt the bag sway as Tarkaza walked to the edge of the platform lip. Then, with a grunt and a powerful leap, the Wookiee launched himself. They were falling, falling. Han barely managed to hold back a yell, and he heard Jarek let out a sharp, bitten-off cry. Seconds later, Tarkaza smacked into a hard surface, clung, then began climbing rapidly upward. Leaves swished against the Qualar. Han had just started to relax when suddenly they leaped again. The next few minutes, all Han could do was try not to move, and to keep concentrating on not being sick. The sack swung and jerked and spun and slapped against the tree trunks, despite Tarkaza's best efforts. Swing, scramble, climb. Leap, grip, swing. Grab, grunt, swing, climb. Han finally had to close his eyes. Not that he could see much anyway, and just try to hang on. It seemed as though the nightmare journey took hours, but Han realized when he checked his chrono later, it had taken only about 15 minutes. Finally, with a last swing and grunt of effort, the movement stopped, and Han found himself lying on the ground, still inside the Kular. When the world around him stopped spinning, which took a moment, the Corellian began clawing his way out of the sack. Moments later, he was standing, legs braced wide apart for balance, on the great platform where the great, mostly enclosed city of Rookrororo was located. It was a massive, flattened ovoid, with homes studding the outskirts and scattered all around the platform. Branches grew straight up along the avenues, through the material making up the streets, adding touches of green. The world steadied around Han, and he drew a deep breath. The city before him was beautiful, in a way that was hard to describe. Not as pastel as Cloud City, Rookrororo had some of the same openness and airiness. Perhaps because it was, like Cloud City, so high up? Some of the buildings were several stories tall, yet they harmonized somehow with the treetops. All around them, the vivid green topmost branches of the Warshire trees swayed in the breeze. The sky overhead was blue, with a hint of green. Thick, flattened masses of sparkling white clouds drifted by. Hearing a strangled gurgle, Han looked over and saw Jarek, bent over, clutching his middle, obviously in distress. Han went over and touched the youth's shoulder. "Hey, kid, you okay?" Jarek shook his head, then looked as though he'd regretted doing that. I'm gonna be okay, he mumbled. Just try not to upchuck. There's a trick to that, Han said, mock seriously. Just don't think about Trollodon and tuber stew. Jarek gave Han a quick, betrayed glance, then, hand over his mouth, bolted for the edge of the platform. The Corellian shrugged, then turned to find Chewie there. Poor guy. Hey, Chewie, what a way to travel. Good thing your people brought those sacks along. What do you usually carry in them? Luggage? Chewbacca's lip curled, then he gave a brief, amused translation of the word Kular. Han bristled. Baby sack? You haul Wook babies around in 'em? Chewbacca began to laugh, and the madder his human friend got, the more the Wookiee cracked up. Han was rescued by a roar from a party of Wookiees coming their way from the city. There were at least 10 of them, all ages. Han noted a somewhat stooped, short, graying Wookiee, and just then Chewbacca took off, racing toward the newcomers with roars of joy. Watching Chewie thump and pound and hug the old Wookiee, Han turned to Calabo, who thankfully understood Basic. Chuduk, he guessed, naming Chewbacca's father. Chewbacca's sister confirmed that, yes, indeed, that was their father, Chuduk, who had talked of nothing else since discovering that his son would soon be home. There's someone else that Chewie's looking forward to seeing, Han said. Malatobuk. She still live here in Rookrororo? Calabo's formidable teeth flashed in a Wookiee grin, and she nodded, human style. She married? Han asked, dreading the answer. He had some idea of how much that question meant to his best friend. Calabo's grin widened as slowly, deliberately, she shook her head. No. Han grinned back. Woohoo! That's something to celebrate, I guess. Han felt a touch on his shoulder and turned to find Katara standing there, with yet another male Wookiee. To Han's profound astonishment, the tall Wookiee opened his mouth and said in amazingly understandable Wookiee, Greetings, Captain Solo. I am Ral Raksheen. Please call me Ralra. We are honored, Han Solo, that you have come to Kashyyyk. Han's mouth dropped open with surprise. It had taken him years to learn to understand Wookiee speech, and he couldn't pronounce it even after many efforts. And yet this Wookiee spoke in a fashion that Han could understand very easily, and could even have reproduced. Hey, Han blurted, how do you do that? A speech impediment, the Wookiee said. Unfortunate for me when conversing with my own people, but when humans visit Kashyyyk, it is useful. It sure is, Han muttered, still amazed. With Ralra's help, Han and Katara were able to begin negotiations with a cargo of explosive quarrels. We need them desperately, Ralra said, but we are not asking for charity. We have something to trade for them, Captain. And what's that? Han wondered. Armor from Imperial stormtroopers, Ralra said. My people began collecting it from soldiers who had no further use for it, first as trophies, then because we learned it was valuable. We have many suits and helmets. Han thought about that. Stormtrooper armor was indeed made from valuable materials, and could be recycled as other kinds of body armor. It could also be chemically melted and then recast. Like to take a look at it, he said, but we may have ourselves a trade there. He shrugged. Course, used armor ain't worth much. Which wasn't true. A suit of stormtrooper armor in good shape was worth well over 2,000 credits, depending on the market. But hey, Han thought, they've got no use for it, and I gotta make a profit on this trip. I ain't in the handout business. Katara vehemently, then spoke to the interpreter in rapid, accented Sherrywook that Han had trouble following. Something about a dawn-haired human? Ral turned back to Han. Katara says that she knows the armor is valuable. She knows because the female from your world of Corellia with hair the color of sunrise told her so. Han's attention was suddenly focused completely on the underground leader. Corellian, he said sharply. A Corellian woman? Fair-haired? Rella conferred briefly with Katara. Yes, she came here just after our most recent life day, about a standard year, Captain, and she met with the leaders of the underground, advising us on organization, codes, tactics, and so forth. She was a member of the resistance movement on your homeworld. Han stared at Katara. Her name. What was her name? Ralra turned to the underground leader, spoke rapidly, then turned back. Katara says she did not know her name, which is standard procedure in case of interrogation. During her visit, we called her Quartel Ra, which means sun-haired warrior. Han took a deep breath. What did she look like? He asked. I may know this Corellian. She may be. He hesitated. She may be my mate. We were separated long ago, by the Empire. Which was true, strictly speaking. Bria had left when Han was preparing to go into the Imperial Academy, saying she didn't want to hold him back. He still had the flimsy she'd written him. It was stupid, keeping it, and every time he ran across it, he resolved to throw it away, but somehow he never had. Katara's wary expression visibly softened upon hearing this. She put out a paw hand and laid it on Han's arm, expressing sympathy. The Empire was evil, had torn apart so many families. Ralra made a gesture in the air on the level of Han's nose. This tall, he said, long hair, the color of the sunset, golden red, eyes the color of our sky, not wide. His hands described a slender form. She was the leader of the team, a person of rank. She said she had been asked to come to Kashyyyk because she understood it was like to live as a slave. She told us she had been a slave on the planet Ylesia, and she would give her life to free Kashyyyk and any other world enslaved by the Empire. She spoke with much passion. Ralrao's voice changed slightly, took on a more personal note. I, too, was a slave, until my friends freed me from the Empire. Quara Telra spoke truth about having been enslaved. I could tell. She knew what it was like. We talked much of how we hate the Empire. Han's mouth was dry. He managed to nod and mumble, Thanks for telling me. Bria, he thought numbly. Bria, a member of the Corellian Rebellion? How in the galaxy did that happen? Chapter 3. Malatobuk. It was wonderful to be back on his own world. Chewbacca was taken from home to home, and his father, Atachutuk, proudly showed off his son, the adventurer, the former slave, and his human friends. All of the Wookiees made much of Han and Jarek. Of course, Kashyyyk was a world occupied by Imperial forces, so care had to be exercised to conceal Han's real purpose in coming there. For the duration of his stay, Han donned clothing more befitting one of the human traders who lived in Rokroror. He and Jarek posed as brothers who'd come to trade trinkets and household items with the Wookiees. This fiction was strengthened by the fact that both humans had brown hair and eyes, and Jarek was only a little shorter than Han. The Imperial presence of Kashyyyk was mostly confined to the posts scattered around the planet. Troopers were sent out in squads, since single troopers had a disturbing tendency to vanish without a trace. Han and Jarek were careful to avoid any contact with the Imperial squads that occasionally patrolled Rokroror, and with the Millennium Falcon concealed in the special smuggler's dock, protected by the camouflage and jamming devices, there was nothing to link them with any illegal activity. Han spent time with the Wookiee techs down in the space dock, tinkering with his new baby. Several of the Wookiees were experienced techs, and they spent hours with the Corellian, checking out every system, overhauling every bit of equipment. The Falcon was far from a new ship, but, under the ministrations of the Wookiee techs, it was now in better shape than it had been in a long time. Chewbacca hadn't realized how much he'd missed his home and family. Seeing them all again made him tempted to come home for good, but that was not possible. Chewie owed a life debt, and his place was by Han Solo's side. Still, he enjoyed his time in Kashyyyk. He visited with all his cousins, with his sister and her family. Since Chewie had last been home, Calibo had married a fine male named Marakor. Chewie loved playing with his nephew. The little Wookiee was smart and fun to be with a lively curiosity about the universe. He spent hours getting his uncle to talk about his adventures out in the space lanes. In addition to Chewbacca's family, he saw old friends. Farrer, his second cousin, the best tracker in the family, Krystak, and Shorin. It was a source of sorrow that Selporin, Chewie's best Wookiee friend, was not there. He had been captured and enslaved by the Empire, and there was no news of his fate. No one knew if he was alive or dead. Chewbacca mourned his friend, wondering if he'd ever see him again. But he didn't have time to mourn very much. Life on Kashyyyk was too busy. In addition to all his friends and family, there was Malatobuk. The Wookiee female was even lovelier than Chewie had remembered, and her shy blue glance was even more intriguing. He saw her their first night at home and was pleased to discover that she'd journeyed from a neighboring village, where she'd been working as a teacher and caregiver in a nursery ring. Mala had many friends in Rokroror, and it didn't take much urging from Chewie to convince her to extend her visit there. The two spent long hours wandering the boat trails, looking up at the nighttime sky, hearing the soft sounds of the arboreal dwellers. They did not talk much, but their silence was filled with unspoken things. On his third day on Kashyyyk, Chewbacca decided it was time to go hunting. Han was busy haggling with Katara, Kachir, and Motamba about the cargo of explosive corals. His friend would be occupied for hours. The Corellian had taken a sudden, unaccustomed interest in the resistance here in Kashyyyk, something that Chewie would have found puzzling and a bit disturbing if he'd noticed it. Usually Han was nothing but scornful toward sentients who risked their necks, or whatever equivalent body part, for causes other than their own well-being. But Chewie was too distracted to notice Han's odd behavior. He was concentrating on bagging himself a quilla rat. Quilla rats are smallish creatures standing over half a meter high. They're reclusive little animals, hard to find because they were a mottled brownish-green in color and tended to simply melt into the surrounding brush. The most distinctive feature of the quilla rat was the long, needle-sharp quills that studded most of its body. Capturing and killing a quilla rat was something of a challenge, because the beasts could actually hurl their quills at a hunter. Wookiee males, and only males hunted quilla rats, had to approach the creature with some kind of shield to collect a barrage of quills until the quilla rat's supply of throwable quills was exhausted. To complicate matters, tradition declared that the quilla rat must be hunted bare-handed and killed by blows delivered by a Wookiee's own strength as opposed to quarrels or any other kind of projectile. Chewbacca did not tell anyone about his quest. He simply waited until late in the day, when darkness would be deepening in the lower levels, then left Rokroror and began his long climb downward. Even Wookiees never went all the way down to the Kashyyyk surface. They were rumored to be night crawlers down there that feasted on the blood and spirits of their victims. It was said that the spirits of those who had not honored their debts sank down to the surface and prowled there, ready and waiting to trap and kill anyone foolish enough to come near them. There were reputedly 7 levels of distinct ecology on Kashyyyk, with the 7th level being the topmost tree branches. Normally, not even the bravest Wookiees ever descended below the 4th level, and even Wookiee legend did not speculate on what lay below that. No one that Chewbacca had ever known had walked on the actual surface of his world. The bottommost levels of Kashyyyk were a mystery, and would likely remain so. To bag his quilla rat, Chewie had to travel down below the 5th level. Life was different here, for the forest in the late afternoon was almost completely dark. Animals down at this level had large eyes to facilitate their living at such dim light levels. There were dangerous predators, the Kikiro-Gro, or Shadow Keepers, that had ventured up a level to hunt, and the Katarn. Chewbacca kept a sharp eye out, his every sense alert. Old habits came back to him as he traveled the forest trails, seeing bridal veil suckers, broad-leafed mock shire, and kish vines in profusion. Things were not really green down here, but pale and washed out looking. There was not enough sunlight to support the green growth from above. Chewbacca walked the broad trails, feeling the rough bark of the warshire boughs beneath his feet. His eyes moved constantly, searching for a quilla rat spore. His nostrils twitched, filtering and identifying the scents he had not whiffed in more than 50 years. The Wookiee's gaze was caught and held by a tiny scrape of the warshire bark, and a small rip in the trackery of the bridal veil plant next to it. The height was correct. Yes, a quilla rat's quills had done this, and Chewie dropped to one knee to examine the spore. Not long ago. The animal had been heading off on this far smaller secondary bough. Chewbacca walked warily down a bough trail not much more than 2 meters across. On either side of him yawned the green-brown-gray gulfs of the forest. The Wookiee kept every sense alert, eyes scanning, ears listening for the faintest rustle, nostrils twitching. Quilla rats had a distinctive, and to a Wookiee, enticing odor. His shield, made from woven strips of bark on a lashed-together frame, was held ready on his left forearm. Chewie's steps slowed, then the Wookiee stopped, every muscle poised. There, amid those leaves! The quilla rat froze, sensing danger. Chewie leaped, shield held out. Suddenly the air before him was filled with a rain of quills. They thudded into the shield, for the most part, though a few embedded themselves in the Wookiee's shoulders and chest. Chewbacca's right hand went out, grabbed the Quilla Rat by the quilled tail, moving his hand in a particular twist that made the quills lie flat beneath his flesh. The terrified animal squawked, turned to bite, but it was too late. Chewie heaved it up and sent it thudding hard against the bough beneath his feet. Stunned, the animal went limp, and another quick swing dispatched it altogether. Only then did Chewbacca take a moment to pull the quills from his chest and shoulders, and spread a salve on the tiny burning wounds. His right hand had one small puncture, which he also treated. Then, wrapping the Quilla Rat in the woven bag he'd brought, the Wookiee began a triumphant journey back to Rokroror. It took him quite a while to find Malatobuck. He didn't want to ask anyone where she was, since any of his friends and family would be bound to identify the scent of the Quilla Rat in his bag. Chewie wasn't in the mood for advice or jokes. But finally, he located her, wandering along a little-used trail. By now, 2 of Kashyyyk's 3 tiny moons had risen, and moonlight silvered her fur as she wandered along, not at first noticing that anyone was approaching her. She had been picking Kolvish blossoms and weaving their stems into a headpiece. As Chewie watched her, she placed the flowers on her head, tucking their fragile white beauty behind her left ear. Chewbacca halted on the trail and stood there, lost in wonder at her beauty. His stillness attracted her attention as his movement had not, and she stopped, looked up and saw him. "Chewbacca," she said softly, "I did not see you." "Mala," Chewie said, "I have something for you, a gift that I hope you will accept." She froze, eyes wide with either consternation or hope, as he walked toward her, bag in hand. "Let it be hope she feels," Chewie thought fervently. "By my honor, let it be hope." As he stopped before her, Chewbacca, in one fluid motion, knelt and removed the Quilla Rat from its bag. Careful of the quills, he balanced the animal across his palms and held it up to Malatobuck. His heart was pounding as though he'd climbed all the way from ground level. Malatobuck. Chewie tried to get the rest of it out, but his voice failed him. He was overcome with fear, as he had never been in battle. What if she refused him? What if she took his traditional proposal offering and tossed it off the trail, sending the dead Quilla Rat and his hope of happiness plummeting into the depths? Mala stared at him for a long moment. "Chewbacca, you've been away long from your people. Do you remember our customs? Do you know what you were offering?" Relief flooded Chewie, for her tone was bantering, flirtatious. "I know," he replied. "My memory is good, and all the years I was gone I never for a moment forgot your face, your strength, your eyes, Malatobuck. I dreamed of the day that we could be married. Will you? Will you take me for your husband?" She replied in the traditional manner, by cautiously picking up the stiffening Quilla Rat and taking a big bite out of its soft underbelly. Chewbacca's heart was flooded with joy. "She accepts me. We are betrothed." Getting up off his knees, he followed Mala to a sheltered niche behind a screen of leaves. There they sat down close together and shared the Quilla Rat, nibbling delicately on its tasty entrails, savoring its liver, feeding each other choice bits of this greatest of Wookiee delicacies. "I had proposals, you know," Malatobuck said. "People told me I was foolish for waiting so long. They said you were dead, that you would never return to Kashyyyk, but I knew somehow. I knew that was not so. I waited, and now my joy fills the world." Tenderly, Chewbacca licked blood and tissue off her face, washing her. As she returned the favor, her fur was silky on his tongue. "Mala, you know about the life debt I have pledged to Han Solo?" Chewie asked, as, sated, they sat back, arms around each other. Mala's voice quivered just a tiny bit. "I know. I cherish your honor as my own, my husband-to-be, but let us be married quickly, so we may have as much time together as possible before you and Captain Solo must depart." "Nothing would please me more," Chewie said. "How quickly can you be ready? How long will it take to prepare your wedding veil?" She chuckled, a rich, throaty sound in the darkness. "It has been ready for 50 years, Chewbacca. Ready and waiting." Chewbacca's heart was full of love and pride. "Tomorrow, then, Mala. Tomorrow, Chewbacca." Terenza, High Priest of Yelesia, lounged back in his resting sling, watching Kibik, Yelesia's figurehead Hutt overlord, trying to go over last month's accounts and make sense of them. The huge, four-legged Talandatil groaned inwardly. He'd long since ceased to be amused by Kibik's troubles, comprehended even the most rudimentary record-keeping. Kibik was an idiot, and it was Terenza's unfortunate task to bring him up to speed on the running of Yelesia. As though Basadi doesn't realize that if Kibik actually managed to master the skills necessary to keep the spice factories running smoothly, I'd be out of a job, the high priest thought disgustedly, but the chances of that are vanishingly small. When Terenza, with the help of the Jazilic leader Giliac, had plotted Uruk the Hutt's murder, he'd hoped that the aging Hutt lord's only offspring, Durga, would never be declared the head of Basadi clan. After all, Durga had that hideous birthmark, and that should, by rights, have disqualified him from any leadership position. But Durga had proven stronger and more able than Terenza had realized. He'd managed, some said with the help of Black Sun, to eliminate his most vocal detractors in a most summary fashion. There was still talk against him, but it was more of a cautious murmur these days than a protesting shout. Terenza had pinned his hopes on Zir the Hutt, hoping that the senior Basadi member would be strong enough and clever enough to outwit Durga and take over both the Basadi clan and the Khajiitic, its criminal arm, that was part of it. But no, Durga had emerged, at least for the moment, with a shaky victory, and had promptly announced that Terenza must adhere to all of Uruk's directives, including teaching Kibik, Durga's idiot cousin, how to manage a top-level credit-making enterprise. Here in Yelesia, religious pilgrims were recruited by Talandatil missionaries during traveling revival shows. Anyone unfortunate enough to fall prey to the addictive exaltation would follow the Yelesian missionaries to the steaming jungle planet. There, the malnourished, brainwashed, and addicted pilgrims became willing slaves in the Yelesian spice factories, toiling from sun up to sundown for their Yelesian masters. Terenza's people were distant cousins of the Hutts, though they were far smaller, more mobile. With their huge bodies balanced on trunk-like legs, the Talandatil had a broad face that rather resembled a Hutt's countenance, but with the addition of a single long horn just above their nostrils. A long whip-like tail was carried curled over their backs. Their arms and hands were tiny and weak compared to the rest of them. The most interesting feature of the Talandatil males, however, was not physical. They possessed the ability to project emphatic, feel-good emotions at most humans. Those emphatic projections, coupled with a soothing vibration produced in the males' throat sacs, was like a jolt of a powerful drug to the pilgrims. They quickly became addicted to their daily fix, and believed that the priests were divinely gifted. Nothing was further from the truth, however. The Talandatil's ability was simply an adaptation of a male mating display, evolutionarily developed to attract Talandatil females. Terenza, Kibik said fretfully, I don't understand this. It says we spent thousands of credits for a fertility inhibitor that's placed in the slave's gruel. Why can't we eliminate most of that? Can't we just let them breed? It would save credits, wouldn't it? Terenza rolled his bulbous eyes, but Kibik fortunately wasn't looking. Your Excellency, the high priest said, if the pilgrims are allowed to breed, that cuts into the energy they have to work. Their production declines. That would mean less spice processed and ready for market. Perhaps, Kibik said, but Terenza, surely there must be some way to manage this without expensive drugs. Perhaps we could encourage them to mate, then use their larvae and eggs for foodstuff. Your Excellency, Terenza said, hanging on to his patience by a thread, most humanoids don't lay eggs or produce larvae. They have live births. They also have a very strong abhorrence for eating their own young. It was true that, every so often, a couple of slaves would emerge from the exaltation-induced haze enough to feel lust for each other. It was rare, but human children had actually been born here in Yelesia. Terenza had contemplated simply killing them out of hand, but at the end had decided that with a modicum of care, these children could be raised to become guards and administrative assistants, so he'd ordered them to be cared for in the slave barracks. And nowadays, fertility-inhibiting drugs were automatically added to the food served the slaves. It had been at least 5 years since the last accidental birth. Oh, Kibik said, live births. I understand. He went back to his records with a grimace. Idiot, thought Terenza. Idiot, idiot, idiot. How many years have you been here, and you've never troubled to find out the most rudimentary facts about the pilgrims? Terenza, said Kibik presently, I found something else I don't understand. Terenza took a deep breath, then counted to 20. Yes, Your Excellency? Why do we have to spend extra credits on weapons and shields on these ships? They're only carrying slaves, after all, shipping them to the spice mines and to the pleasure palaces after we've gotten the best work out of them. Who cares if raiders take them? Kibik was referring to a raid a month ago by a group of human rebels on a slave ship preparing to leave the Elysian system. It wasn't the first such raid. Terenza didn't know who was responsible, but he couldn't stop thinking it had to be Bria Theron, that wretched Corellian traitor and renegade. Basadi had placed a sizable bounty on her head, but so far no one had claimed it. Perhaps it's time to talk to Durga about increasing the bounty on Bria Theron, Terenza thought. Aloud he said, with exaggerated patience, "Your Excellency, while it's true we don't care about the slaves once they leave here, they're still worth credits to us, and ships are expensive. Having big holes blown in them tends to render them unstable, or at least very expensive to repair." "Oh," said Kibik, his brow furrowing. "Yes, I guess that would be correct. Very well." Idiot! "Which brings to mind something else I wanted to say to you, Your Excellency," Terenza said. "Something that I hope you will mention to your cousin. We must have greater protection here on Yelesia. It is only a matter of time until we here on the planet are attacked again. These space raids are bad enough, but if this rebel group were to attack one of the colonies, you and I might conceivably be in danger." Kivik was staring at the high priest, obviously alarmed by the suggestion. "Do you think they'd dare?" he asked, his voice a trifle unsteady. "They did before, Your Excellency," Terenza reminded him. "Bria Theron, that ex-slave, led them, remember?" "Oh yes, that's true," Kibik said, "but that was over a year ago. Surely they've learned the futility of trying to attack this world by now. They did lose a ship in our atmosphere." Yelesia's turbulent atmosphere was one of its best defenses. "True," Terenza agreed, "but I'd rather be safe than sorry, Your Excellency." "Safe than sorry," Kibik repeated, as though Terenza had said something startlingly original and clever. "Yes, well, perhaps you have a point. We must be protected here. I will speak to my cousin about that today. Safe than sorry. Yes, indeed, we must be safe." Still mumbling, Kibik went back to his records. Terenza relaxed back into his sling and allowed himself the luxury of another roll of his bulbous eyes. Chapter 4. Domestic Bliss and Other Complications. Chewbacca Malatobuk's wedding day dawned bright with promise and hope. Han, who had been told about the wedding only that morning, was glad that his friend was happy, but saddened at the prospect of losing him. They'd had a good couple of years together, though, and he figured that after a few years of marital joy, Chewie might be willing to come back and make occasional smuggling runs with him. Being a happy married guy was one thing, but being married didn't mean you were dead, right? He and Chewie barely had a moment to speak together before the bustle of the wedding plans took his friend off on other duties. Apparently Wookiees did not have best men companions the way humans did, but Chewie, in deference to Han, asked the Corellian to stand beside him. Han had grinned. "Okay, I get to be the best human, eh?" Chewbacca roared with amusement and told Han that was as good a term as any. As he sat in a corner in Ada Chuduk's home, staying out from underfoot, Han thought about the only time he'd ever asked a woman to marry him. That had been Bria, when he was 19 and she was 18, and he'd been a love-struck, moony-eyed kid, too young and dumb to know any better. Good thing for him that Bria had left him. Han opened the inner pocket of his vest and took out a much-folded, aging piece of flimsy. Opening it, he read the first line. "Dearest Han, you don't deserve for this to happen, and all I can say is, I'm sorry. I love you, but I can't stay." Han's mouth twisted, then he folded the flimsy again and shoved it back into his pocket. Until last year, just before the Battle of Nar Shaddaa, he'd thought that Bria must have gone crawling back to the Yelesians, unable to live without the exultation. And then he'd encountered her, gorgeously gowned and coiffed, in Moff Sarn Shild's fancy penthouse on Coruscant. She'd called Shield "darling," and there had been every indication she'd been the Moff's concubine. Han had done his best to despise her ever since. The idea that Bria might have actually loved the Moff never entered his head. He knew who she still loved. When she'd first seen him, she'd gone pale, and it was still there, in her eyes, though she'd tried to disguise it. Moff Shield had committed suicide shortly after the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. The news vids had been full of it. vids of his memorial service, and Han had watched them deliberately, had shown no glimpse of Bria, though. And now, to find out that she's some kind of rebel agent for Corellia, Han thought. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered whether that was what Bria had been doing in Moff Shield's household. Had she been a rebel intelligence operative assigned to spy on the Moff, and through him, the Empire? It made sense. Han didn't like it, but he found that he had more respect for Bria if she'd been sleeping with the Moff to gain information, than if she'd just been what she appeared to be, a spoiled, gorgeous plaything. He wondered what she was doing now that the Moff was dead. Visiting planets and helping their underground rebel movements get organized, obviously. Also, Han had heard that a year or so ago, a group of human rebels had hit Yelesia, attacking Colony 3 and rescuing about 100 slaves. Could Bria have been involved with that? The way Katara and the other Wookiees talked about her, she was some kind of warrior saint, risking her life to bring them arms and ammo from the Corellian rebels, and Kashyyyk was an imperial slave world. Han remembered how betrayed she'd been when she'd realized that the Yelesian religion was a hokey bunch of fake mumbo-jumbo. She'd been furious and bitter. She hated the fact that, in the space of a second, she'd been altered from pilgrim to slave. In the years since that horrifying realization, had she taken that fury and translated it into action against the Yelesians and the Empire's slavers? Han Solo hadn't lacked for female company since Bria by any means. Back on Nar Shaddaa, Han and Sala Zend had been an item for more than 2 years now. Sala was a spirited, exciting woman, an expert tech and mechanic as well as a skilled pilot and smuggler. She and Han had so many things in common, and one of the foremost things that characterized their affair was that neither of them was interested in anything but having a good time, while it lasted. Han's relationship with Sala was something he could count on, without it getting in the way. They'd never made any promises to each other about anything, and that was the way they both liked it. Han had often wondered whether he really loved Sala, or she him. He knew he cared for her, would do almost anything for her. But love? It was safe to say that he'd never felt about her or any woman the way he'd felt about Bria. But I was a kid then, he reminded himself. Just a reckless kid. He didn't know any better than to fall like a ton of neutronium. Now I'm a lot smarter. As he sat, musing in his corner, Calibo, Chewbacca's sister, who had been rushing back and forth with platters for the coming wedding feast, suddenly stopped, hands on hips, and glared at him. Then she beckoned to him, exclaiming indignantly. Han got to his feet. "Hey, of course I ain't hiding," he said in response. "I was just trying to stay out of the way. Is everything ready?" Calibo agreed emphatically that everything was ready and Han should come now. Han followed Chewie's sister out into the sunlight amid the rustling treetops. As he walked, Jarek fell into step with him. The kid had stayed pretty close by Han's side, since he didn't understand Wookiee, and unless Han was around, could only speak to Ralra. "So this is it?" he asked Han. "This is apparently it, kid," Han said. "Chewie's moments of freedom are numbered." Calibo, catching Han's words, gave the human males a scathing glance and an indignant "Humph" that needed no translation. Han chuckled. "We better be careful, kid. She could break us both in two without half trying." The Wookiee female led them down one of the bow roads that was as wide as a street on some worlds. They were headed away from the city, deeper into the treetop area where many Wookiees had built homes. Mala's house, Han had gathered, was one of the treehouse-type places, since she lived where she could be close to her work. Within minutes, they branched off onto another trail, then another. "Wonder where we're going," Jarek said uneasily. "I'm lost. If she left us out here, I wouldn't have a clue as to how to get back to Rook-Roror. Would you?" Han nodded. "Remind me to brush you up on your navigation skills, kid," he said. "But if Calibo walks us much farther, I'm going to be too tired to party." The little party turned onto yet another, smaller trail, and ahead of them, Han and Jarek could see many Wookiees gathered. They walked, then the trail came to an abrupt end. The Washire branch they were standing on had been sheared off in some manner and plunged down to rest atop lower branches. With the massive branch weighing the nearby treetops down, the effect was like looking out onto a vast green valley. Breathtaking. Rounded green hills rose in soft swells to the west. The yellow sun shone down, bright as a beacon, and everywhere there were birds wheeling through the air. "Hey," Han said to Calibo. "Nice view." She nodded and explained that this was a sacred place to Wookiees. Here, with this vista before them, they could truly appreciate the grandeur of their world. The ceremony was ready to begin. There was no priest to officiate. Wookiee couples married themselves. Han walked up to stand beside Chewbacca, and gave his friend, who appeared more than a bit nervous, a reassuring grin, and reached up to ruffle the Wookiee's head fur. "Come on, relax," he said. "You're getting a great girl, pal." Chewie replied that he knew that quite well. He just hoped he could remember his lines. As they stood at the end of the trail, with a crowd of Wookiees between them and the pathway leading back to Rokroror, the crowd suddenly parted in the middle. Malatobuck paced down the trail toward them. She was covered from head to foot in a sheer veil of silvery gray. The veil was so light, so translucent, it appeared almost like she was clothed in some glimmering energy field. But as she came up beside Chewie, Han could tell that the veil was actually some kind of knit or woven fabric, almost completely transparent. Han could see Mala's blue eyes clearly through her bridal veil. Han listened intently as Chewie and Mala exchanged vows. Yes, they loved each other beyond all other beings. Yes, each other's honor was as dear to them as their own. Yes, they promised to be faithful to each other. Yes, death could part them, but could not end their love. The life power was with them, they said. The life power would make their union strong, and they would be complete, together. The life power would be with them, always. Han felt a wave of unaccustomed solemnity wash over him. For a moment, he almost envied Chewie. He could see love shining in Malatobuck's eyes, and felt a pang. Nobody had ever loved him that much. Except maybe Dulana, he thought, remembering the Wookiee widow who had raised him. Bria. He used to think she loved him that much, but she sure had a funny way of showing it. Now Chewie was raising Mala's veil and clutching her to him. They rubbed their cheeks together tenderly. Then with a huge triumphant roar, Chewie picked her up and swung her around as though she were child-sized instead of a grown Wookiee only a little shorter than he was. The crowd of Wookiees broke into a chorus of hoots, roars, and howls of appreciation. "Well," said Han to Jarek, "guess that's it." But the wedding celebration was far from over. The honored couple was escorted to tables in the treetops that groaned with every kind of Wookiee delicacy. Han and Jarek moved among the tables, sampling cautiously, for Wookiees tended to serve most meats raw. Some were cooked, but even there humans had to be cautious. Wookiees enjoyed highly seasoned foods, and some were spicy and hot enough to damage a human gullet. Han examined the tables and introduced Jarek to many safe Wookiee delicacies. Jachebik broth, a thick meat, herb, and spice combination. Vortic cocktail, a layered dish that combined various meats and layers of washara leaves that had been soaked in potent Graken nectar for weeks. Factern meat pie, frozen gornar, chicknut rings, and fried clack. There were also salads and flatbreads, plus forest honey cakes and assorted chilled fruit delicacies. Han advised Jarek against partaking of the various types of spirits being passed around. The Corellian knew from painful experience how potent Wookiee liquor could be. There were many kinds. Agargum, Kortig, Garmorl, Graken, and Thickian brandy, to name a few. "Take my advice, kid," Han said. "Wookiees know how to make home brew that will put a human on the floor in minutes. I'm sticking to Gorham wine and Greyland juice." "But the children drink Greyland juice," Jarek protested, "and this other stuff." "Jar," Han said. "Sweetened Akori milk and vineberry extract. It's too sweet for my taste, but you might like it." Jarek was looking longingly at a huge flask of Thickian brandy. Han shook his head warningly. "Kid, don't. I ain't taking care of you if you wind up sick as a poisoned mutlak pup." The youth made a face, but then picked up a cup of the Gorham wine. "Okay, I guess you know what you're talking about." Han smiled, and they clinked their glasses. "Trust me." A few minutes later, as Han stood off by himself, holding a plate of barbecued Traken ribs and a spicy salad garnished with rilrun seeds, a dark brown Wookiee who seemed vaguely familiar, though the Corellian was sure he'd never met him before, walked up to him. The Wookiee stood there, studying Han, and then introduced himself. Han nearly dropped his plate. "You're Dulana Bia's son?" he cried. "Hey!" Putting his plate and cup down hastily, he grabbed the Wookiee man in an excited hug. "Hey, guy, I'm so glad to meet you. What's your name?" The Wookiee returned Han's embrace, replying he was called Chak-Lok. Han stood back, looking at him, and found that his eyes were stinging. Chak, or so he asked to be called, seemed equally moved, as he told Han he had hoped to meet him, partly because he hoped the human could tell him how his mother had died. Han swallowed. Chuck, your mom died a hero, he said. I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for her. She was one brave Wookiee. She died a warrior's death, fighting. A guy named Garrus Shrike shot and killed her, but he's dead too. Chuck wanted to know whether Han had killed Shrike in order to avenge his mother's death. Not exactly, Han said. Someone else got him first, but I could put a good hurtin' on him before he bought it. Chuck rumbled his approval. He told Han that he felt Han was an adopted brother, since they had shared the same mother. All of his mother's communications during her days aboard Trader's Luck had been full of anecdotes about the little human boy who loved her wastrel bread, and who wanted so much to become a pilot. Well, Chuck, Han said, Dulana never lived to see it, but I am a pilot today, and my best friend in all the universe is a Wookiee. Chuck gahoffed, and then told Han that he and Chewbacca were distantly related through a second cousin 3 times removed, who had emigrated to Rororo and married Chewbacca's great-aunt's niece. Han blinked. Distant. Yeah. Well, that's great. Just one big happy family. Han led Chuck over to the bridegroom and introduced him to Chewie, explaining the situation. Chewbacca roared his welcome of Han's adopted brother and thumped Chuck soundly on the back. The celebration continued far into the night. Wookiees danced, sang, and played wooden instruments that had been handed down in their families for generations. Han and Jarek celebrated with them until the humans were so exhausted, and so tipsy, that they wound up curling up beneath one of the massive tables and falling asleep. When Han awoke in the morning, the celebration was over, and Chewie and Mala, he was informed, had gone off into the woods to that time of privacy that was the Wookiee equivalent of a honeymoon. Han was sorry. In a couple of days his negotiations with Katara would be concluded. The Falcon would be reloaded with her new cargo, and he'd be leaving Kashyyyk. He wouldn't get to tell Chewie goodbye. But you couldn't expect a guy to remember his best friend on his wedding night, Han mused, with a hint of regret. Besides, he fully intended to come back to Kashyyyk again, so it wasn't as though he'd said goodbye to Chewie forever. Safe in the privacy of his office on Nal Hutta, Durga the Hutt wriggled closer to Mick Bidlor's hollow image as it solidified. His bulbous, slit-pupiled eyes protruded even further in his eagerness as he demanded, "You've news about the autopsy results? You've identified the substance?" "Your Excellency, this substance was so rare we could not at first identify it, or be certain as to its effects." The senior forensic specialist looked tired and harried, as though he really had been working night and day as he claimed. But our tests on that substance, and our tracing of it, is now conclusive. Yes, the substance is a poison. We have traced its origin to the planet Malki. "The Malkite poisoners!" Durga exclaimed. "Of course! Secret assassins who specialize in exotic and almost undetectable poisons. Who else could come up with a substance that would prove fatal to a Hutt? My people are very difficult to poison." "I am aware of that, Your Excellency," Mick Bidlor said, "and this substance, so rare we have been unable to find a name for it, is one of their crowning achievements in toxins. We call it X1 for want of a better name." "And X1 does not occur in nature anywhere on Nal Hutta?" Durga said, wanting to make absolutely sure. "This could not possibly have been an accident." "No, Your Excellency. X1 must have been deliberately administered to Lord Aruk." "Administered? How?" "We cannot be certain, but ingestion seems the most likely method." "Someone fed my parent a fatal dose of poison," Durga said, his voice going cold and deadly with rage. "Someone is going to pay, and pay, and pay." Not exactly, Your Excellency." The specialist licked his lips nervously. "The scheme was not nearly so obvious as that. It was actually rather ingenious." "If it was that clever, it must certainly have been a Hutt," Durga thought. He glared at the scientist. "What then?" "The substance is deadly in large quantities, Lord Durga, but in small quantities it would not kill. Instead, it would concentrate in the brain tissues, causing the victim to experience a progressive deterioration of the thought processes. And the substance is also highly addictive. Once the victim grew accustomed to ingesting it in high enough doses, the abrupt withdrawal of the substance would cause the symptoms you described: racking pain, convulsions, and death." He took a breath. "And that, Lord Durga, is why your parent died. Not from the X1 in his system, but from its abrupt withdrawal." How long, Durga said, getting the words out, would this substance have to have been given to my parent for him to become addicted to it? I would suspect a period of a few months, Lord Durga, but I cannot say for certain. Weeks at minimum. It would take time to build up the dosage until the withdrawal would prove quickly fatal. The specialist hesitated. Lord Durga, our investigations also revealed that X1 is very expensive. It is produced from the stamens of a type of plant that grows only on one world in the galaxy, and the location of that world is a sworn secret held by the Melkite poisoners. So only a person or persons of great wealth could have purchased enough of it to kill your parent. I see, Durga said after a long moment. Continue with any tests that may shed further light on the subject, Bidlor, and send me all of your data. I intend to find out just where that X1 came from. Bidlor bobbed in a nervous bow. Certainly, Your Excellency, but, sir, these investigations are not inexpensive. Price is no object, Durga snarled. I must know, and I will pay what it takes to find the truth. I will find the source of that X1, and I will trace it to whoever fed it to my parent. Basadi's resources are my resources. Do you understand, Bidlor? The scientist bowed again, more deeply. Yes, Your Excellency, we will continue to investigate. See that you do. Durga broke the connection and then undulated back and forth across his office, fuming. Aruk was murdered. I knew it all along. Wealth enough to buy X1, it has to be Jiliak, or perhaps Jabba. I will find the one responsible for this, and I will kill him or her with my own hands. I swear it to my dead parent, I will have vengeance. Over the next 10 days, Durga had all the servants in the place interrogated ruthlessly, especially the cooks. Though several died during questioning, there was no evidence to indicate that any of them had been tampering with Aruk's meals. The young Hut Lord neglected his other duties as he attended each interrogation session. His rival, Zir, came to visit him toward the end of the sessions, and arrived just as droids were bearing away the limp corpse of a Talandatil female who had served as a minor administrative clerk for Basadi. The elder Hutt looked disdainfully at the huge four-legged body as it was borne out by the droids. How many does that make? He asked, with more than a touch of sarcasm. Durga glared at Zir. He'd have loved to have linked the other Basadi to Aruk's death. But Zir had been on Narheka, overseeing Basadi interests until a few months ago, when he'd been recalled home after Aruk's death. When he'd first turned up, Durga had had Zir investigated thoroughly, but there was not even the smallest hint of a link between him and Aruk's murder. For one thing, Zir, though well off, did not possess nearly the financial resources to purchase large quantities of X1, and there had been no unusual withdrawals from his accounts. "4," the young Hutt snapped. "They do not have our strength, cousin. It is no wonder the lesser races bow to us. They are far inferior physically as well as mentally." Zir sighed. "I must say I will miss that Twi'lek chef of yours," he said. "He prepared fillets of mulbat larva and friggin' blood sauce superbly." He sighed again. Durga's huge mouth turned down. "Chefs can be replaced," he said shortly. "Has it occurred to you, my dear cousin, that the forensic specialist you hired might be wrong in his conclusions?" "He and his team are the best to be had," Durga said. "Their references were excellent. They've performed investigations for the Emperor's top military aides, even Governor Tarkin." Zir nodded. "A good recommendation," he admitted. "From what I hear, the governor is not an official to disappoint if one wishes to live." "That is what they say." "Still, cousin, is it possible you've demanded of this team that they find evidence of murder, and so they have, whether or not it is true?" Durga considered that for a moment. "I do not believe that," he said finally. "The evidence is there. I've seen the lab reports." "Lab reports can be faked, cousin. Also, in your obsession, you have spent a great many credits. These scientists are earning much from Basadi. It is possible they do not wish this stream of credits to end." Durga faced his cousin. "I am certain that the team has reported their findings accurately. As to the cost, Aruk was the head of all Basadi. Isn't it proper to find out what really happened, lest others think we can be killed with impunity?" Zir's pointed tongue ran slowly across the lower part of his mouth as he thought. "Perhaps you are right, cousin. However, I would suggest that in order for you not to be regarded as a reckless spendthrift, you begin paying for this investigation out of your own personal funds, rather than Basadi operating capital. If you agree to this, no more will be said. If you do not, well, there's a clan meeting approaching. As a conscientious clan leader, it is my duty to comment on our financial report. Durga glared at his cousin. Zir glared back, and, cousin? If any accidents befall me, it will go the worse for you. I have filed copies of the financial reports in places you have no way of discovering. They will be produced should I die, no matter how much it might seem that I perished of natural causes. The younger Hutt resisted the urge to order his guards to shoot Zir. Hutts were notoriously hard to kill, and another death might well cause all of Basadi to rise up against him. Durga drew a deep breath. Perhaps you are right, cousin, he said finally. From this day forward, I will personally finance the investigation. Good, Zir said. And, Durga, in your parents' absence, I feel I must give you the benefit of my experience. If Durga had possessed teeth, he would have ground them together in rage. Go on, he said. Black Sun, Durga, it is an open secret that you use their resources to consolidate your power. I caution you against doing so again. One cannot just employ Black Sun and then walk away. Their services are expensive. They have been fully compensated for their services, Durga said tightly. I am not such a fool as you think, Zir. Good, the other Hutt Lord said. I am glad to hear that. I was worried about you, dear cousin. Any Hutt who would rid himself of such a chef on a whim is suspect. Seething, Durga undulated off in search of another staff member to interrogate. Jabba the Hutt and his Aunt Gilliac were lounging together in their palatial receiving room in Gilliac's palace on Nal Hutta, watching Gilliac's baby inch its way around the room. The infant Hutt was now old enough to spend almost an hour outside Gilliac's pouch. At this stage of its life, the little creature resembled a huge, chubby grub or insect larva more than a Hutt. Its arms were nothing more than vestigial stubs and would not develop or grow digits until the baby Hutt had left the maternal pouch for good. The only way in which the baby Hutt resembled the adult members of its species was its pop-eyed, vertical-pupiled stare. Hutt babies were born almost mindless, and Hutt youngsters did not reach the age of accountability until they were almost a century old. Before that, they were looked upon as creatures who needed good care and feeding, and not much else. As he watched the baby wriggle along the polished stone floor, Jabba wished they were back on Nar Shaddaa, where he could get more done. It was difficult to oversee the Jazilic smuggling empire from Nal Hutta. Jabba had suggested more than once that he and his aunt go back to Nar Shaddaa, but Gilliac adamantly refused, insisting that the polluted atmosphere of Nar Shaddaa would be unhealthy for her baby. Jabba thus spent much of his time shuttling back and forth between Nal Hutta and Nar Shaddaa. His holdings on Tatooine were suffering by his absence. Ifut Mon, the non-humanoid Shevan, was looking after Jabba's interests, and doing it well, but it just wasn't the same as being there himself. Jabba had shared many adventures in the past with Mon, and the ugly sentient from Vinsoth was the only being in the universe that Jabba really trusted. For some reason, even Jabba wasn't sure why, Ifut Mon was completely loyal to Jabba and always had been. Jabba knew that the Shevan had turned down multiple offers to betray him for fabulous profit. Yet, Ifut Mon had never turned, no matter how much she was offered. Jabba appreciated his friend's loyalty and repaid it by keeping only minor tabs on Ifut Mon's actions. He didn't expect Mon to betray him, not after all these years, but it was well to be prepared for anything. Aunt, Jabba said, I have read the newest report from our source on the Basadi accounting office, and their profits are impressive. Even the dissension over Durga's leadership has not slowed them. Ylesia continues to produce more processed spice with every month that passes. Shiploads of pilgrims are arriving nearly every week. It is depressing. Gilliac turned her massive head to regard her nephew. Durga has done better than I ever gave him credit for, Jabba. I did not think he would hold on to the leadership. By now I envisioned that Basadi would be ripe for our takeover. But even though there's muttering and discontent with Durga's leadership, his outspoken opponents are dead, and no one has surfaced to replace them within the clan. Jabba blinked at his aunt, and a spark of hope awakened. That speech sounded almost like the old pre-motherhood Jiliak. Do you know why they're dead, Aunt? Because Durga was foolish enough to deal with Black Sun, Jiliak said. The deaths of his opponents were too blatant to be hut-doing. Only Black Sun has that many resources. Only Prince Zizor would be so coldly daring as to assassinate them all within days of each other. Jabba was getting excited now. Is she coming out of her maternal mental haze, he wondered. Prince Zizor is indeed someone to be reckoned with, he said. That is why I have done him favors from time to time. I would prefer to stay on his good side, just in case I ever need a favor in return, as I did that one time on Tatooine. He helped me then, and asked nothing in return, because I have done him favors in the past. Jiliak was shaking her head slowly, back and forth, a mannerism she'd picked up from humans. Jabba, you know my thinking on this. I have told you many times. Prince Zizor is not one to be trifled with. Best to stay far away from him, and to have nothing to do with Black Sun. Open the door to them just once, and you risk becoming his vassal. I'm cautious, Aunt. I assure you, I would never do as Durga has done. Good. Durga will soon discover that he has opened a door that cannot easily be closed. If he steps through it, he will no longer be his own master. So should we hope he does, Aunt? Jiliak's eyes narrowed slightly. Hardly, nephew. Zizor is not a foe I wish to contend with. He has evidently set his sights on Basadi, but he would willingly take Djilik too, of that I have no doubt. Jabba silently agreed. Zizor would move in on the whole of Nalhutta if given the opportunity. Speaking of Basadi, Aunt, he said, what are these Yalessian prophets I was reporting on? What can we do to stop Basadi? They now have 9 colonies on Yalessia. They are preparing to start another colony on Nirvana, the other habitable world in the system. Jiliak thought for a moment. Perhaps it is time to utilize Terenza again, she said. Durga apparently has no suspicion he was responsible for Aruk's death. Utilize him how? I don't know yet, Jiliak said. Perhaps we can encourage Terenza to declare his independence from Durga. If they fought, Basadi profits would be bound to plummet, and then we could pick up the pieces. Very good, Aunt. Jabba was happy to hear the old scheming Jiliak acting like herself again. Now if I can just report on these figures here and get your input on reducing our costs in... Ah... Jabba broke off, interrupted by Jiliak's deep maternal coo of affection, and saw the baby hut wriggling up to its mother, tiny vestigial arms held up, its bulbous eyes fixed on Jiliak's face intently. The baby's mouth opened, and it chirruped inquiringly. Look, nephew. Jiliak's voice was warm, indulgent. My little one knows Mama, yes, doesn't he, precious? Jabba rolled his eyes until they nearly emerged from their sockets and splattered onto the floor. Witness the demise of one of the greatest criminal minds of this millennium, he thought bleakly. Then, as Jiliak scooped up the baby hut and guided it back into her pouch, Jabba glared at the little creature with an expression very close to outright hatred. Han spent the next couple of days with the members of the Wookiee Underground, finalizing their deal. The time came when he opened up the Falcon, and he and Jarek unloaded the explosive quarrels from the secret compartments. Katara, Kachir, and Motamba clustered around the boxes, exclaiming excitedly over their new toys. Meanwhile, other Wookiees from the underground movement made a steady stream inside the ship, loading it with stormtrooper armor. Han was able to pack nearly 40 complete suits and 10 helmets into the Falcon. If the armor fetched the market price, he doubled his investment on the trip. Not a bad bit of bargaining. By the time all the armor was stowed away enough so that the Falcon's crew could move about, night was falling. Han decided he wanted to wait until dawn for this tricky exit of the cave and straight-up flight through the trees. He and Jarek said farewell to their hosts and stretched out on the pilot's seats to sleep. Han was awakened before sunrise the next morning by a loud, and familiar, Wookiee roar. The Corellian opened his eyes and jumped up, nearly tripping over the sleeping Jarek. Activating the ramp, he raced down it. Chewie! Han was so glad to see the big furball, he didn't even complain when the Wookiee grabbed him, swung him around, and ruffled his hair until it stood on end. All the while, Chewbacca was whining out a steady stream of complaints. What had Han been thinking of, preparing to leave him behind? Didn't he know any better? What could you expect from a human? When the Wookiee finally released him, Han looked up at Chewie, completely confused. Huh? What do you mean I was going to leave you behind? I'm going back to Nar Shaddaa, pal, and in case it slipped your attention, Chewie, you're a married guy now. Your place is here on Kashyyyk with Mala. Chewie shook his head, uttering protesting hoots and remonstrations. Life debt? Pal, I know you've sworn a life debt, but let's be realistic here. You belong with your wife on your own planet now, not dodging imp cruisers with me. The Wookiee had just started it again when a loud, angry roar from behind Han made him jump and dodge. A large, hairy hand grabbed his shoulder, and Han was swung around as though he weighed no more than a scrap of flimsy. He looked up to see Malatoba towering over him. Chewie's wife was furious, teeth bared, blue eyes narrowed. Han put up both hands and shrank back against his friend's hairy chest. "Hey, Mala, take it easy now." Malatobuck roared again, then launched into an angry tirade. Humans! How could they be so ignorant of Wookiee customs and Wookiee honor? How dare Han imply that Chewbacca would abandon a life debt? There was no greater insult he could offer a Wookiee. Her husband was possessed of great honor. He was a courageous warrior, a skilled hunter. And when he gave his word, he kept it, especially about a life debt. Faced with Mala's ire, Han turned both hands up and shrugged, but couldn't get a word in edgewise. He looked up imploringly at his friend. Chewie, taking pity on his Corellian buddy, intervened. He stepped between Mala and Han and spoke quickly, telling her that of course Han had meant no insult, no offense. His comment had been made out of ignorance, not malice. Finally, Mala relaxed, and her roars turned to grumbles. Han gave her an apologetic smile. Hey, no offense, Mala. I know Chewie here better than most anyone, and I know he's a terrific guy. Brave, smart, all that stuff. I just didn't know that to a Wookiee a life debt outweighs everything else. He turned back to his friend. It's okay, you're coming with us. And we're getting ready to grab some space, pal, so say goodbye to your bride. Chewbacca and Malatobuck walked away together, while Han and Jarek conducted the pre-flight checks. A few minutes later, Han heard the clang of the Falcon's ramp closing. Moments later, Chewbacca slipped into the co-pilot seat. Han looked at him. Don't worry, pal. I swear to you we'll come back again. Soon. I did some good dealing with Katara and her underground. Your people are going to need lots of ammo before they can even hope to take on the imps and free your world, and I'm going to help them get it. Jarek's voice came over the intercom from the starboard gunner's turret. Yeah, at a tidy profit, of course. Han laughed. Yeah, of course. Chewie, stand by. Here we go. With great dignity, the Millennium Falcon rose upward on her repulsors, then drifted forward until she was out of the tree branch cave. Then, with a suddenness that sent everyone sinking back into their seats, Han sent his ship whooshing straight up through the tunnel of trees. They soared up into the skies, now flushed with the red-gold dawn. As the Falcon went higher, sunrise seemed to burst over the world in a shower of gold. Quartelra, Han thought. The sun-haired warrior, the woman he had known as Bria. What was she doing now, he wondered. Does she ever think about me? Moments later, Kashyyyk was only a rapidly dwindling green ball behind them as they tore through the star-flecked blackness. Boba Fett sat in a sleazy, rented flat on the outer rim world of Teth, listening to Bria Theron meeting with the Tethan rebel leaders. The most famous bounty hunter in the galaxy had many resources, including a spy network that most planets would have envied. Since he accepted Imperial assignments from time to time, he was often privy to communiques and other information most rebel commands would have loved to see. Even though she was a rebel officer, the bounty on Bria Theron had not been posted by the Empire. No, this was a far larger bounty, the sum of 50,000 credits for a live, unharmed capture, no disintegrations permitted. Aruk the Hutt, the old leader of Basadi clan, had originally posted the bounty, but his heir, Durga, had continued it after his death, and had promised a bonus for delivery within 3 months. Boba Fett had been searching on and off for Bria Theron for over a year now. The woman kept being sent out on deep cover assignments that made her extremely hard to trace. She had severed all ties with her family, probably to lessen the danger to them should she be captured by the Imperials. When she was on her home planet of Corellia, she lived inside a series of secret rebel command bases, with extensive security and guard mounts. Such high security was understandable. After all, the rebels lived in fear of a full-scale attack by Imperial stormtroopers, so they kept the locations of their bases top secret and moved them continually. One bounty hunter, no matter how deadly and effective, stood little chance of getting close enough to manage a live capture. If only Basadi would have been satisfied with having Bria dead, Boba Fett was fairly sure he could have managed to kill her, even within the protection of a rebel base. But live, unharmed capture was much more difficult. However, a few days ago, Boba Fett had learned through his spy network that there was a meeting scheduled for the underground rebel movement on Teth. Taking a calculated risk that Bria would be there, he had flown Slave 1 to Teth 2 days ago. The risk had paid off. She had shown up yesterday evening. 2 days ago, when he'd first arrived on Teth, Boba Fett had located the current rebel enclave, which was situated beneath the port city in a series of old storm drains and sub-basements. He'd infiltrated the outskirts of the base via the ancient storm drains and ventilation shafts, enough to locate the base janitorial supplies. There he'd placed minuscule audio pickups on a number of small robot floor cleaners that roved freely from room to room, sucking up anything their tiny scanners identified as dirt. Since that time, he'd been monitoring the pickups, and today his preparations had paid off. Bria Theron was in a meeting with two top-ranked Tethan rebels. The tiny floor cleaner, per its program instructions, had scuttled out of their way when they'd entered the room, and was now biding its time in an inconspicuous corner. Boba Fett had no use for the whole concept of the various rebellions. He considered the idea of rebellion against any established government criminal. The Empire maintained order, and Boba Fett valued order. The Tethan resistance was no exception. A bunch of misguided idealists who were out to create anarchy. Within the confines of his helmet, Boba Fett's eyes narrowed with disdain as he listened. The Tethan leaders were Commander Winfred de Gore and her aide, Lieutenant Palab Gadalhi. At the moment, the Theron woman was arguing with them about the necessity for the various resistance groups to unite into a rebel alliance. There were indications, she said, that the idea of an alliance was gaining support in high places. A prestigious imperial senator, Mon Mothma of Trindrilla, had recently met secretly with Bria's superiors in the Corellian rebel underground and talked. The senator agreed that in the wake of the Empire's massacres on planets such as Gorman, Deveron, Rampa 1 and 2, that the Emperor was either pathologically insane or totally evil, and must be overthrown by sentience of good conscience. The Theron woman spoke with misguided passion, her clear alto voice quivering slightly with controlled emotion. It was obvious she really cared about her cause. When she was finished, Winifred de Gore cleared her throat. Her voice was rough with age and strain. Commander Theron, we sympathize with our brothers and sisters on Corellia, Alderaan, and the other worlds. But here on the Outer Rim, we are so far away from the core worlds that we could be of little help to you, even if we did ally with your groups. We do things our way out here. The Emperor pays little attention to us. We raid the Imperial shipping and oppose the Empire in many ways, but we value our independence. We are not likely to join a larger group. Commander de Gore, that isolationist policy is an invitation to an imperial massacre, Theron said, her tone bleak. Mark my words, it will happen. Palpatine's forces will not overlook your groups forever. Perhaps. Or perhaps not. Still, I doubt we could do more than what we are currently doing, Commander Theron. Boba Fett heard a chair creak and the rustle of fabric as someone moved. Then Theron spoke again. Commander de Gore, you have ships, you have troops, you have weapons. You are one of the closest worlds to the corporate sector, though we realize that's a long way off. But still, you could help. You could help with purchasing weapons in the corporate sector and funneling them back here to be shipped to other undergrounds. Don't think because you're out here that your help isn't needed. Commander Theron, weapons cost credits, Lieutenant Gadali said. Where will those credits come from? Well, we'd certainly appreciate it if you Tethans managed to come up with a few million to help us out, Bria said dryly, and a sad chuckle ran around the room. But we're working on it. Financing the resistance is very hard, but there are enough citizens who are being squeezed until they can't see straight, even if they don't have the ability or the courage to join a rebel group outright. They're smuggling us spare credits. Some of the Hutt Lords have also seen fit to contribute, clandestinely, of course. Interesting, thought Fett. This was news to him, though now that he thought about it, huts were notorious for playing both sides, plus their own side in any conflict. If they could look forward to an increase in credits or power, huts were usually right there. "We're not far from hut space," Dagor said, a thoughtful note in her voice. "Perhaps we could make contact with other hut lords, see if they'd be willing to help." "Help?" Bria Theron's voice sputtered with laughter. "Huts? They may contribute, and some have, but they do it for their own reasons, trust me, and those reasons have nothing to do with our aims. Huts are devious, but sometimes their goals and ours coincide. That's when they hand out their credits. Half the time we can't even guess what benefit they may be getting as a result of their donation." "Probably better not to guess," Lieutenant Gadalhi said. "Still, Commander Theron, there may be some merit in our increasing our commitment at this time. Our new Imperial Moff is far less vigilant than Sarn Shield was. We've been getting away with far more lately than we could under Shield's rule." "That's another thing," Bria Theron said. "We've been studying this new Moff, Varef Orjij. Most of the new procedures he's put in place here in the Outer Rim are so ill-advised that we're beginning to wonder if he's Gamorrean blood." Laughter rippled throughout the room. Bria continued, "Orjij is both arrogant and stupid. He's insisting that he won't make Shield's mistake, and he's going to keep close personal control over his military force. This policy has cut down tremendously on the Imperial threat here in the Outer Rim. The Imp commanders have to check in with Orjij about the smallest things. He's managing them into paralysis, Commander Dagor." "We're aware of that, Commander," Dagor agreed. "What do you want us to do about it?" "Increase your raids on Imperial supply vessels and munitions dumps here in the Outer Rim, Commander. We need those weapons. And by the time Orjij can be contacted and give his orders, you and your people will be long gone." Dagor considered this for a moment. "I think we can promise you that much, Commander Theron. For the rest, we'll take it under advisement." "Talk to your people today," Bria said. "I'll be leaving tomorrow." Boba Fett strained his ears, silently urging her to reveal her plans. But there was no other sound except the scrapings of chairs as the rebels got up and left the room. Fett kept a close survey at all the nearby spaceports, but he was unable to catch even a glimpse of Bria Theron the next day. She must have been smuggled aboard a rebel ship by some clandestine means. The bounty hunter was slightly disappointed at his failure, but the most important trait of any hunter, and Boba Fett lived for the hunt, was patience. He resolved to find some way of tipping off the Imperials about Mon Mothma's treachery and the rebels' plans, without letting them know who their informant was. Many Imperial officers were openly scornful of bounty hunters, referring to them as scum and worse. Fett wished he had more specific information to offer as a tip. If only the rebels had revealed plans for an actual operation. In the meantime, Fett's trip to Teth would not be wasted. He checked with the guild, and there was an open bounty here on their books, a rich, reclusive businessman who had a high-guarded and secure estate in the mountains of Teth. Secure, that is, insofar as ordinary bounty hunters went, but Boba Fett was in a class by himself. The businessman's activities had been so predictable that planning was laughably easy. The man was a creature of habit. Boba Fett wouldn't even have to go up against his bodyguards, since this was a bounty permitting disintegrations. Only the kill was required. Boba Fett had found a vantage point in a lockwall tree that would allow him to erect a temporary blind, make the kill, then slip away before the bodyguards or security forces could even pinpoint his location. One shot would be all that he needed. Chapter 5. From one side of this galaxy to the other. Over the next 5 months, Han Solo and his Wookiee first mate rose to the top of the smuggler heap. For a miracle, Han managed to actually hang on to some of the money he'd won long enough to do most of the modifications on the Millennium Falcon that he'd envisioned. His half-alien master technician and starship mechanic, Shug Ninx, let him berth the Falcon in a space barn. Shug's space barn was almost a legend in the Corellian section of Nar Shaddaa. Within its cavernous interior, traders, pirates, and smugglers tinkered with their ships, modifying them, determined to squeeze the last bit of speed and firepower out of them. After all, the faster a smuggler delivered a cargo, the quicker he, she, or it could take off again with another shipment. Time was credits in the life of a smuggler. Han, Jarek, and Chewbacca did most of the work themselves, with an occasional hand from Sala, who was also an expert technician, and Shug, the acknowledged master. Once he had the ship's armor plating the way he wanted it, no lucky Imperial shot was going to take out the Falcon the way Han's previous ship, the Bria, had been destroyed. He started on the engines and the armament. He added a light laser cannon under the nose, then moved the quad lasers so the Falcon had gun turrets both dorsally and ventrally, top and bottom. Then Han and Sala installed 2 concussion missile launching tubes between the forward mandibles. All the while that he was installing weapons and armor, Han, Shug, and Chewie worked on the Falcon's engines and other systems. The Falcon already boasted a military-grade hyperdrive. Together, Han and Shug tinkered with both the hyperdrive and sublight engines until they were even more powerful, and the Falcon was making faster and faster times on Han's smuggling runs. They also installed new sensor and jamming systems. The new jamming system had a less than auspicious first trial, however. When Han triggered it, the pulse was so powerful that it also jammed the Falcon's own internal communications, disrupting the signals from the cockpit to the ship's systems. The incident happened at the worst possible time, while the Falcon was ducking into a planet's gravity well in an attempt to shake off an Imperial frigate. As their ship hurtled down, grazing upper atmosphere totally out of control, Han and Chewbacca stared at their instruments in dismay. Only the fact that the new jammer was so powerful that it burned out almost immediately saved them from being incinerated in the planet's atmosphere. The day came when Han looked at the Falcon with satisfaction and threw an arm around Shug Ninx's shoulders. "Shug, old pal, you are one master mechanic. I don't think there's anyone better with a hyperdrive in the whole galaxy. She's purring like a Togorian kit cub, and we've increased her speed another 2%. The half-alien master mechanic smiled at his friend, but shook his head. "Thanks, Han, but I can't claim that title. I've heard that there's a guy in the corporate sector named Doc, who can make a hyperdrive dance a jizz-jig with one hand tied behind his back. If you want her to go even faster, you'll have to hunt him up." Han listened with some surprise, but filed the information away in his mind as potentially useful. He'd always had a yen to see the corporate sector, and now he had a reason to go there. "Thanks, Shug," he said. "I'll have to consider contacting this guy if I ever get there." "From what I've heard about Doc, you don't contact him. He'll contact you if he decides it's a good idea. Ask Arlie Braun about him. He spent time in the corporate sector. He might know how you'd go about contacting Doc." "Thanks for the word," Han said. He knew Arlie Braun, as he did most of the smugglers who hung out in the Corellian sector of Nar Shaddaa. Braun was a stocky, aging smuggler with a genial air and a sharp tongue. He enjoyed needling fools, but he was fast enough on the draw to still be among the living, which said something about for his speed and accuracy. He flew a beat-up old freighter named Double Echo. Now that Han had the fast and comparatively reliable Millennium Falcon, he could take on the most challenging jobs. He still worked mostly for Jabba, who was basically running the Jazilik Khajiit these days, but he also took jobs for other employers. The Corellian and his Wookiee sidekick became almost a legend on Nar Shaddaa as they broke speed records for the Kessel Run and flew rings around Imperial patrol vessels. Han had never been happier. He had a fast ship, friends in Chewie, Jarek, and Lando, an attractive, savvy lady friend in Sala, and credits in his pocket. True, money had a way of slipping through his fingers no matter how he tried to hold on to it, but to Han, that was only a minor worry. So what if he liked living high, gambling, and expensive flings? He could always make more. But even though Han's personal life was going splendidly, dark clouds were gathering on the horizon. The Emperor continued to tighten his grip, and his reach was extending even into the Outer Rim these days. There was a massacre on Mantuine in the Atrevis sector, and the rebels that had managed to capture an Imperial base there were wiped out practically to the last defender. There were other massacres as object lessons to inner Imperial worlds. Gunrunners had to be increasingly wary and fast in order to deliver their cargoes. When Han had first begun making the Kessel Run, it was unusual to even pick up an imp craft on ship's sensors. Now it was unusual to not spot one. To support his fleets and armies, Emperor Palpatine levied taxes that had citizens of the Empire groaning beneath the financial burden. These days, the average citizen of the Empire struggled just to put decent food on the table. Han and his friends naturally did not pay taxes. No tax collectors came to the smuggler's moon. Collecting taxes from the motley denizens of Nar Shaddaa was such a daunting task that the moon was simply overlooked each tax time. In the past, Han had paid little attention in news vids about the struggle between the Imperials and the underground rebel groups, but now, knowing that Bria might be involved in those actions, he found himself listening to the news vids with undivided attention. Palpatine must be crazy, Han found himself thinking on more than one occasion. He's asking for a wholesale rebellion with these tactics. Massacres, murders, citizens hauled out of their homes in the middle of the night and never seen again. You mess over people bad enough, long enough, you're asking for revolt. Dissent in the Imperial Senate was growing by leaps and bounds. One of the more prominent senators, Mon Mothma, had been forced to flee not long ago after the Emperor ordered her arrest on charges of treason. Mon Mothma had been a prestigious member of the Senate, and the Emperor's high-handed move caused demonstrations on Chandrila, her home planet, demonstrations that resulted in yet another ruthless massacre of Imperial citizens. The Emperor's attacks on financial well-being and personal freedom had another effect, one that Han found particularly disturbing. More and more downtrodden, poverty-stricken people were chucking their old lives and heading for Yelesia to become pilgrims, or, as Han knew, slaves. Many of the new pilgrims came from Sullust, Bothawi, and Corellia, worlds that had recently suffered reprisals for civil unrest and anti-taxation demonstrations. Han arrived home one day from a smuggling run to discover that, for the first time, the Talanda Til had held a revival in Nar Shaddaa. As a result, a number of Corellians from the Corellian sector of Nar Shaddaa had packed up and were waiting to board a ship bound for, among other places, Yelesia. When he heard this, Han grabbed the tube over to the disembarkment point and raced up to the line of hollow-eyed, weary-looking Corellians waiting to board the transport. "What do you think you're doing?" he shouted. "Yelesia is a trap. Haven't you heard the stories about it? They lure you there, then turn you into slaves. You'll wind up dying in the mines of Kessel. Don't go." One old woman looked at him suspiciously. "Shut up, youngster," she said. "We're going to a better place. The Yelesian priests say they'll take care of us, and we'll have a better life. A blessed life. I'm sick of scratching here. The cursed Empire's making it too hard these days to earn a dishonest living." The others muttered similar imprecations at him as he moved up and down the line, expostulating with the pilgrim candidates. Hans finally stopped and stood there, wanting to howl aloud with rage like a Wookiee. Chewie did howl in frustration. "Chewie, short of setting my blaster on stun and shooting them all, there ain't no way of stopping them," the Corellian observed bitterly. Chewie agreed sadly. In a last-ditch effort, Han tried talking to some of the younger people, even going so far as to offer one or two a job. None would listen to him. He soon gave up in disgust. This had happened to him once before, on Apho, a remote world on the opposite side of the galaxy from Nar Shaddaa. There had been a Yelesian revival, and Han had tried to warn those who were heading for the ships, but he found he couldn't compete with the pilgrim candidates' wide-eyed memories of the exultation. Only a few of the small, orange-skinned humanoid Aphans had listened to him. Over 100 had boarded the Yelesian missionary ship. Han watched the line of Corellians shuffling into the waiting transport and shook his head. "Some people are just too dumb to live, Chewie," he said. "Or too desperate," the Wookiee rejoined. "Yeah, well, just another reminder to me that sticking your neck out is a good way to get your head chopped off," Han said disgustedly as he turned his back on the doomed Corellians and began walking away. "Next time I think about doing that, pal, I want you to give me a Wookiee love tap that'll put me on my butt. You'd think after all these years I'd learn." Chewie promised, and together they walked away. Despite the fact that he had his undersized hands full running Basadi, Durga the Hutt refused to give up his search to find his parents' murderer. 6 members of the household staff had died under rigorous interrogation, but there was absolutely no indication that any of them had been involved. If the household staff was innocent, then how had Aruk been poisoned? Durga had another conversation with Mick Bidlor, who confirmed this time that there were traces of X1 in Aruk's digestive tract. The lethal substance had indeed been eaten. Durga terminated the communication and went for a long undulation, roaming the halls of his palace, thinking. His expression was so forbidding that his staff, already highly nervous, and understandably so, fled before his approach as though he were an evil spirit from the outer darkness. In his mind, the young Basadi lord was going over the last months of his parents' life, mentally ticking off every moment of every day. Everything Aruk had eaten had come from their own kitchens, prepared by the staff of chefs, including the one now deceased. He made a mental note to hire 2 new chefs. Durga had had the entire kitchen and the servants' quarters scanned for any trace of X1. Nothing. The only place that they'd picked up even the smallest hint of the substance had been on the floor of Aruk's office, not far from his usual parking spot for his repulsor sled, and that had been just the barest trace. Durga frowned, contorting his birthmark-stained features into something resembling a demon mask. Something was niggling at him. A memory. Niggling, wiggling, niggling, wiggling, wriggling, the Nala tree frogs. Suddenly the memory was there, sharp and clear. Aruk belching as he reached for yet another live Nala tree frog. Up until now, Durga had never considered the possibility that the poison could have been delivered by means of a living creature. After all, it seemed only reasonable that the creature would die from the poison long before it could be ingested. But what if the Nala tree frogs were immune to the effects of X1? What if their tissues had been filled with ever-increasing amounts of X1 without affecting them? Aruk had loved his Nala tree frogs. He'd eaten them every day, sometimes as much as a dozen of them every day. "Asman," Durga bellowed, "fetch me the scanner. Bring it straight to Aruk's office." The Shevin appeared briefly, acknowledging the order, and then vanished. The sounds of his running feet faded into the distance. Durga began undulating at top speed toward his parents' sanctum. When he reached there, he was only seconds ahead of the panting servant, who was carrying the scanning device. Durga grabbed it from his hands and rushed into the office. "Where is it?" he thought, looking wildly around. Yes, there. He realized, heading for the corner. Standing in the corner, forgotten, was Aruk's old snackquarium. He'd used it to keep live food fresh, and the last few months of his life, that live food had mostly been Nala tree frogs. Thrusting the scanner's probe tip into the snackquarium, Durga activated the instrument. Moments later, he had his answer. The mineral deposits in the globe's glassine sides contained sizable amounts of X1. Durga let out a bellow of rage that made the furniture rattle, then went berserk, smashing the snackquarium with one mighty blow of his tail, slamming his bulk into furnishings, crushing and destroying everything in his path. Finally, hoarse and panting, he halted in the ruins of Aruk's office. Terenza. Terenza sent the frogs. Durga's first impulse was to fly to Yelesia and personally smash the Talanda Till to a bloody pulp. But, after a moment's reflection, he realized it would be beneath him to soil his hands and tail on a lesser being. Besides, he couldn't just do away with the high priest. Terenza was a good high priest, and would be hard to replace. The Basadi lord was uncomfortably aware that if he had Terenza killed, the Talanda Till and Yelesia might well refuse to continue their charade as priests in the exaltation. Terenza was well liked by those who served under him. He was also an able administrator who had brought Basadi ever-increasing profits from the spice factories. "I'll have to have a trained replacement ready to step in before I act against him," Durga thought. Also, Durga reflected, the evidence against the high priest was purely circumstantial. It was remotely possible that Terenza was innocent. Durga had kept a close eye on Terenza's expenditures, and no large sums of credits had left his account. He could not have purchased the poison unless he did it in a very clandestine way, and he did not have the kinds of credits it would take to purchase large amounts of X1. Unless he sold that wretched collection of his, Durga thought, but he knew that hadn't happened. He kept close watch over all the shipping manifests going into and out of Yelesia, and Terenza had, in fact, been adding to his collection for the past 9 months. The Basadi lord resolved to begin training a new Talanda Till that very week. He'd continued his investigations, and by the time the new priest was ready, he'd hire a bounty hunter to bring him Terenza's horn. Durga envisioned the horn mounted on the wall of his office, right next to Aruk's hollow portrait. Terenza might not be the only one who deserved to die on Yelesia. Someone had had to capture the Nala tree frogs, put them into shipping containers, and load them onto ships. Durga resolved to investigate the situation from all angles before placing his bounty. Of course, the real murderer was the individual who had purchased the X1 and masterminded the entire operation. Jiliak was his prime suspect. She had the credits. She had the motivation. Durga had already begun searching for links between Jiliak and the Malachite poisoners. Now he would also search for links between the Jazilic leader and Terenza. Surely he'd find something, some record, shipping records, deposits of credits, withdrawals, records of purchases. Somewhere there would be evidence that would link both Terenza and Jiliak to Aruk's death, and he, Durga, was going to find them. He knew the search would require both time and credits. His own personal credits, unfortunately. Durga didn't dare jeopardize his admittedly precarious position as leader of Basadi by spending huge amounts of the Khajiit's money on what would be called a personal vendetta. Zir and his other detractors were already watching him, just ready to pounce on unjustified expenses. No, he'd have to pay for it himself, and it would strain his personal resources to do so. Durga thought for a moment of Black Sun. A word to Prince Zizor, and he'd have all of Black Sun's impressive resources at his command. But that would be opening the door to a Black Sun takeover of Basadi, and possibly all of Nalhada. Durga shook his head. He couldn't risk that. He didn't want to wind up as one of Zizor's vassals. He was a free and independent Hutt, and no falling prince was going to give him his marching orders. Durga left Aruk's smashed office and went to his own. He had a long session of work at his datapad before him. He couldn't let his work for Basadi suffer, so most of his search would have to be done at night, while most Hutts were sleeping. Grimly, Durga reached for his datapad and began keying in requests for information. He had found his parents' murderers. He was sure of it. He knew the how and the why. Now to gain the proof that would allow him to challenge Jiliak and demand personal satisfaction for a blood debt. Durga's tiny fingers began racing over his datapad, and the greenish tip of his tongue protruded from the corner of his mouth as he concentrated. Terenza paced slowly down the hallway in the Yelesian Administrative Center to meet with Kibik. The Hutt overlord had requested his presence almost 20 minutes ago, but Terenza had been busy. In the old days, he'd never have dared to keep a Hutt lord waiting, but things on Yelesia were changing, slowly but surely. He, Terenza, was taking over. That idiot Kibik was just too stupid to realize it. Every day he was making plans, hiring the additional guards Durga had authorized, and fortifying the planet. Instead of hiring mostly Gamorrean guards, strong but even dumber than Kibik, which was saying something, Terenza was carefully choosing tough-ended mercenary fighters. They cost more, but they'd be worth it in battle. And Terenza knew there was going to be a battle. The day would come when he'd have to openly declare his break with Nalhada. Basadi would never take such a bid for independence lying down, but Terenza planned to be ready. He would direct his troops in battle, and victory would be theirs. The high priest was already making arrangements to bring the mates of the Talandatil priests to Yelesia. His own mate, Talana, would be one of the first to arrive. Kibik was such an idiot he probably wouldn't even notice for some time. The differences between male and female Talandatil were most readily apparent to Talandatil. To most other species, except for the male's horn, they appeared virtually identical. Terenza was also planning on increasing the defenses, even if he had to sell off part of his collection to do it. He'd checked the price of a ground-mounted turbo laser and been horrified, but perhaps Jiliak would help him out with the credits he needed. After all, he, Terenza, was the only one who could implicate her in Aruk's murder. It made sense she'd want to stay on his good side. When Terenza reached Kibik's audience chamber, he hesitated before the portal, consciously summoning up enough of a servile air to pass. He didn't want Kibik to be aware of his contempt. Not yet. Soon, though. Soon, Terenza comforted himself. Play your part. Listen to him babble. Agree with him. Flatter him. Soon you won't have to do this anymore. Only a few more months to put up with his foolishness. Soon. One of the first things Han Solo did after getting the Millennium Falcon was challenge his girlfriend, Sala Zen, to a race. In the smaller, unreliable Bria, he'd never had a hope of defeating her swift rim runner, but now, whenever the two of them happened to have cargoes bound for the Kessel Run, the two smugglers would race through the dangerous area of space. They frequently ran spice and other contraband to the Stennis system, and the Kessel Run was the fastest way there. One time Han would win, the next Sala. The two ships were very evenly matched. Neither of the two smugglers liked losing, and their friendly competitions became increasingly fierce. They began taking chances, dangerous ones, especially Sala. An expert pilot, she flew her ship alone and was proud of her skill at getting the last bit of power out of her vessel. One morning, Han and Sala left her apartment together, kissed each other goodbye, and promised to meet on Kamsul, one of the 7 inhabited worlds in the Stennis system. Han grinned at Sala. "Loser buys dinner?" She smiled back at him. "I'm going to order the most expensive thing on the menu just to spite you, Han." Han laughed, waved, and they parted to go to their respective ships. The run to Kessel was uneventful. Han managed to beat Sala in by nearly 15 minutes, but one of the loader droids assigned to his ship developed a malfunction and slowed the loading process. Sala's rim runner came swooping down for a reckless landing while he was still loading up, and Han was barely 5 minutes ahead of her in lifting off. He was flying with Chewie as co-pilot and Jarek in the topmost gunner's mount. Imperial patrols in the Kessel region were becoming more and more prevalent these days. Han keyed his intercom as they went blasting into the run. "Look sharp, kid," he told Jarek. "I don't want any imp patrols catching us by surprise." "Right, Han. Just keep a lookout on those souped-up sensors of yours, and I'll blast them before they know what hit 'em." The first obstacle to be faced once they left Kessel was the Maw, a treacherous, roughly spherical region of space containing black holes, a few neutron stars, and scattered main sequence stars. From a distance, the Maw appeared in Kessel's nighttime sky to be a rounded, fuzzy, vari-colored glow, much like a nebula. But as the ship drew closer, the spherical shape became clearer. The Maw glowed with the light from the suns within it, that ionized gas and dust trails snaking throughout in bands of color. And, seemingly looking back at Han, were the accretion disks of the black holes. The accretion disks resembled white, watching eyes against the dimmer regions of the Maw. Depending on their angle relative to the Falcon, those eyes were slitted, narrowed, or wide open. In the middle of each eye was a pinprick black pupil, marking each of the black holes that were sucking in the trails of star stuff. Almost like the jungle on a Ylesian night, Han thought. Black nights with watching predator eyes. Navigating the perimeter of the Maw at normal sublight speeds was a tricky proposition, and racing around it at full throttle was asking for disaster. Han glanced at his sensors and saw that Sala was gaining on them. He increased speed, pouring it on until he was going faster than he'd ever had before on a run. "She won't catch us now," Han said to Chewie. "I'm going to hold this lead until we're into the pit, and then we'll be far enough ahead that we'll make our jump to hyperspace at least 20 minutes ahead of Rim Runner." The pit was a perilous asteroid field encased within a wispy gaseous arm of a nearby nebula. Together, the Maw and the pit made the Kessel Run the dangerous proposition it was. Hearing Han's boast, Chewie gave an unhappy moan and made a suggestion. "What do you mean, let her beat us?" Han demanded indignantly, his gloved fingers flying over the controls as they went screaming past the first cluster of black holes. The gas and dust from nearby stars was being pulled into accretion disks in long, attenuated streamers of blue, white, and rose. "You crazy? I ain't buying dinner. I'm gonna win a Nerf tenderloin with a broiled Landeck tail, surf and turf special, fair and square." Chewie eyed the Falcon's speed indicator nervously and voiced another suggestion. "You'll buy everyone dinner if I slow down?" Han gave his co-pilot an incredulous glance. "Hey, pal, marriage must be making you soft these days. I can handle this. The Falcon can handle it. We're gonna win this one." Even as he spoke, his instruments registered a strange sensor signature from the recklessly accelerating Rim Runner. Han stared, eyes wide, at his board. "Oh no," he whispered. "Sala, you crazy? Don't do it." Moments later, Rim Runner's Minox-shaped form elongated, then popped out of real space. Chewie howled. "Sala," Han yelled uselessly, "you crazy fool! Trying to micro-jump near the Maw is just asking for trouble." Chewie fretted as Han frantically increased speed even more, checking his sensors to try to find the Rim Runner. "Where'd she go? Crazy woman, where'd she go?" 10 minutes passed, then 15, as the Falcon sped along, hugging the perimeter of the Maw. Han considered trying to micro-jump himself, but he had no way of discovering what course Sala had followed. The only thing he could be sure of was she wouldn't have tried jumping straight from one side of the Maw to the other. The deep gravity wells from the black holes and neutron stars would have yanked her out of hyperspace in short order, and probably straight into a black hole's event horizon, the point of no return. No, she had to have jumped along the perimeter, perhaps to get a straight shot at the pit. Chewie whined and stabbed a hairy finger at the sensors. That's her, Han said, studying Rimrunner's readings. Sala was still moving, but she wasn't headed toward the pit. She was... Oh no, Han whispered, feeling horror wash over him. Chewie, something must have gone wrong. She ain't going in the right direction. He checked his instruments again. She came out of hyperspace within the magnetic field of that neutron star up ahead. Rimrunner was still moving, but no longer in a straight path. Instead, Sala's ship was within 1,000 kilometers of a neutron star, looping up in a high orbit. Han's sensors showed jets of deadly plasma spewing out both sides of the flattened accretion disk that marked the neutron star's location. Either the gravity well or the magnetic field must have disrupted her nav computer, and she came out of the microjump in the wrong place. Han breathed, feeling as though his chest were being squeezed by a giant, invisible hand. Oh, Chewie, she's a goner. Within minutes, Sala's ship would reach Apastron, or the highest and slowest point in her orbit around the dying star. Then, scant minutes later, Rimrunner's orbit would pull it looping back around, and Sala's ship would pass through the edge of the plasma jet. The deadly radiation levels there would fry her in moments. 100 memories of Sala raced through Han's mind between one heartbeat and the next. Sala, smiling at him in the morning. Sala, dressed in a glamorous gown, taking him out for a night in the casinos. Sala, her face smudged, fixing a hyperdrive as easily as most people would fix breakfast. Except that Sala never had learned to cook. Chewie, he whispered hoarsely, we gotta try and save her. Chewbacca shot him a look, then pointed a hairy finger at the sensors and growled. I know. Rimrunner's awfully close to that plasma jet, Han said. And for us to get close, we risk getting our ship knocked out and joining Rimrunner. But Chewie, we gotta try. The Wookiee's blue eyes narrowed with determination, and he roared his agreement. Sala was a friend. They couldn't abandon her. Han opened a frequency on the Falcon's comm, even as he began frantically ordering his nav computer to run calculations. Sala, this is Han. Honey, you there? We're going to try and get you, but you'll have to do what I tell you. Sala, come in. Over. He tried twice more as the nav computer began spouting possible approach vectors. He knew the magnetic fields, ionized gas, and plasma trails would interfere with communications, but he hoped that the Falcon's powerful sensors and transmitters could punch through. Chewie, tell Jarek to get into a vacuum suit and stand by the airlock with the magnetic grapple and the winch. I'm going to tell her to eject, and we'll match her trajectory and pick her up. Chewie gave Han a skeptical glance. Don't look at me like that, Han snapped. I know it won't be easy. I got the nav computer working on an approach vector that will keep us out of the plume's magnetic field. So don't stand there telling me all the stuff that can go wrong. Get moving. Chewbacca made a hasty exit. Han tried the comm unit again. Sala, this is Falcon. Come in. He wondered whether Sala's abrupt reversion to real space had caused her to be flung against the controls. She could be lying there, unconscious, or dead. Hey, baby, answer me. Come in, Sala. He continued to call as he sped toward the Apastron coordinates. The neutron star's magnetic field was so powerful it must have blown up every active system on Rimrunner the moment Sala came out of hyperspace. That would almost certainly include Rimrunner's sole life pod, as that system was usually kept online, ready for an emergency ejection at a moment's notice. Sala was still moving, coasting at the same speed she had been when she'd first jumped into hyperspace, but now she had no way to brake or alter direction. Most importantly, no power to blast free of the gravity well. She'd be pulled closer and closer in an ever tighter orbit until her ship encountered the edge of the accretion disk, then boom. By the time that happened, though, Sala would have been dead for at least 5 minutes, from passing through that plasma particle jet. Not if I can help it, Han thought grimly. Sala, can you read me? Come in, Sala. Finally, he heard a crackle of static, then a faint reply. Han, Rimrunner, engines out, power gone, batteries dying, can't, goner, honey, stay away. Han swore loudly. No, he yelled into the comm. Sala, listen to me and do exactly what I say. Rimrunner's a goner, right? But not you, Sala. You're going to have to abandon ship, and you've got only a few minutes to do it. Was your life pod online when you got hit? Affirmative, Han. Life pod dead. No way to eject. It was as he'd thought. Her life pod was useless, its electronic systems blown. He wet his lips. Yes, you can eject. We're coming to get you. Sala, you get your rear down to your aft airlock and stuff yourself into a vacuum suit. Take both suit thrust packs, hear me? When the first runs out, activate the second. Full throttle. I'm going to try and match your trajectory, but I want you as far away from Rimrunner and that plasma jet as possible. Won't work. Jump? Yeah, damn it, jump! Han made a course adjustment. I can be there in 8 minutes. I want you blasting away from Rinrummer at full throttle on the following coordinates. He glanced at his nav computer and gave her a string of numbers. Copy that? But Rimrunner, was the faint reply. Blast Rimrunner, Han shouted. It's a ship. You can get another. Now do it, Sala. This ain't be hard enough without you arguing. You've got 3 minutes to get into that suit. Go! He keyed his intercom to Jarek's spacesuit frequency. Jarek, you standing by with the magnetic grapple and the winch? Affirmative, Han, Jarek said. Just warn me when I can make visual contact. It's hard to see in this helmet. I'll tell you, kid, Han said tersely. Here's your coordinates for the grapple. He repeated them. Timing's going to be critical here, so don't be slow about it. Any drift and we'll graze the edge of the magnetic field, and then we're in the same fix as Rimrunner. Basically, we got one chance to get in and out safely. Got that? I copy, Han, Jarek said tensely. As Han piloted his ship toward the rescue coordinates, he worried that Sala's thrust packs wouldn't be strong enough to propel her far enough away from her doomed vessel. He didn't want to risk crashing into Rimrunner. The Falcon was a freighter, not designed for tight, pinpoint maneuvering of this sort. True, Han could make his ship practically stand on her head, but picking up a tiny, space-suited human while trying to stay out of the particle jet's magnetic field was risky enough, without worrying about having Rimrunners slamming into them. Han carefully checked and rechecked his course. He had to do this precisely, on the first try. He had to get her before she got within range of that deadly plasma. He had a brief, hideous vision of what it would be like to bring a radiation-seared corpse aboard, and made himself concentrate on his piloting. This maneuver was probably the trickiest piece of piloting he'd ever tried. Minutes later, Han, sweating, began entering the course corrections that would bring them to the intersection point. He slowed his ship, slowed her again, then again. He didn't dare come to a dead halt, for fear that he'd drift into the magnetic field. He kept his eyes riveted on his sensors. Rimrunner was only about 50 kilometers away now, growing on his screens. Jarek, I have visual contact with Rimrunner. Stand by. I read you, Han. Standing by. Had Sala ejected in time? Han tried calling her. No answer, but there was a good chance that her suit comlink wouldn't be strong enough to reach through the interference. The doomed freighter grew on his screens, in his viewport. Han slowed still further, hardly daring to blink. Where is she? Did she have the courage to jump? Sala didn't lack for courage, Han knew that, but jumping into space with nothing between you and some very hard vacuum was a scary proposition. Han bit his lip, picturing her pushing herself away from Rimrunner's airlock and triggering that first thrust pack. Although he'd spent time in spacesuits himself, he didn't like it, hanging there with nothing between you and infinity in all directions. And he'd certainly never had to try and cross kilometers of space in nothing but a spacesuit. The Corellian wasn't sure he'd have the courage to do what he demanded of Sala. Before she became a smuggler, Sala had spent time as a technician on a corporate transport. He hoped she hadn't lost her spacesuit skills. Han watched the schematic on his navigation boards. There was the neutron star, with Rimrunner's projected downward spiraling orbit marked out. Sala's ship had reached Apastron. The blip that was the Falcon was closing rapidly. 30 clicks, and there, marked in virulent green, was the deadly plume of the plasma, haloed with the magnetic field in violet. Han swallowed. So close. He was closing on 20 clicks now. He looked up, and through the viewport made out Rimrunner's Minox shape. Where is she? He wondered, checking the schematic again. Where is... Got her! Han suddenly yelled. Jarek, I see your blip. No visual yet, but stay sharp. He made a few minor course changes so he'd exactly match Sala's trajectory. She was moving toward him at a pretty good clip, fast enough to stay in a straight line, not fast enough to risk losing control and going into a spin. Han admired her suit expertise. Ready, Han, the youth said, then muttered something under his breath. A prayer? Han was too busy to inquire. Han turned on his ship's intercom. Chewie, you standing by with that med pack? As Han watched her blip, he kept glancing up at the port, and suddenly, I got her. Visual contact. Jarek, fire magnetic grapple on my order. Han counted seconds in his head. 3, 2, 1, fire! A 10-second. I got her. Activating winch. Chewie, can you hear her? Chewbacca roared. No, he couldn't hear her, but he let Han know the moment he could. Jarek, is she okay? She's waving, Han. A moment later, the kid said, Okay, Han, she's inside, closing the airlock. Chewbacca's roar came over the intercom a moment later. Right, Han said, we're getting out of here. Han altered course and increasing speed, pulling out of the neutron star's gravity well. Checking the schematic, he saw that Rim Runner was just passing through the plasma jet and accelerating its orbit. That was close. How is she? Han said over the intercom. Talk to me, guys. A moment later, he heard Sala's voice, hoarse but recognizable. I'm okay, Han. Just a cut on my head. Chewie's fixing me up. Jarek, come on up here and take the controls, Han said. I want to see Sala. Chewie, don't forget to check her for radiation exposure. Ah, came the exasperated roar. That's good. Han, Jarek said, she's coming up. Stay where you are. A minute later, the three joined Han in the cockpit. The Corellian slipped out of the pilot's seat, and Chewie and Jarek took over the pilot's and co-pilot's seat. Sala sat down in the passenger seat, scowling. There was a bandage on her forehead, half covered by her wiry mop of black hair. Han bent over her solicitously. Hey, honey. She pulled away from him, and for a second he thought she was going to swing at him. Her eyes flashed with anger at the universe in general. Taking the hint, Han stepped back. Han, that blip, she pointed. Is that Rim Runner? Han turned and looked at the schematic, then the viewport. Rim Runner was still in the plasma jet, visible only as an orange glow. Yeah, he said. She's really picking up speed. Silence reigned in the cockpit as the four watched the blip that was Sala's pride and joy speeding through the last of the plasma, accelerating faster and faster, heading for the accretion disk as the neutron star's gravity pulled the freighter into an ever tighter, closer orbit. Minutes later, a tiny flare blossomed for a second on the edge of the accretion disk. Sala stood up. Well, that's that, she said flatly. If you gentles will excuse me, I need to use the fresher. Han stood aside as Sala walked back into the Falcon's interior. He thought about how he'd feel if it was his ship that had just bought it, and could understand the pent-up anger she was barely controlling. Minutes later, he heard muffled thuds and cries coming from the ship's small lounge area. Han glanced at his friends. I'll check it out. When he arrived back in the lounge, he found Sala standing with her back to the hologram game board, beating her fists against the Falcon's bulkheads and cursing a blue streak. Sala, he said. She whirled to face him, amber eyes blazing. Han, why didn't you just let me die? For a second he thought she was going to punch him and got ready to duck. But she restrained herself with a visible effort. Why, Han? Sala, you know I couldn't do that, he said, holding up his hands placatingly. She stamped around the Falcon's lounge, obviously on the verge of going nova. I can't believe I tried that micro jump. I can't believe the Rim Runner is gone. How could I have been so stupid? We'd raced before, Sala, Han said. This time was just bad luck. She slammed a fist into the bulkhead, cursed again, then stood cradling her abused hand. That ship was my life, my living, and now just gone. She snapped her unbruised fingers. I know, Han said. I know. What am I going to do now? I can't earn a living. I worked so hard to get that ship. You can ride with me and Chewie, Han said. We can always use extra crew. You're a hot pilot, Sala. You'll find work. Good pilots are always in demand. Ride with you? She scowled. I don't need charity from you or anyone, Han. Hey, he said in injured tones. I'm not in the charity business, Sala. You know me. It's just that, hey, I need the help. She stared at him. You need me? Han shrugged. Well, sure. I couldn't do without you, honey. I don't risk myself or my ship for just anybody, you know. That's true, she muttered, staring at him intently. Han wondered what was going through her mind, but decided it wasn't a good time to ask. Cautiously, he moved toward her, wondering if she'd push him away again, but she didn't. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her wiry form against him, kissing her cheek. I know how you must be feeling, Sala. I lost a ship not too long ago, too, remember? I remember, she whispered. Hey, Han, I forgot to thank you. For what? Saving my life. What else? He chuckled. You've saved my hide a time or two in tight spots, Sala. Don't forget. Remember that time the Nessies tried to pull a fast one on us? If it hadn't been for you spotting those bogus data cards, I'd have lost a bundle. She began to shudder violently. Her teeth chattered. Don't be nice to me, Han, she managed, shivering. What's happening? He stroked her hair. Adrenaline let down Sala. Happens all the time after battles. You get the shakes, and you feel stupid, because by the time it happens, you're safe. She managed a nod. I'm such a fool. But you're a live fool, Han reminded her. That's the best kind. Sala laughed shakily. Chapter 6. Farewell to Nar Shaddaa. Sala's End was very quiet over the next week. So quiet that Han worried about her. He'd never seen her the way she was now. She refused offers to accompany Han and Chewbacca on a couple of runs, even though Han wasn't kidding when he said he needed her help. Jarek had recently found a girlfriend in the Corellian section of Nar Shaddaa and was spending all available time with her. The kid had also hired on with Shug because the master mechanic was upgrading the hyperdrives on many of the Jazilic smuggling vessels. It was a big job, and Shug needed all the help he could get. Sala began hanging out at Shug's space barn every day, working on the hyperdrive upgrades too. But when Han returned home from a run, she was always there to greet him, smiling, with an affectionate kiss. Her behavior toward him was different, somehow. She had a way of looking at Han as though she were somehow evaluating him. It made the Corellian uneasy. The most unnerving thing of all was that Sala asked him to teach her to cook. Having been raised by Dulana, Han was a fair cook, though he didn't bother preparing meals just for himself. But since he and Sala were together almost every night, Han had fallen into the habit of fixing a meal for them. Suddenly, out of the blue, Sala wanted him to teach her. For some reason, Han had a bad feeling about that. He couldn't say why that worried him. After all, it wasn't a big deal, learning to cook, right? But it did. He began with easy things, breakfasts, stews, soups, then graduated to menus such as boiled Trollodon steaks with tubers on the side, emush roots chopped and sautéed with hot sauce, Wookiee flat biscuits with forest honey glaze. Sala paid strict attention and approached cooking with all the seriousness she'd given to tearing down and rebuilding a faulty motivator matrix. She was so earnest about it that Han grew more and more troubled. He considered asking her what was going on, but he didn't want to pry. Sala had just lost her ship. That was reason enough for some eccentric behavior, he told himself. One night, when she'd served the first meal she'd cooked all by herself, Han finished the last bites of slightly scorched lad-neck tail and somewhat rubbery marsh root souffle and smiled at her. This was tasty, Sala. You'll be a gourmet cook in no time. Really? She looked pleased. Sure, he lied. Truth was, she had a long way to go. Han, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, she said. Something really important. Uh-oh, here we go, he thought, with a feeling of dread. What's that? He asked. Well, I've been making some plans. It won't cost nearly what I thought, especially the hall, and I have a little bit saved. With what you've got from the big sabacc game, we can do it. I've talked to a caterer and... Sala, what are you talking about? Han broke in, completely confused. Our wedding, she said. I've been thinking about it. How you said you need me, and you're right. We need each other. It's time to go ahead and have a real life together, Han. Like Roa and Lyle. Remember what a nice wedding they had? We can have something just as nice. I think we owe it to ourselves. All our friends can come. Han stared at her, too dumbfounded to speak. His first impulse was to shout, Have you gone crazy? But he counted to 10. Maybe Sala needed medical attention. She had suffered a blow to her head. Concerned, he finally managed, Sala? I don't think that's in the cards right now. She chuckled. I knew you'd say that, Han. Men. They never want to admit how they feel. Don't you remember telling me that you kind of envied Roa and Chewie having a real family? Han remembered saying something along that line, but he certainly hadn't meant for it to be interpreted like this. He shook his head. Sala, honey, I think we better discuss this. You haven't told anyone about this, have you? Or actually made any concrete plans? Well, just a few people, she said. Shug and Mako and Lando and Jarek, and I put a reservation fee on the hall. Mako? Han groaned inwardly. His old friend from his academy days would be having a wonderful time spreading this all over Nar Shaddaa. Jerk, why didn't you warn me? He wondered. Then he realized that the kid was so head over heels for his cute little thing he'd been seeing that he probably hadn't even really listened to Sala. Sala, he said, this isn't like you. We've never made any promises, any commitments. I mean, someday maybe, but... She was smiling at him again, that smile that made him feel like a trollodon on its way to the slaughterhouse, an all-knowing smile that said she wasn't really listening. Desperate to communicate without really hurting her with the truth, Han reached out and took her hand across the table. Sala, honey, we've never even said the word love before. Are you telling me that you love me enough to spend the rest of your life with me? Her amber eyes shifted, just slightly, then she nodded. I know what I want, Han. You and me together, and an end to risking our lives hauling spice. We'll be like Roa and Lyle, and go off together to make a new life. An honest life. Maybe we'll have kids someday. But do you love me? He asked, holding her eyes with his own. Sure, she said. Of course I do, Han. You know that. No, I don't think I do, he thought cynically. He hadn't missed that slight shift of her eyes. He knew Sala was fond of him, cared for him, and had passion for him. But love? Anyway, you'll see this is the right decision, Han. We're going to be really happy, and this will be the best wedding ever. We'll have a great party afterward. Han didn't miss the fact she hadn't asked him whether he loved her. She doesn't want to know the answer, he realized. For a moment, it was on the tip of his tongue to say, Sala, I don't love you, and I don't want to marry you. But somehow he couldn't quite get the words out. He didn't want to break up with her, and that would certainly do it. Han silently resolved to talk to Chewie, and maybe Lando about this, since Sala had already shot her mouth off. Maybe one of them would have some idea how to tell her no about the marriage without losing her. Han didn't want to lose Sala, but he sure wasn't getting married, especially now, when he was on top of the smuggling heat with the speedy Falcon as his very own. He had places to go, business to do, cargoes to haul, and there was fun to be had. Fun that would be totally ruined if he was married. As far as the Corellian was concerned, getting married was tantamount to some unending imp work detail. Han would hardly have been less dismayed to find himself sentenced to the spice mines at Kessel. The next day he cornered Chewie in their apartment, and while Zizi trundled back and forth, picking up things and putting them down again in the exact same spot, told them the whole story. His friend growled and moaned, shaking his head. What do you mean the way Sala's acting reminds you of Winnie? Han demanded. Winnie can't keep her paws off you, tries to seduce you every time we run into her. Sala ain't like that. She just wants to get married. Chewbacca amplified on his previous statement. Sala reminded him of Winnie because she wasn't asking whether Han wanted her. She was just assuming that he did and doing what she wanted. Marriage, the Wookiee pointed out, had to be something where both partners had an equal voice. Sometimes one partner might accede to the wishes of the other, but nobody should just assume they knew what was best and start making decisions for a couple. Han's brow furrowed. Yeah, I see what you mean, he muttered. Sala ain't asking. She's just taking it for granted that we're getting married. He shook his head sadly. Today she's out shopping for an outfit. She says 'cause I'm Corellian, she wants a traditional Corellian wedding. That means a green dress. Chewie shook his head and launched into a long perforation on females of any species who regarded males as prizes to be won. He cautioned Han that his sister, Calibo, had decided in much the same way that she intended to marry Marakor. However, Chewie said, Calibo had been cleverer about it than Sala. She had merely given Marakor plenty of chances to realize that he loved her. Calibo, until one day he'd done exactly that. They were very happy, Chewie pointed out. Well, that ain't what's going to happen to me, pal, Han said caustically. You know, I'm starting to get mad, Chewie. She doesn't care what I want. She doesn't even want to know what I want. That's no way to make someone fall for you and want to marry you. Chewie voraciously agreed. The next night, Han spoke to Lando in a smoky bar at one of the big Nar Shaddaa casinos. The gambler shook his head the moment Han brought the subject up. Han. She's dead serious about this, you know. When she told me about it, I started to laugh, 'cause I know you, pal. And Sala just about decked me. I know she's serious, Han said morosely. Blast it, Lando. I don't want to marry her. I don't want to marry anybody. Ever, maybe. I like being single, and I like being able to do what I want, when I want, with whoever I want to. Easy, pal, Lando cautioned, and Han realized his voice had scaled up to the point where other patrons of the drinking establishment were looking over at him. He took a hasty gulp of his Alderaanian ale. Well, have you tried telling her how you feel? Lando asked. Yeah, a couple times now. She just dismisses me. I say, Sala, this isn't a good idea. I need time to think about this. Or even Sala, I ain't interested in getting married now. But it isn't do a bit of good. What does she say when you say that? She just tosses it off, says things like, don't worry, Han. Men always feel like that. It's perfectly normal to have pre-wedding jitters. Lando sighed so gustily that his mustache quivered. That's tough, pal, he said. She sounds like she settled on getting married to you as a good way to fix up her life. She lost her ship, but she's going to gain a husband. She wants me to quit the business and leave Nar Shaddaa. Says we can be like Roa and Lyle, start a new life doing something else. No more smuggling. Lando shuddered. Honest work? That's awful. The gambler was only partly joking. Han drained his stein of ale and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Lando, what am I going to do? I ain't going to marry her, that's for sure. But I can't be mean enough to tell her in a way that'll make her listen. Lando frowned. That's a tough one. Seems to me the way Sala's acting, she's just asking to be set down. But Han, you can't wait. She told me she's setting the wedding for next week. Han sat bolt upright. Next week? Oh no. Lando, no way. Lando nodded. You've got to tell her, Han. But she won't listen. What else can you do? Han's features hardened with determination. I can leave, that's what. I've been meaning to spend some time in the corporate sector. Look up a master starship tech named Doc. Seems like now's a good time for that. Corporate sector's quite a ways away. Yeah, and Sala doesn't have a ship, so she can't possibly follow me. Besides, if I just leave, that'll give her the message, clearer than anything I could say. And I'm doing it right away, Lando. Tomorrow. That quick? Lando was taken aback. Why so fast? Why stick around? Han asked. I'll go see Jabba tomorrow morning. Tell him I'm heading out for a while and I don't know when I'll be back. Besides, he sighed, I care about Sala. I don't want her spending her credits on a wedding that ain't gonna happen. So the quicker I go, the more she'll save. She's going to be mad, Lando said. I know, Han agreed bleakly, and I wish it didn't have to be like this. She should have some respect for me, not be so hard-headed. If there was another way around this, I'd take it, but I can't think of anything. No matter what I do or say, Sala's gonna get hurt. You could knuckle under and marry her, Lando said, cocking an amused eyebrow. Han shook his head. Lando, I'd sooner kiss Jabba. Lando sputtered with laughter until he nearly fell off his bar stool. I ain't losing my freedom, Han said grimly. Sala'll get over this. Yeah, she'll be mad. Yeah, she'll probably never speak to me again. I'm sorry about that, but not sorry enough to stick around. I'd sooner micro-jump through the maw. Lando shrugged, offered his hand. Gonna miss you, pal. Come along, Han suggested, shaking it. Chewie and I could use a hand. What about Jarek? Han made a dismissive gesture. The kid won't be coming, I'm almost certain. Shug's paying him more than I can afford to, and he's so hung up on that girl he can't see straight. No way he'd be up for a long trip. True, Lando said. First love. Isn't it sweet? Han rolled his eyes, and the two of them laughed. So, you comin'? Han prodded. Not me, Lando said. I've got to put in some time on the spaceship lot. Since Roa left, I've been through one manager after another, and I caught the last one skimming. Great. Han shook his head. Well, I'll miss you, Lando. You watch your back now, pal. You too. Han spent one last night with Sala, but she was so wrapped up in her plans that she didn't even notice how grimly silent he was. Just before they turned in, Han looked at her and said, Sala, I wish you'd asked me before planning all this. I ain't the marrying kind of guy. She laughed. All men think that, Han, until they get married. Remember Roa? He said all along he'd never do it, then he did, and you never saw anyone happier. That's the way men are. Not this guy, Han said, but Sala only laughed. The next morning, Han went by his place and had Zizi pack up his clothes. It didn't take long. Han never had many clothes. Into an old backpack. Then he and Chewie went out to the Millennium Falcon's landing pad atop one of the tall buildings in Nar Shaddaa. Jarek turned up to see them off. Han hadn't told anyone but Lando and the youth that he was going. Jarek held out his hand, and when Han shook it, blurted, Now I wish I was going. Come back rich, Han. Chewie, you take care of him, okay? Han slung an arm around the young man's shoulders, shook him playfully. Chewie gave him a Wookiee head rub that made the kid yelp. You take care of yourself, Jarek, Han said. Don't let Zizi drive you crazy, and Take my advice, kid. Have fun. But remember, if I'm too young to get married, you are definitely too young. Jarek laughed. I'll remember that, Han. So long, kid. Take it easy. Minutes later, with Nar Shaddaa behind him, Han keyed his comm system for a holo message. Quickly, he gave Salah's name and codes, then instructed Message Central to hold the message for 2 hours. By that time, he'd be long gone. When the message signaled it was ready to record, Han cleared his throat self-consciously. Hi, Salah, he said. I'm sorry it had to be like this, but by the time you get this, Chewie and me'll be gone. I tried to talk to you, but you just wouldn't listen. He hesitated, took a deep breath. Salah, you're a great lady, but I'm just not ready to get married to anyone. So try not to take it personally, okay? I think we need a break from each other. I'll be back someday. Try not to be too mad, Salah. I'm just doing what I have to. You take care of yourself, Salah, and say goodbye to Shug and Mako for me. Chewbacca grunted insistently, and Han said, Oh, and Chewie says goodbye too. Stay well, Salah. Be happy. Reaching out, he hit the transmit button and then slumped back in his seat. Phew, that was worse than a dozen runs, pal. Chewbacca agreed that things of that nature were never easy. Han nodded. Okay, pal. And speaking of marriage, I think before we light out for the corporate sector, you and Malatobuk deserve a little second honeymoon. So set course for Kashyyyk. Chewbacca gazed at Han, his blue eyes lighting up. Han grinned at the Wookiee. Besides, I laid in another cargo of those explosive quarrels that Katara likes so much. I figure a nice load of Tathikian brandy might fetch a good price in the corporate sector. So's the corporate sector by way of Kashyyyk okay by you? Chewbacca roared his approval of Han's suggestion so loudly that Han's ears rang. Minutes later, the Falcon was nothing but a rectangular streak traveling through hyperspace on the first leg of her long journey. Chapter 7 Hutt Justice and Rebel Retribution. Aunt, said Jabba, staring at the screen of his datapad, at this rate, Jilliak will be bankrupt in 44 years. Jabba and Jilliak were in Jilliak's office in her island palace on Nal Hutta. The Jilliak leader had been dangling bright streamers of Eskajan silk for her baby to focus on and lurch toward. Of course, the baby Hutt could not reach for the vivid streamers. It still did not have arms, though over the past 3 months its stubs had grown longer. These days it could spend 2 or 3 hours at a time outside its mother's pouch, much to Jabba's irritation. The only time he could gain Jilliak's full attention was while her baby was sleeping in her pouch. Hearing Jabba's pronouncement, the leader of Jilliak turned from playing with her infant to regard her nephew with mild surprise. Really? Jilliak said, and her great forehead furrowed. That soon? I would not have thought it possible. Still, 44 years, Jabba. We should be able to reverse this trend long before then. What reports are you looking at? All of them, Aunt. I've spent much of the past week doing a complete financial portrait of Jazilic finances. Where are the credits going, then? Among other things, I have here the invoice from Shug Ninx's space barn, Jabba said, touching a key on the datapad and bringing up the document. Upgrading all the sublight and hyperdrive engines on our ships has set us back 55,000 credits. That seems a bit expensive, Jilliak said. Was upgrading all our ships really necessary? Jabba sighed so loudly and exasperatedly that flecks of green drool spattered on the floor before him. Shug Ninx is a rarity among Nar Shaddaa denizens, Aunt. The price is fair. And, if you'll recall, we lost 3 smuggling ships to Imperial patrols over the last 6 months, and another to privateers. Our ship's sublight engines were old and outmoded, and they couldn't elude Imperial tariff ships or pirates. And their hyperdrives were so slow that we were getting complaints from customers about their deliveries being delayed. So yes, the upgrades were completely necessary to avoid losing more ships. Oh yes, I do recall that now, Jilliak said vaguely. Well, if it is necessary, nephew, it is necessary. I trust your judgment. My judgment is that I should be running things around here in name as well as fact, Jabba thought grumpily. Aloud he said, At least the job is done. With any luck, our ships can now haul more spice faster, and we can begin making back some of our investment. If only Basadi would hold the line this time on its new announced prices for processed spice. This is their 3rd increase in 3 months. Jilliak began to laugh, a great booming sound that echoed in the huge, nearly deserted office. Ever since she'd had her baby, the leader of Jilliak had dismissed many of her former hangers-ons and sycophants, for fear one of them would seek profit by kidnapping her baby and holding it for ransom. These days, her opulent throne room held only her most trusted minions, compared to the way it used to be when Jilliak was a male, childless hut. Jabba, of course, still enjoyed being surrounded by raucous crowds, music, and dancing girls in his palaces on Nal Hutta and Tatooine. When Jilliak stopped laughing, she exclaimed, "Nephew, of course Basadi will not hold their line. Their strategy lately has been to reduce the amount of spice on the black market to drive prices up. Simple economics. Highly effective also." "I know," Jabba agreed morosely, "but they have to slither a fine line, Aunt. If they charge much more, they'll be competing with the Imperial spice market, and that might bring them to the unwelcome attention of the Emperor." By Imperial decree, all spice, especially the ultra-valuable glitterstim, belonged to the Empire, but the prices for the spice sold through legal Imperial channels was so preposterously high that no one except the fabulously wealthy could afford it. Enter the smugglers and their side deals on Kessel and the other spice-producing worlds. "We had little choice but to upgrade our ships, Aunt," Jabba added. "Our markets were making threats they were going to begin dealing directly with Basadi." "Basadi does not have a smuggling fleet that can match ours," Jilliak pointed out truthfully. "Not at the moment," Jabba said, "but my sources indicate that Durga has already bought a few ships and is bargaining for others. He has announced his intention of creating a fleet that will outclass ours. I believe he intends to take over the whole spice trade. We must not allow this, Aunt." "I agree, nephew," Jilliak said, waving an aqua streamer. "What shall we do about it?" "I believe we must redouble our efforts to get more pilots to run our spice, Aunt," Jabba said. "There must be pilots out there who are as good as Solo." "Is he gone?" she asked, vaguely stroking her baby's head. Jabba rolled his bulbous eyes and reached into a bowl for a Carnovian eel pup and popped the squirming, squeaky morsel into his mouth. The baby Hutt looked over at him and drooled greenish-brown goo. Jabba hastily averted his gaze and swallowed noisily. "Solo's been gone for several months, Aunt. By all report, he went to the corporate sector. His loss is being felt." He waved his datapad. "Solo was the best. I even find myself missing the fellow." Jilliak turned to regard her nephew in surprise. "Jabba, you were talking about a human, and a human male at that. Have your tastes changed? I thought you had a penchant for those tiresome, scantily clad dancers you fancy. It's hard for me to picture Solo in a dancing costume, cavorting with that great hairy brute of a Wookiee before your throne." Jabba chuckled at the image. "Ho ho, Aunt! No, my fondness for Solo comes only from the fact that he makes us money in an expeditious fashion. He would never allow himself to be boarded and his cargo and ship impounded for smuggling. Solo's quite clever and resourceful. For a human." "The Empire's making its presence felt more and more out here in the Rim," Jilliak said. "There was that massacre on that humanoid-inhabited world." "Mantuine in the Entrevis sector," Jabba said. "Since then, there has been another, Aunt. 2 weeks ago, citizens of Tisfal staged a peaceful demonstration against the Empire and its taxation. The sector moth sent ships from a nearby Imperial garrison. The Imperial vessels hovered over the crowd with their ships on repulsors, while the commander demanded that they disperse. When they did not, he signaled the ships, and each vessel activated their engines. Most of the crowd was summarily incinerated." Jilliak shook her massive head. "Palpatine's forces could use a few lessons in subtlety from our people, nephew. Such a waste of resources. Far better to have landed than herded them all into ships to be sold as slaves. That way the Empire could have rid themselves of the dissidents and made a profit at the same time." "The Emperor should bring you to Imperial Center to advise him, Aunt," Jabba said, half joking. But it occurred to him he'd get a lot more done if he didn't have to deal with and around Jilliak each day. The baby Hutt wriggled over in front of him and he glared at it. The mindless little creature gurgled at him, burped, then spit up. Revolting, Jabba thought, recoiling from the noxious pool of spreading liquid. Jilliak summoned a cleaning droid and wiped the infant's mouth. "Don't even suggest such a thing, Jabba," she said, sounding faintly horrified. "You know how Palpatine treats non-humans. His aversion to non-humans is so strong he does not even recognize Hutts as a superior species." True, Jabba said. Short-sighted of him. But he is an authority, and we must deal with that. So far, we've been able to buy protection from too close scrutiny by the Empire. It is expensive, but worth it. Agreed, Jiliak said. The only reason he left us alone after the Battle of Nar Shaddaa was that the Council voted to voluntarily double the amount of taxes we pay to the Empire. Nal Hutta has 50 times the wealth of most planets, and our wealth buys us a certain amount of protection. Not to mention the bribes we pay to the new Moff and to some of the Imperial senators and high-ranking officers. The cleaning droid had finished its efforts, and the floor gleamed again. Huts kept their floors scrupulously clean, and if they were uncarpeted, highly polished. It was easier to glide around on them that way. They say that the renegade senator, Mon Mothma, has convinced 3 large resistant groups to ally. They signed a document they're calling the Corellian Treaty, Jabba said. It is possible that a widespread rebellion may be in the offing. An ant. Jabba waved his datapad. In war, there's profit to be made. We might be able to recoup our losses. Those so-called rebels have no chance against the might of the Empire, Jiliak scoffed. It'd be foolish for us to take sides. Oh, I was not suggesting that, Aunt, Jabba said hastily, scandalized by the suggestion. But there are times when profits could be made from aiding one side against the other. No permanent alliance, of course. Better to stay out of galactic politics altogether. Mark my words, Jabba. Jiliak was holding her baby, bouncing it fondly. Good way to make it upchuck again, Jabba thought cynically. Sure enough, the baby hut did just that. Fortunately, the cleaning droid was still within call. Aunt, Jabba said hesitantly, since times are becoming so complicated, perhaps you might consider sending the baby to the communal nursery for each day. Then it would be easier to concentrate on our business. The child is well able to spend long periods outside your pouch. Besides, they have surrogate pouch mothers at the nursery. Jiliak reared up, tail twitching, her expression one of shocked indignation. Nephew, I am surprised that you would even suggest such a thing. In a year, perhaps, I might consider that, but now my little one needs me continually. It was just a suggestion, Jabba said, in as conciliatory a manner as he could manage, in order to bring Jijilek's finances back to the level they were before Moff Shield's destructive raid in Nar Shaddaa. A great deal more time and effort will be needed. I'm putting in copious amounts of time these days. Ho ho, Jiliak hooted, and just yesterday you spent half the afternoon watching that new slave girl cavort all over your throne room while your new band of jizz-wailers played for you. How did you... Jabba began, stung. Then he subsided into silence. So what if he'd taken a few hours off to amuse himself? He'd been up at dawn, working with the clerical droids and scribes on Jijilek's financial records, getting them in order so he could prepare a complete report on the implications of the new Basadi price hikes. I have my ways, nephew, Jilek said, but of course I don't begrudge you your leisure time. All work and no amusement makes for a dull hut indeed. However, in turn, I expect you to respect my need to be with my baby. Yes, Aunt, I do. Of course I do, Jabba said, seething inwardly. Hastily, he changed the subject. I believe Basadi should be called to account for these increases in the cost of their spice. It is possible we may be able to rouse the other clans against them. To what purpose? Possibly official censure and a fine. I've heard enough grumbling among the other clans to suggest they are suffering from this price increase nearly as much as Djilek. It's worth a try, Aunt. Can you request that the Hutt Grand Council call a meeting of the Khajiitic leaders? Jiliak nodded, evidently wishing to be conciliatory too. Very well, Jabba. I will request such a meeting before the end of the week. Jiliak was as good as her word, and 3 days later, Jabba, along with the Jizilek bodyguards, undulated into the huge Hutt Grand Council chamber. All representatives or leaders of the Hutt crime syndicates, or Khajiitics, as they were called, passed through multiple scanning and security devices in order to be allowed to enter, as did their bodyguards. Nothing that could be deemed a weapon was permitted inside. Hutts were not trusting sentience. Jabba took his place in the location allotted to the Jizilek members, and cautioned the other representatives to allow him to do the talking. As Jiliak's top lieutenant, he had that right, and they readily agreed. Jabba noted that even his parent Zorba had sent a representative. The two of them were not close, but it was comforting to know that Jilek was well represented, and that all of the clan families had taken Jiliak's summons seriously. When the representatives of all the Khajiits were present, the executive secretary of the Grand Council, a recent appointee named Grigik, called the meeting to order. Comrades in powers, siblings in profit, I've convened you today to discuss concerns raised by Djilik. I ask Jabba, Djilik's representative, to speak. Jabba wriggled out in front of Grigik's dais and lifted his arms for quiet. When the other Hutts continued to whisper to each other, he raised his tail and brought it down against the stone floor with a loud whap. Silence ensued. Fellow Hutts, I come to you today with some serious allegations of wrongdoing on the part of Basadi Khajiit. Over the past year, their actions have grown more and more reprehensible. It all started with the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. All of us suffered because of that attack, except Basadi. We lost ships, pilots, cargoes, part of the Moon Shield, not to mention how much trade we lost. And then there was the aftermath of the battle. The loss of part of Nar Shaddaa's shield caused the destruction of several blocks of buildings from the crash of the Peacekeeper. Cleanup and reconstruction is still going on. And who is paid for it? Each clan lost property and credits, except Basadi. And they alone, they who suffered no loss, who could most afford it, they have paid nothing. We have all suffered and lost, except Basadi. The other Hutts murmured to each other when Jabba paused. He looked over at the section of floor reserved for Basadi, and saw that Durga had not deigned to appear. Instead, he had sent Zir and several lesser members of the Khajiit as his representatives. And what did Basadi do while Nahada was threatened? They sold slaves to the very empire that was attacking their homeworld. All of the clans cooperated in paying the credits for their exorbitant bribe of Admiral Grelax, which proved to be the only thing that saved our world from a devastating embargo. All of the clans, that is, except Basadi. The other Hutts murmured muted affirmatives. Jabba was proud of the way his speech was going. He was verging on true eloquence, he thought, and even Jiliak, acknowledged orator that she was, could not have done better. He was actually glad that Jiliak had been too occupied with her baby to appear today. She wasn't as versed in all of this as he was, and things didn't affect her these days the way they used to. And in the months since that battle, fellow Hutts, what has Basadi done? Helped us rebuild? Offered to recompense the other clans for their share of the bribe? Sent a single work crew of slaves to help with the rebuilding? Jabba let his voice scale up to a near shout. No! Fellow Hutts, what they have done is to raise the prices on their spice to the point where the profits of every Khajiit are compromised, at the worst possible time. Some may say this is just good business, just the urge for profit, but I say no. Basadi is trying to take over, to put us all out of business. Basadi wishes that there was no Hutt clan in all of Nahada, except Basadi. Jabba's voice had risen to a thundering pitch. He slapped his tail for emphasis, hard. The echoes fled around the cavernous hall. I demand that Basadi be censured. I demand that the Grand Council take a vote to censure them now and levy a fine to be distributed among those they have wronged. I demand this in the name of all Hutts everywhere. The hall erupted into pandemonium. Tails slapped, voices cried out with indignation. Some Hutts turned on the Basadi contingent with threatening tail waves, shouting insults and curses. Zir looked around wildly and saw no friendliness in the hall. He raised his arms and voice, shouting in turn, but his voice was drowned out by the combined fury of the other Hutts. Finally, the furor began to die down. Griderick slapped his tail for quiet and finally got it. By custom, Zir, as the ranking member of Basadi, has the right to answer his accuser. What have you to say to all this, Zir? Zir cleared his massive throat, swallowed. Fellow Hutts, how can you condemn Basadi? Making profit is to be lauded, not denigrated. Jabba and Jiliak lost the most in the attack on Nar Shaddaa, and they are attempting to sway you into siding with them against Basadi. The truth is, Basadi did nothing wrong. We did nothing. You did nothing, all right, the leader of Trevini Khajiit shouted, breaking in. Jiliak offered the strategy that saved us. Basadi grabbed profit at all our expense. Zir shook his head. What we did was... We were Hutts, another leader shouted. It is our pride to take from other species. It is our pride to make profit. But we do not seek to destroy our own kind. Compete, yes. Destroy, no. Chaos erupted. A cacophony of tail thumps, shouts, curses, bellows, and raging diatribes filled the air. Gridgick had a tail thump many times to restore order. I believe it is time for a vote, he called. All Khajiitic representatives in favor of officially censuring and fining Basadi, vote now, yes or no, on the motion. Each Khajiitic leader pressed a thumb against the vote tabulator before him. Moments later, Gridgick raised a hand. The votes were tallied, 47-1 in favor of censoring Basadi. Cheers rang out. Zero of Wait! A voice broke in. Jabba recognized that voice and turned to see Jiliak undulating across the room. Wait! I did not vote! Jabba voted for your Khajiitic, Lady Jiliak. Why this interruption? Do you wish us to retake the vote? Gridgick was respectful, but clearly impatient to get on the matter at hand. Retake the vote? Jabba looked at his aunt and their gazes locked. After a moment, she shook her head. My nephew is my accepted proxy, Lord Gridgick. Please proceed. Jabba let out his breath very slowly. For a moment, he thought Jiliak was going to question his judgment and his authority in front of everyone. Many of the other Hutts were giving him curious glances, clearly wondering why Jabba had been voting if Jiliak was not going to support his position unreservedly. Jiliak glided over to lie beside her nephew, but Jabba found himself wishing she'd just stayed away. It was embarrassing to have his judgment questioned in front of his own people. He thought again of what it would be like just to run Jiliak by himself, without interference, an unthinking interference at that. Zir of Basadi, said Gridgick, continuing where he'd left off, it is the will of this council that you be excused from our ranks until your clan has paid 1,000,000 credits in damages, to be divided among the other Khajiitics equally. May I suggest that you endeavor in future not to regard your own people as you would those of other species, as dupes to be exploited. The executive secretary waved to the guards and their ranking officer, who were standing at the entrance. Guardsmaster, you will escort the Basadi delegation from this hall. As Zir and the other Basadi undulated along toward the entrance, Jabba saw they were all trying to look confident and scornful, and failing utterly. The soft mutter of the other Hutts swelled into a tumult of hooting laughter, raucous bellows, and shouted insults, jeers, and threats. Jabba smiled inwardly. Not a bad afternoon's work, he thought smugly. Not bad at all. Bria Theron walked briskly down the corridor of her command ship, the light cruiser Retribution. She was on her way to review her troops before their planned raid on the slaver vessel Helot's Shackle. Inwardly, Bria was excited and eager, but her features were composed and her blue-green eyes were as cold as deep glacial ice. Mentally, she reviewed her battle plan, analyzing it for weaknesses, making sure she'd covered every possible contingency with a backup plan. This operation should go down smoothly, but the Helot's Shackle was, after all, a heavily armed Corellian corvette, a formidable vessel in their own right. Retribution was almost the same size as the Shackle, so they should be relatively evenly matched. Bria's vessel was a Republic Sinar Systems Marauder-class corvette, sleek and streamlined, capable of both space and atmospheric combat. The Marauders were among the most common capital ships in the corporate sector's picket fleet. The Corellian Underground had purchased this Marauder second-hand from the Authority and given it to Bria for her flagship. The Corellian commander had an operative working on the space station orbiting Ylesia. The operative had tipped Bria off a few days ago that the Ylesian priests were planning on shipping out nearly 200 exaltation-addicted and malnourished slaves to the mines of Kessel. For a moment, Bria wished she could give in to her own desires and go out with her people in the first boarding wave. The troops aboard those 3 shuttles would see the maximum amount of combat, make the most kills, and Bria had a personal grudge against this particular slaving vessel. Nearly 10 years ago, Helot's Shackle had nearly missed capturing Bria, Han, and their 2 Togorian friends, Murg and Mrov, as they made their escape from Ylesia. Bria sighed, but she knew that her place during the first wave was aboard her command vessel, coordinating the attack, identifying pockets of heavy resistance, in order to best allocate her troops for the second wave. This was Retribution's 5th mission for the Corellian resistance, and Bria was glad to be back in action. During her 8 years with the Corellian Underground, she'd done whatever she'd been assigned to do, and done it well. But she had hated the undercover spying projects, and hadn't much liked liaison work. She'd been glad to leave them behind and get back to real fighting. It was Mon Mothma who had made it possible for Bria to get back to real action. The renegade Imperial Senator had both the influence and the eloquence to convince individual resistance groups that a rebel alliance was a necessity. The Senator was better at it than Bria had ever been, and spent all her time traveling from world to world, meeting with underground leaders. Just a month ago, Bria and the rest of the Corellian resistance had celebrated the signing of the Corellian Treaty. Publicly, Mon Mothma was credited with engineering the treaty, and there was no doubt that she had helped. But Bria had heard a rumor that Corellia's own senator, Garm Bel Iblis, had secretly been one of the main architects of the treaty. In addition to Corellia, the other signatories to the treaty were Alderaan and Chandrila, Mon Mothma's home planet. Traveling system to system, world to world, Mon Mothma made contact with resistant groups where they existed, and created new groups where there had been none. The former senator's fame was both help and hindrance. On the one hand, it gave her access to important nobles and leaders of industry, but on the other hand, especially in the beginning, some groups had expressed the fear that she might be an imperial plant, sent by Emperor Palpatine to test their loyalty. The renegade senator had faced death many times, both from imperial troops and from suspicious resistance leaders. Bria had met Mon Mothma and conferred with her soon after the senator had fled the Emperor's charge of treason. She'd been impressed, almost awed, by Mon Mothma's quiet dignity, her unswerving resolution, and her formidable intelligence. It had been one of the high points of Bria's life when Mon Mothma had shaken her hand and told her that she, Bria Theron, had been one of the people who'd been instrumental in getting Bail Organa to change his mind about Alderaan's pacifism. The Viceroy was now committed to the thought of armed revolution against the Empire. He faced considerable resistance from his government, however, and so far Alderaan's efforts at arming itself were small and extremely clandestine. The Corellian Treaty had inaugurated the rebel alliance Bria and the other Corellians had been working toward. The individual rebel groups would retain much of their autonomy, but in theory at least, strategic command of the alliance was now vested in Mon Mothma. To date, the fledgling rebel alliance had not been tested in battle. Bria was hoping that would soon change. Bria rounded a corner in Retribution's corridor and was joined by her medical officer. Dino Hicks would be in charge of handling the slaves once they were rescued. Hicks was a short, bearded man with the brightest blue eyes Bria had ever seen, and a shy smile that most people found irresistible. Hicks had been a scholar at one of Alderaan's top universities. There, he'd studied medicine and psychology, and had wound up specializing in the treatments of addictions. Since joining the Corellian resistance 6 months ago, he'd applied his formidable skills to the problem of the Yelesian pilgrims. Bria was convinced that there were many frustrated idealists to be found among the underfed, overworked ranks of the Yelesian pilgrims. Since her first raid on Yelesia nearly 2 years ago, 16 slaves that she'd rescued were currently top-notch fighters or operatives for the Corellian resistance. Another 10 had been awarded medals for valor, posthumously. Bria had pointed out to her commanding officers in Corellia that Yelesia, with its thousands of slaves, was a potential gold mine of rebel recruits. If only they could find a way to overcome the addictive effects of the exaltation. True, Bria herself had overcome addiction to the exaltation to become a valuable addition to the Corellian underground, but it had taken her nearly 3 years of unrelenting effort to cure herself. She tried everything from meditation to drugs, and had only found the strength she needed when she decided to dedicate her life to the eradication of slavery and the empire that condoned it. But they didn't have 3 years to devote to curing the pilgrims. They had to find a cure that would work in weeks or months rather than years. That was where Dino Hinks came in. By thoroughly analyzing the physical, mental, and emotional effects of the exaltation, at one point he traveled to Nalhada to meet a number of Talandatil males and studied how they produced the effect. Hicks believed he'd found a cure. Hicks's cure involved a mixture of mental, emotional, and physical treatments, ranging from anti-addiction drugs to interactive and group therapy. Today, if all went well, Hicks would get the chance to begin testing his new treatment. He glanced up at Bria. Nervous, Commander? She smiled faintly. Does it show? No, most people wouldn't notice a thing, I'm sure. But I'm not most people. I got to know you pretty well while we were working on the new therapy. And assessing the mental and emotional states of humanoids is my job, remember? That's true, Bria admitted. Yes, I'm a bit nervous. This is different from capturing a customs patrol ship or raiding some lonely imp outpost. This time, we're going against the people who used to own me, body and spirit. I'm always just a bit afraid that when I'm exposed to the pilgrim's addiction, that my own will somehow come back. Hicks nodded. You have an emotional stake in this raid, not just a military goal. It's perfectly understandable that you'd feel anxiety. Bria gave him a quick glance. That won't keep me from doing my job, Hicks. I know, he said. Red Hand Squadron is very efficient, I hear. From what I've observed about your people, they'd follow you into a black hole and out the other side. Bria laughed a little. I don't know about that. If I were crazy enough to mess with black holes, I'd hope they'd be sane enough to hold back. But my troops would follow me into Palpatine's Imperial Palace. That I know. You wouldn't last very long, he said dryly. She smiled, but no warmth reached her eyes. But we'd have fun for a while. It'd be worth my life to get a shot at Palpatine. How soon does the first wave launch? She glanced at the tiny chrono ring she wore. We're waiting for the signal from my operative on the space station. Then we'll micro-jump into position. He'll tell us the moment Helot Shackle undocks from the Elysian space station. We want to catch the slavers before they can leave the system. Makes sense. Bria turned right and entered the turbo lift. I'm going down to do a final check on my troopers who will be going in the boarding shuttles. Want to take along? Sure. They took the lift down to the shuttle launch bay. When they stepped out, the launch area was a controlled frenzy of crews making last-minute checks of vessels, equipment, and weapons. One of the troops, seeing Bria, put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled piercingly. Commander on deck! Bria spoke to her lieutenant, Jace Pole, who was overseeing the last pre-battle preparations. Assemble troops, please. One quick order later, and the boarding squads were falling in. There would be 1 squad per shuttle, about 10 troops on each. 2 waves of 3 shuttles each, first wave and second wave. First wave would have the responsibility for boarding Helot Shackle and neutralizing the slaver resistance. The second wave would reinforce the first and help with the mopping up. Bria walked slowly down the lines of troops, inspecting them, checking their uniforms, their weapons, their expressions. At one point, she stopped before a young trooper whose eyes glittered with more than eagerness. Studying his flushed cheeks and reddened nose, she frowned. Corporal Burud? He came to full attention. Yes, Commander. She reached up, touched his cheek, then his forehead. Fall out, Burud. You've got at least a degree of fever. Skakat Burud saluted. Respectfully, Commander, I feel fine. Right, Bria said, and I'm the Emperor's Wookiee concubine. Hicks? The medical officer took a med probe out of his belt pouch and touched it to the young man's face. 2 degrees fever, Commander. White cell counts indicate infection, possibly contagious. Report to the med droid, Corporal, Bria ordered. Crestfallen, the young man opened his mouth to protest. Then he thought better of it and obeyed. Without a word, his backup from the reserves moved into his place in line. When Bria had finished her inspection, she paused, then addressed her shoulders. All right, people, we're waiting now for the signal to make our micro-jump. The Y-Wings will go in first and make their runs to bring their shields down. Then it'll be up to you, people. You'll be docking with their airlocks where they have them and fighting your way in. Where there are no airlocks, we're going to make ones. Special engineering teams will accompany 2 boarding shuttles. Those squads will cut through the hull just in front of the engineering sections. She paused. Remember, there are going to be slaves underfoot, confused, frightened, and probably beginning to suffer from exaltation withdrawal. They may try to attack you. Don't risk yourselves, but make every reasonable effort not to harm them seriously. Use stun beams on all those slaves, all right? There was a general murmur of agreement. Are there any questions? There weren't. The troops had already been briefed by their squad leaders and platoon leaders, and they'd been through repeated drills. Bria nodded at her troops. This is Red Hand's most ambitious undertaking yet, people. If we can pull this off, you can bet we'll be seeing more action. So let's impress the sector command, right? Agreement was unanimous. As Bria turned to confer with her platoon leaders, suddenly her comlink beeped. She activated it. Yes? Commander, the signal just came through. Helot Shackle is just undocked from the Elysian station. Bria nodded, then turned to the platoon leader. First wave, board your shuttles. Second wave, stand by. The deck reverberated to the pound of running feet as the 30 troopers scrambled into their respective shuttles. Bria keyed in her personal frequency. Attention, Crimson Fury, this is Red Hand Leader. Go ahead, Red Hand. Prepare your ships to microjump in 3 minutes. Retribution will be right behind you. Copy that, Red Hand Leader, preparing for microjump. Quickly, Bria and Dino Hicks left the shuttle fighter launcher bay, took the turbo lift up, then jogged forward until they reached the bridge. The ship's captain looked up as they entered. Bria slipped into a seat behind the tactical schematic. From her station, she could also see the view screens. Captain Bajan, she said, 10 seconds after the last of the Y-Wings has jumped, we will jump. Yes, Commander, Bajan said. Tidris Bajan was a tall, young man whose hairline was receding despite his youth. He joined the Corellian resistance just recently after his entire family had been murdered during the Imperial massacre on Tisafal. Before that time, he'd been an Imperial lieutenant. His Imperial training had served him in good stead, earning him a promotion in the rebel forces. He was an able officer, a decent man, who told Bria he'd already been thinking of deserting the Imperial Navy when his family had been murdered. That had pushed him over the edge. Bria watched tensely as the seconds counted down, and 2 by 2 the 6 Y-Wings jumped into hyperspace. Then the star line stretched out before them as Retribution jumped too. The moment they arrived back in real space, Retribution opened her shuttle bays and the first wave of boarding shuttles launched. They approached Hellet Shackle at half speed, behind the Y-Wings, which were barreling in at full speed. Bria watched with satisfaction as the first pair of Y-Wings streaked toward the Corellian corvette, firing salvos of 2 proton torpedoes each, targeting the stern and amidships. Their goal was not to blow a hole in Hellet Shackle, but to take down the shields without harming the vessel unduly. Bria intended to take the shackle intact and bring it back to be added into the rebel fleet. One of the shuttles in the second wave would be carrying a prize crew consisting of computer techs, engineers, a pilot, and damage control and repair teams. Bria would not have minded catching Hellet Shackle unprepared, but she wasn't counting on that, and wasn't surprised to find that the corvette was traveling with its shields up. As the Y-Wings hurtled in, the big ship opened fire, but the agile Y-Wings easily evaded its blasts. Retribution stayed carefully out of range of its fire. As Bria watched, the 4 proton torpedoes launched by the Y-Wings flashed blue-white, impacted against the shields, and splashed over the slaver's hull without penetrating the defenses. The first pair of Y-Wings peeled away and went circling back in case they were needed again. Hellet Shackle blasted away again, and this time one of its shots grazed one of the Y-Wings, a minor hit, but enough to put the fighter out of the action. Bria was figuring it would take 4 proton torpedoes to bring down the Shackle's shields. The second pair of Y-Wings went streaking in, and the first fired. This time, the blue-white burst spread out, then suddenly there was a visible impact against the side of the vessel. A blackened streak marred the armor. That's it, Bria said, and keyed the comm unit, addressing her Y-Wing team leader. Crimson Fury, good work. Shields are down. Now let's use those ion cannons of yours to finish them. Warn your ships to take evasive. We don't want any more hits. Copy that, Red Hand Leader. Targeting sensor suites and solar fin. Starting our runs now. The Y-Wing pairs began strafing the Hellet Shackle, firing their turreted ion cannons at the pre-assigned targets. The bursts from the ion cannons were designed not to damage the enemy vessel's hull, but to knock out all electrical activity aboard ship, including, of course, the engines, the targeting computers, and the bridge systems. Every electrical system aboard would need to be reinitialized before the shackle would be operational again. Hellet Shackle fired again and again, but the Y-Wings were just too quick and agile for the big ship's weapons to target effectively. Scant minutes later, the Shackle was drifting helpless in space, its electrical systems down. Bria checked her chrono as the first wave of boarding shuttles moved in. Good. Right on time. One ship attached itself to the large forward airlock, the one the Shackle used to load her cargoes of slaves. The remaining 2 shuttles grappled against the hull on either side of the slaver's ship and began cutting their way in. Bria listened as reports flooded in from her squad leaders. Red Hand Leader, Squad 1, reporting from the cargo airlock on the forward hold on Deck 4. We've made it inside, but we're encountering heavy resistance. The crew was getting the slaves out as we came through, but there's still some in here. The pilgrims have taken shelter, as have we, behind cargo canisters. We've got a brisk firefight ongoing. We're going to push them back so we can get to the turbo laser access shaft. Red Hand Leader, Squad 2 reporting in. We've breached the hull forward of the engines on Deck 4 and set up a portable airlock. My troops are moving in now. Red Hand Leader, the armor plating on this section of the starboard hull is giving us some trouble. Stand by. And a minute later, Red Hand Leader, we are through. Bria watched the progress of the squads through the vessel, weighing when to bring her second wave in. The two squads who'd cut their way in had met with minimal resistance, but the forward squad who'd entered through the airlock was meeting heavy opposition from the slavers as they battled their way to the turbo lifts. It was understandable that the slavers would fight to the last. Red Hand's reputation was beginning to spread, and doubtless the crew of the Shackle had recognized the symbol of a blood-dripping hand painted on the bows of their attacker's ship. Bria stood up and addressed the captain of her ship. Tidris, you're in command of the squadron until I return from the second wave operation. Be prepared to send backup if I contact you, but not until. Have the Y-Wings moved out to their patrol stations? Yes, Commander. We'll have at least 15 minutes warning if anyone decides to join the party. Of course, that's just in case the slavers manage to get a distress call out before we jam their transmissions. Good work, Captain. Majal nodded but did not salute. Discipline in the rebel forces were far more informal than in the Imperial Navy. It had taken Bria 2 weeks to break him of the habit of saluting at the drop of a "Sir." Good luck, Commander, he said. Thanks. I may need it. My people have pushed them out of the forward hold, but they had lots of time to set up strong defenses. I'm betting they've holed up in the bridge and the access corridors and are working on the electronics. I think I'm going to have to be a little creative. Bajan smiled. You're good at that, Commander. 10 minutes later, Bria's boarding shuttle had docked with the portable airlock and her reserves were jogging down the corridor of Deck 3 after her, blaster rifles ready. In the eerie, wan illumination provided by the emergency battery lights, the crippled Shackle seemed deserted. Bria knew that was an illusion. Dimly, she could hear the wailing of some of the slaves. Probably they'd been herded to the security hold on Deck 4 and locked in. The commander hoped fervently that none of the slavers had hit upon a bright idea of driving the slaves into rebel blaster fire in an attempt to delay the invading soldiers while they made their getaway. That had happened once, and Bria still had nightmares about it. The pale, shocked faces of the unarmed slaves, the reverberations of the blaster bolts, the screams, the crumpling figures, the meaty sizzle reek of burning flesh. Bria led her troops forward, toward the master's cabin in the bow of the ship. It was located directly beneath the bridge and was the key to her plan. She keyed her comlink. Prize crew, how's it going? Commander, hull damage appears to be minimal. Our Y-Wings targeted well. We have people working on repairs now. How about the electrical systems and the computers? That's going to be harder. We can't start up the systems until we've captured the bridge. We don't want to give them any control over the ship. They're probably trying to do a restart themselves up there. Can you block that? I think so, Commander. Good. Concentrate checking out the systems then, and the engines. Wait for my signal to reinitialize. We copy, Commander. Bria and her squads met only one pocket of resistance on their way to the master cabin. About 10 slavers and one unfortunate slave, whom they'd armed and pressed into service, were holed up behind a hastily erected barricade in a companionway. Bria signaled her troops to retreat back around the corridor, then addressed them in a whisper. All right, people, we're going to lay down a suppressing fire while Laren's here. She nodded at a short, slight, very agile soldier. Crawls under our fire until he's in range to toss a stun grenade right into the middle of that nest of vermin. Got me? Right, Commander. Laren's dropped down, prepared to scuttle forward, the stun grenade held in his teeth. On the count of 3, then. 1, 2, 3! Bria and the other rebels dodged into the companionway, firing bursts at the barricade, careful to aim high enough not to scorch Laren's rapidly scuttling rear. Blaster bolts screamed in the confined space. Bria caught a glimpse of an arm with a dagger tattoo, aimed and watched the arm, and its slaver owner presumably, fall back behind the barricade. She remembered the first time she'd ever shot a blaster, and had a brief, sharp memory of Han that she suppressed. No time for memories. Time only for the job at hand. Bare seconds later, there was a loud whump, and suddenly the returning fire was gone. Bria motioned her people to follow her. Remember, the pilgrim would be wearing a tan robe. She ran forward, saw the nest of slavers lying sprawled about. 3 were already dead, one of them from having his arm blown off. The pilgrim was stunned, moving feebly. Bria stood looking down at the carnage at her feet and felt hatred surge up in her. 6 slavers still alive. Her finger twitched on the trigger of the blaster rifle she held. Commander, shall I set up a guard detail? Larens looked at her inquiringly. He was new to Red Hand Squadron. Several of the veterans gave him impatient glances. They're vermin, Larens, Bria said. We'll just ensure they don't represent a future danger. Mech, you and Sean catch up when you've finished here. Drag that pilgrim into a room so when he wakes up he won't be in the middle of anything. Mech nodded. He was a middle-aged man who'd been enslaved himself, though he'd been an imperial slave, not a Yelesian one. He nodded. We won't be long, Commander. Laren started to say something, then obviously changed his mind. Bria motioned to her troops, and they moved on. 5 minutes later, the squad was in the slaver captain's quarters. Bria tried not to look at some of the toys the fellow had lying around, evidently for use in amusing himself with some of his slaves. She walked over to the center of the cabin and pointed up at the overhead. People, the bridge is right up there. She glanced at one of her squad leaders. Squad 1, I want a diversionary attack along the corridors leading to the bridge up on deck 2. The squad leader nodded. Be ready on my signal, Bria said. Right, Commander. He took off, his troops following him. Bria addressed her remaining troops. Squads 4 and 5, you'll attack the bridge with me. A couple of the newer recruits glanced at each other, obviously puzzled. How were they going to attack the bridge from here? Where's Joan? Bria asked. A stocky trooper stepped forward, her features almost hidden beneath her helmet. Here, Commander. Bria pointed up. Joanne, use your demolition bag of tricks to get us up there. Right, Commander. The woman climbed up on a bureau that had been shoved into place and began using her laser torch. The new recruits nudged each other and chuckled as they realized what their commander was planning. 3 minutes later, the demolitionist expert looked down at Bria and gave her a thumbs up. Commander, I've rigged a demo charge that will blow us a nice circular hole through the deck. Bria smiled. Good. She spoke into her comlink. Squad 2, begin your attack on the bridge. The rebels heard the sounds of blaster fire start up again. Rena. Bria nodded at another stocky, muscular woman. You've got a good arm. You stand by with the stun grenades. As soon as it's safe, toss them up through the hole to stun most of those vermin. She looked at the rest of her troops. People, as soon as Rena's lobbed those grenades through that hole and the blasts have gone off, we're going up. Remember, people, this is the bridge up there. Be careful where you shoot. Too much damage and the prize crew won't speak to any of us for a month. Got it? There were chuckles from her squad. All right, it's set, Joanne said. Get back and cover your eyes, friends. 30 seconds. Hastily, Bria's troops retreated to the cabin's perimeters. A couple of soldiers pulled down their blast goggles, and others just looked away. Bria, Joanne, and Rena stood back behind a heavy ornamental screen. Moments later, there was a fizzling sound, then a muffled thud. Something heavy hit the bureau, slithered off onto the deck. The reek of smoke touched Bria's nostrils. She nodded at Joanne. Good job. The demo specialists and Rena were already moving, scrambling back up on the bureau. Rena lobbed 3 stun grenades up through the hole in 3 different directions. The swump of the grenades and the resulting cries and thuds told the commander they were doing their work. Rena pulled herself up with a boost from Joanne, then disappeared. They heard her blaster. Bria swarmed up the bureau and was next to the hole as someone grabbed her rear and gave her an undignified, if efficient, boost. The bridge crew was lying around, mostly stunned, but there were a few slavers scrambling out the door. Bria sighted on one huge Rhodian and took him down with a blast between his green-skinned shoulders. Another slaver, a Bothan, tried to fire at her, his blaster beginning to stutter with a low charge. Bria ducked, rolled, came up with her sidearm in her hand, and shot him in the face. The vermin was standing in front of the nav computer, and she didn't want to risk killing him with the blaster rifle's greater power. Moments later, it was all over. Silence descended, broken only by the moaning of the wounded. Bria took a quick status check. 6 of her people were wounded, and 1 might not make it. Quickly, Bria assigned a special team to rush the wounded back to Retribution for treatment. Minutes later, the prize crew reported they were ready for a restart. Bria watched tensely, heard a whine, then suddenly, full illumination replaced the emergency lighting on the bridge. The tactical screens glowed, the nav computer chirred softly to itself. Bria left her troops to deal with the vermin and walked out to the turbo lift. She keyed her comlink. Hicks, you there? I'm here aboard Retribution, Commander, the medical officer reported. The wounded have been transported over and everything is looking good. Except for Coronel. He didn't make it. Sorry. The medic and I did everything we could. Bria swallowed. I know that. Are you still needed there, Hicks? Not really. The med droids have things under control here. I'm taking the shuttle back to the shackle. Good. I'm going to need you soon. Come straight to the security hold. That's where the slaves are locked up. I'll meet you there. Bria took the turbolift down 2 decks, then started aft. She was nearly to the locked portal when the scuff of a foot behind her made her whirl around, sidearm in hand. Behind her, brandishing a blaster, was one of the slavers who'd somehow escaped capture. The woman's eyes were glittery, her pupils dilated, her hair a greasy halo around her face. Stop right there or I'll shoot, she bellowed, holding the blaster in 2 trembling hands. Bria stopped. Trembling with fear? Maybe. But that's not all. Drop your weapon, the woman howled, or I'll kill you. I don't think so, Bria said calmly, letting her blaster hang down in her hand, muzzle pointed at the deck. If I'm dead, I'm no use to you as a hostage. The woman frowned, obviously trying to puzzle out her captive's words. Finally, she elected to ignore them. I want a shuttle, she cried. A shuttle and some slaves to take with me. You can have the rest. I just want my fair cut, that's all. Not a chance, Bria said, steel underlying her quiet tone. I'm not a slaver. I'm here to free these people. The woman appeared completely baffled by this. She cocked her head. You don't want to sell them? She asked skeptically. No, Bria said. I'm here to free them. Free 'em? Bria might as well have been speaking Huttese for all the slaver understood her. They're worth a couple $1,000 credits apiece, some of 'em. I don't care, Bria said. The slaver's brow furrowed. Why not? Because slavery is wrong, Bria said. You're wasting my time, vermin. Kill me or let me go, but you'll get nothing from me. The woman pondered Bria's words, obviously taken aback by the commander's response. It was plain to Bria that the slaver was under the influence of some powerful stimulant. Carcinum, probably. The woman was shaking all over. The muzzle of the gun was practically vibrating in midair. Bria's eyes narrowed as she watched the muzzle of the weapon waver, then drop fractionally as the drugged woman struggled to comprehend a being who cared nothing for personal profit. Bria's hand moved in a blur as she brought her weapon up, at the same time throwing herself to the side. The slaver fired, but she was shaking so violently that the bolt didn't even singe Bria. The rebel commander's shot struck the slaver just below her chest. The woman went down with a scream and a gurgle. Bria walked over to her, kicked away the blaster from the outflung arm and limp fingers, and looked down at the slaver. There was a gaping, charred hole in her abdomen. The woman stared back at her, panting shallowly. Bria aimed her sidearm at the slaver's forehead. Want me to? The woman shook her head, side to side, then struggled to speak. No, she wheezed in agony. I want to live. Bria shrugged. Fine by me. You got maybe 5 minutes, I figure. With her sidearm in her hand, Bria stepped over the slaver and continued down to the hold. She had to use her blaster on the lock. Inside, she heard screams of panic. The portal swung open. The stench hit the Corellian the moment she stepped through the door. Human and alien, the effluva rolled out, almost visible, it was so thick. Bria looked over the crowd of wailing, moaning, wretched pilgrims who were cowering away from her, even if they held out their skinny, talon-like hands, pleading, Bring a priest! Need the priests! Take us home! The commander felt her gorge rise, and it took her a moment to control herself. That would have been me, almost 10 years ago now. That's how I would have been, if it hadn't been for Han. A step came from behind her, and Bria whirled, sidearm ready, only to relax when she recognized Dino Hinks. He raised an eyebrow at her. A little jumpy, Commander? Bria smiled sheepishly. Maybe just a tad. That got anything to do with the dead woman out there in the corridor? Not really. Bria holstered her blaster, realizing disgustedly that now she was the one doing the shaking. More to do with them. She jerked her head at the agonized pilgrims. They're all yours, Hicks. Looks like you got your work cut out for you. He nodded, studying them with a healer's kindly detachment. How soon will the shackle be ready to rendezvous with the transport? Bria glanced at her chrono. I allowed 35 minutes to take this ship and get her working again. It's been 39. I expect to hear... Her comlink signaled, and Bria smiled and answered it. Red Hand Leader here. Commander, this is Jace Pole. We've secured the ship and the prize crew reports we are now hyperspace capable. Proceed to our rendezvous coordinates? Copy that, Jace. I'll advise retribution. Tell Lieutenant Hathar to take her out. Deliverance is waiting for us to transship these pilgrims. I copy, Commander. Bria keyed her comlink. Captain Bajon, Helot Shackle is ours, along with our cargo. Prepare to rendezvous with Deliverance at our assigned coordinates. I copy, Red Hand Leader. We'll meet you there. And, Commander? Yes, Tidris? Congratulations on the smoothly run operation. Thank you, Tidris. 1 month later, Bria Theron, on a rare visit back to Corellia to meet with her commanding officer, walked quickly into his office. Pianat Torbol, a short, dark-haired man with intense eyes, looked up. Welcome home, he said. You're late. I was expecting you 2 days ago. Sorry, sir, she said. I picked up a last-minute call to help the Pride of the Rim out with a couple of imp picket ships. Retribution took a hit that damaged sublight engines, and we had to lay up for a day. I know, he said, and smiled, his quick, irresistible grin. I received the report from the Pride. Don't be so defensive, Theron. She smiled back then at his gesture, dropped wearily into a seat. So, did you get my report, sir? I did, he said. Seems your friend Hicks is reporting great progress in turning those pilgrims you rescued off the Helot Shackle back into normal citizens. Congratulations. Your faith in him and his new treatment seems to be paying off. Bria nodded, her eyes lighting up. It means a lot to me, to be able to give those people back their lives. Their families will be glad to see them. They'll be able to live in dignity and comfort. Unless, of course, they choose to join up with us, Torbol said, which apparently some of them are already talking about doing once they've returned to health, which may take a couple of months. I gather that malnutrition plays a pretty big part in the brainwashing they undergo on Yelesia. Bria nodded. I remember my gums started to bleed all the time. It took me 2 months of decent food to overcome most of the effects. He glanced back down at his datapad. Helot Shackle's almost finished being refitted for combat. We can really use her, Theron. Thank you for acquiring her for us. With that in mind, want the honor of renaming her? Bria thought for a moment. Call her Emancipator, she said. That's a good one, Torbol said. Emancipator she is. Torbol clicked off his datapad, leaned his elbows on his desk, and leaned forward. Bria, he said, now that the official stuff is over and done with, I have to tell you I'm concerned about some aspects of your record. Her eyes widened in surprise. But, sir... Oh, don't get me wrong, Theron. You're a good fighter, an able leader. Nobody's gainsaying that. But look at the name those slavers gave you, that your squadron cheerfully adopted. Red Hand, symbol of no quarter. Look at this report on the taking of Helot Shackle. No prisoners, not a single one. Bria stiffened. Sir, they were slavers. They know how the civilized world regards them. They put up a lot of resistance, and not a one offered to surrender. They fought to the last. I see, Torbol said. The two of them exchanged a long look, and it was the ranking officer who looked away first. An awkward silence ensued until Torbol cleared his throat. Things are heating up in the Outer Rim, he announced. The rebel groups out there are really understaffed. I'd like Red Hand to stay out there for a while, give them some assistance. Yes, sir, Bria said. Sir? Yes, I think I may know a way to get more recruits. What is that? Well, the best we've ever done curing the Yelesian pilgrims of addiction before was about 50%, remember? He nodded. But now, with the new techniques Dino is using to help the pilgrims we took to Grenna Base, he thinks the success rate will be better than 90%. That's very encouraging, but what does that have to do with getting more recruits? Bria leaned forward, her blue-green eyes holding his dark ones. Sir, there are over 8,000 pilgrims on Yelesia. He sat back. What are you suggesting, Theron? Give me just a little help, an old troop ship for transport, a couple more cruisers, some more troops, and I can take that planet. I can shut down the Yelesian operation for good. We'll take every colony, free every slave there. Hundreds of them are bound to join us, if the percentages we've seen so far are any indication. That's a big if, Torbol said. I know, sir, but I think the risk would be worth it. We don't have the troops. Not all the Corellian resistance would be enough to take a whole planet therein. We're getting recruits in from all around every day, Bria pointed out truthfully, and there are so many Bothan and Celestin pilgrims in Yelesia, those worlds might send us some troops and ships. It's worth asking them. And what about Chandrilla? They're part of the new rebel alliance, sworn to help us. Recruits. It's an incentive, certainly. She nodded vigorously. Sir, it could work. We can free those slaves, and while we're at it, we could take the spice to sell on the open market. We're always short of credits. Think of how many turbo lasers or proton torpedoes that much spice could buy us. We could bomb the warehouses and factories when we had emptied them. Yelesia and its filthy trade would be a thing of the past. Bria realized she had lost her composure, but in her passion, she didn't care. Her hands were shaking. She gripped the edge of Torbal's desk so he wouldn't see the betraying tremor. I don't believe the Rebel Alliance would think much of selling drugs as a means of financing the rebellion, Torbal said. Then, with all due respect, sir, don't tell them where you got the credits. Bria's smile was more than a little savage. You know as well as I do they won't look a gift Trollodon in the mouth. They'll take the credits and use them. We need weapons, medical supplies, uniforms, ammo, you name it. True, he said. Fighting a resistance is an expensive proposition. Think it over, Bria urged. I know Red Hand could do it, and without Yelesia siphoning off some of Corellia's best, we'd have more recruits. Think about who's going to Yelesia these days. Young people, dissatisfied with their lives, unable to pay the horrendous taxes, wanting something more, a better life. Those are exactly the kind of people we need. True, he said again. But what about the Yelesian atmosphere? Your raid on Colony 3 2.5 years ago freed 100 slaves. But we lost a ship in that blasted atmosphere. That treacherous atmosphere of Yelesia's is one of their best defenses. Bria's features twisted in remembered anguish. I warned them, but that wind shear just caught the ship. Theron, it wasn't your fault, but we have to think about that. Command is bound to point that out. She nodded. I'm working on that, sir. There's got to be a way to deal with the atmosphere. Better pilots, for one thing. Our people are enthusiastic, sir, but face it, most of them haven't had much experience. Our training programs need work. I agree. We're working on ways to make our Sims better and broaden their experience before we turn them loose. Bria stood up and leaned across the desk. Sir? Just promise me you'll think about it. I could do it. I even have some ideas about how to fund the raid. At least consider it, okay? He gave her a long, level glance. All right, Theron. I promise you I'll think about it. Thank you, sir. Interlude 1. The Corporate Sector. Dressed only in his trousers, barefoot, Han Solo wandered out of the bedroom in Jessa's tiny apartment. Her little flat was located on her father's, Doc's, outlaw tech base, a grim utilitarian place. But both Doc's and Jessa's personal quarters were surprisingly well furnished and comfy. Han yawned and scratched his head, rumpling his hair even further, then threw himself down on the elegant couch with a thud and signaled on the big vid unit. The official news from the Corporate Sector Authority came on, and Han watched it with a cynical grin. The Authority was getting worse every day. Wouldn't take much to make them as repressive as the Empire. At least the Falcon was now in the best shape of her life. Before his capture and removal to Star's End Prison, Doc had upgraded her hyperdrive until she'd now make .5 past light speed. I ought to be able to outrun just about anything the imps could throw at me with that, Han thought smugly. Or the Authority either. Then, in order to induce Han to go after her father and rescue him from Star's End, Jessa had fixed the Falcon up with an all-new sensor suite and dish, to replace the ones damaged in a fight with an Authority lighter. Later, following Doc's rescue, the grateful Jessa had recently finished the Falcon's repairs, putting an all-new guidance system and repairing all of the hull damage the YT-1300 had accrued. Han had even considered giving the ship a new coat of paint, so she looked just like new, but after some consideration had rejected the idea. The Millennium Falcon's beat-up appearance was one of her strongest assets in catching opponents unaware. Nobody expected a grubby old freighter to have a military-grade hyperdrive that had been customized and upgraded by the galaxy's master tech, a sophisticated sensor suite, top-notch jamming capability, and all the other improvements Han had bestowed on the love of his life. Jessa was still asleep in the other room. Han leaned back and propped his feet up on the table, thinking about Jess. She was certainly the best thing to come his way so far in the corporate sector. The two of them had had a lot of fun. Just the other day, they'd flown the Falcon to one of the swankiest casinos in a nearby sector and put on their best bib and tucker for a gambling spree. Jess had gotten her blonde curls done in a wild new style, striped bright red, and bought a stunning red gown that was snug in all the right places. Han had been proud to be seen with her and assured her she was the most beautiful woman in the place. The news vid changed from corporate sector reports to a brief report from the Empire. Palpatine's force had stifled yet another uprising on yet another world. Han's mouth twisted. Same old, same old. He found himself thinking about Sala, wondering if she'd gotten over being mad yet. He suspected not. It was a good thing she wasn't here to see him with Jessa. Sala was the jealous type. She was one tough lady, but then so was Jessa. Han was profoundly grateful that the two of them were unlikely ever to meet. Thoughts of Sala led naturally to wondering how Lando, Jarek, Shug, and Mako were doing. Han even thought of Jabba with something approaching nostalgic affection. He bet the Hutt leader was having a hard time replacing him. If he ever decided to go back to Imperial space, Han suspected Jabba would welcome him with open arms, repugnant as that thought was. Han watched another brief news bite from the Empire. Seemed that the Empire had now declared that the rebel forces in the Outer Rim had been completely crushed. Sure, he thought, right. That must mean there'd been quite a thorn in the Imp's side. He wondered whether Bria had anything to do with harassing those Imp forces, or was she back to being a spy these days? Han sighed, realizing he actually missed Nar Shaddaa. The corporate sector was a fun place, lots of adventures to be had and profits to be made, but it wasn't home. He wondered whether he should just cut his losses and head back for Imperial space. At the very least, it was probably time to head out and look for some action, translation, profit, here in the corporate sector. True, he'd promised Jessa to help her and Doc in their campaign against the Authority, but that might be risky. And it wasn't as though he owed Jessa anything. He'd rescued her father, hadn't he? At great risk of his own precious hide? A tiny honest corner of his mind reminded him that he'd mostly gone on that rescue mission for Chewie's sake. No way he was letting his pal languish in an Authority prison. And yet, things were very pleasant here for the moment, though he knew it couldn't last. Right now, things were going well with Jessa. They were having a good time. Maybe he'd just postpone leaving for another month, or 2, or 3. Han? Came a sleepy murmur from the bedroom. I'm here, honey, just watching the news, Han said. He flicked off the vid and went out to the tiny kitchen. He'd make Jessa a hot cup of imported stim tea that she'd come to be very fond of, and take it to her.